You are live. Here we are. I didn't do my professional live stream start. Yeah, move that heater back, I guess, over here somewhere. And then you can sit here and monitor the stuff. All right, waiting for people to show up. Nobody's here. And nobody's here. And nobody's here. And I gotta pee. And I gotta pee. I'm gonna go pee. Oh, Rob's here. Shit, I was gonna go. You know how to do that? Hit, hit, invite, copy clipboard, and then paste it over there. Okay. I will wait to go pee so I can do this.
TMI.
It's never TMI. You always gotta know when people gotta pee. Come on in, Rob. Come on in. You might be able to wait, but Jegs can't wait. I have to have my sticker up there. All right.
Brian.
I have a Jegs sticker.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
The whole internet heard that you had to go evacuate your bladder, dude.
That's all right.
Okay, I mean,
It's not the worst thing that I've ever told the internet.
man, that's a good looking sticker right there.
Yeah. You notice I put it up in a place of honor up above all the other stickers.
I do. I also know that those sticker packs come with 4 stickers, too large or too small.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
You know. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She took the other small to put on her laptop.
She put it on her car, too. Like right on the back of it.
When our friend gets in here, I have this sticker to go up.
Is he coming in?
He probably will. He said he would.
I got that sticker, too. That's a good sticker.
It is.
Don't go take a piss.
Now I'm going to go take a pee real quick.
Oh, that's fine. Me and your wife will talk.
Yeah, you just hang out with my wife.
All right.
Look at my duster.
Famous last words. Hey, hang out with my wife. All right.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what that voice.
See, all right, I'll ask her since you're on the way. So, Mrs. Dust Devil, I have a question for you. I don't know if she can hear. I mean, how about myself? People around the chat. Oh, Little Poor Man 78. What's going on? What's up, Dalton? We just get to look at Brian's quarter panel and B pillar, and you guys can listen to me. That chair looks like it's doing about 850 mile an hour, though. I'm all about that. Who's that sexy man, Rob from Jags? I have no idea. See, I gotta wait.
I'm back.
Welcome back. See, I don't have a sexy voice. Unless if you ask a woman, they tell me it's not. They just say it's
Whatever.
It's a good voice. But the only people who say it's sexy are people that I'm not like interested in them saying that.
What, you telling me he didn't have a sexy voice?
No.
Well, no. All right. So Miss Dust Devil, I'm going to ask you because I've asked other women that have been in the chat. Brian says I have a sexy voice. Jed calls it audible chocolate, and then I get a few folks in the comments there, like Mopar Man 78. Bro, I'm doing good, man. It's the day after Christmas. I just got back from seeing my mom. That was my Christmas gift, was getting to see my mom. She had the Omicron Labrador variant, and she's doing much better. So thank you for asking.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to hear she's doing better.
Oh yeah, no, she's tough as nails. There's a lot of guys that aren't half the man my mother is. That's for sure. But Miss Dust Devil, I gotta ask you. So all these guys all say that I've got this voice. And I've asked other women in the chat and that have come into the chats and asked and all that. So I'll go ahead and ask you: is it sexy or is it just nice to listen to and calming and tolerable?
Nice to listen to.
See, only men think it's sexy. It's weird.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'll leave those comments up to Jed.
Okay. Jed's the one who snowballs that one, pushes that one down the hill. So, mom had the Omicron. Her husband, well, my stepdad got it and at work and brought it home, and mom's got a lot of health issues. She's been dealing with a lot of stuff since God, the early 2000s, so nearly 20 years now. She's been dealing with this, with everything she's going through. But she had a heart attack a few years ago. She has kidney issues because of it, and then this Omicron crap. And you wouldn't look at her and think that she would be somebody to get a heart attack. I mean, she's 98 pounds, soaking wet with rocks in her pocket. I mean, she doesn't eat bad or anything like that. She just, for whatever reason, she had a heart attack, and it's been rough ever since. Man, her diabetes were unchecked for so long. Nobody knew that she had diabetes, and then they checked her one day, and then boom, she was a diabetic, and it's just been crazy scary ever since then, man. So I'm really glad she's doing all right.
Well, like I said, that's great to hear. Did you hear about Michael, Jed's brother?
No, what's going on?
Well, shit. He's got COVID right now. He's in the hospital.
Oh no, I didn't know he was in the hospital. What's going on, Mopar Den?
Whoa.
So Brian, I understand you want.
Mopar Den in my chat?
Yes.
Wow, yeah. I'm coming up.
Yeah, man. Next level stuff.
Yeah.
Brian, I hear you want some valve covers.
Some what?
Valve covers.
That I want or have?
Do you want?
I'd like to get a set of the fabricated ones.
I've got a set in black. They're like satin black.
Are they painted or powder coated?
I have no idea. Probably powder coated. Well, actually, what I gave for them, they probably are just painted. I don't know. I never used them because when I got them dirt cheap. But when they put them together, they have those tubes and the long bolts for the tubes to go down, and then an O-ring that sits between the top of the valve cover and the bolt head. And one of them, somebody has fallen asleep on one of the top bolt holes, and there's just like a weld. Looks like a I don't know, pointed weld that sticks up and causes problems. And it can be shaved down or whatever, but I never used them because of that, and plus it didn't really fit the motif of the car. So I got them for really cheap, and then I never did anything with them. They're just sitting in the storage unit gathering dust with the car.
We'll figure out what you want for them. I'll buy them.
$1 million.
$1 million. That's what everybody says.
Wow, 100. Well, how about a freaking shark with a freaking laser beam on its head, and we'll call it even.
I need one of them too.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any water around me where a shark with a laser beam on its head would help.
Right. It's like heaven.
I want a monkey with a laser beam on its head.
You don't want a monkey, dude. What's my problem? Thyroid. Takes a tendon.
I think a pet monkey would be better than a pet snake.
No, I don't believe in monkeys or snakes or spiders or scorpions as pets, man. No. Monkeys are violent. I have an exotic enough animal as it is. My animal fly at you and dive bomb you like a pterodactyl with a grudge.
Is it a him or a her? Bird.
It's a him. It's a male.
Well, give him some Ritz crackers. You know he wants some.
He eats goldfish crackers and he
Oh,
eats
yeah. No, it wasn't Ritz. It was Cheez-Its, wasn't it?
yeah, he eats extra toasty Cheez-Its and jalapeno goldfish. And his name is Valiant. He had a girlfriend named Dart. She passed away not too long ago, so now he's a bachelor again.
Well, that's probably why he's making so much noise. He wants another girlfriend.
No, he does. That's happy noises you're hearing, man. He's just a happy little bird making this kind of choice. If he was upset, he'd just be screaming for her. So, they're a lot of work. I don't recommend a bird either. Never. Don't recommend them. They're a lot of work and they're a lot of mess.
Oh, sounds like my dog.
Yeah.
My dog is half Great Pyrenees, half Akita.
Oh man, these Akitas can be mean, man.
He is not mean though. He is the stupidest, big, dumb. Yeah. It's just real bad when he gets gas like he had last night.
Wow. Yeah, see, I want a dog. I can't have a real big dog in this place that I'm in right now. You know, if I have a dog, then I have a hard time just up and going anywhere and doing anything.
Yeah.
So that's a little tricky, but like the bird, you get about 2 days out of him before you come back and he's a little frazzled. So, and that's what I did. I saw mom for 2 days and he was fine. He had the game show network on, so he just had all the buzzers and pops and noises that he could handle. But I came home a little bit ago and he's definitely glad I'm home and glad to be out of his cage, that's for sure.
Now, if you go away and come back, does he get pissed off at you?
Oh, yeah, he's a prick. He's an absolute. That's what I'm saying. I get home and he acts all nice and sweet. I let him out and I get him all situated, and then I'll sit on my easy chair, which puts my back to him, and then he'll let me know how mad he is at me by dive bombing me from the top of his cage. He'll fly at me and he'll fly around my head, and then he'll dive bomb me, and then he'll either land and take back off or land and scream and then take off. So yeah, he's got a little attitude, but he's all right now.
Oh, they say that about cats. Even if you have a cat in the house that doesn't like you, if you leave for any period of time, they get pissed off because you're not there. Because even if they don't like you, they don't like change.
No, they don't. I had a cat in my previous life. He was named Henny. I couldn't bring him with me, unfortunately, so he had to stay behind. But yeah, he would get an attitude if you go like he didn't like it when he went to work. For 12 hours a day, come home and you get all mad at me. You never got used to it. Now the dog figured it out. She's like, whatever, good to see you. See you later.
Yeah.
Black and white Boston Terrier. Mopar, man, I need a bigger dog than that, man. I'm allowed up to 40 pounds. A Boston Terrier, that's just, I need something a little more substantial. I'm 6'4". I can't walk around. See a little dog that can fit in a backpack. Just can't do it.
You need a dog like mine.
Yeah, but your dog's more than 40 pounds.
Oh, yeah. What do you think he weighs? 80, 90 pounds?
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty big. You know why I like a great big dog? I don't have to bend down to pet him. He comes right up to, here on me. So I
got to bend down to pet everything. Like I said, 6'4". Everything is down low. I mean, I'm normal size, so everybody else is low.
You're a monster.
6'4", 240, whatever the hell. Not a monster. Not at all. So what's going on in the garage tonight, man? Just hanging on the duster?
Yeah, hanging out. I pulled the tire off. a little bit ago because I didn't think people actually do the scope of what a 16.5 tire looks like. And it sticks out about it only sticks out about that far on this.
I saw how far it stuck out. How tall is it? 29 or 31?
31. So
Yeah.
31 16.5. I'm probably gonna need new ones. So I may actually go with something a little bit smaller, but I don't know yet because they still have to fit those wheels I got. I got both of those wheels for like both of those I got both of those wheels and tires for like I think I paid $125 for all of it.
It's not bad.
And the tires aren't dry rotted, so hell, if anything, they'll make some good test tires. And they don't
78.
bounce back like wheels.
So you're going to keep that. So you're not going to narrow the rear end or tuck the springs or anything. You're really going to have them stick out that far.
Yeah,
It's a lot to stick out.
I like that look.
Yeah. Okay. Rock and roll, man.
That and I don't like when because I want to run like a 28 or 29 10.5 on here too. And if I was to narrow everything down to where those tires were tucked in, if I put a 10.5 on there, it would be sitting inside here, and I don't like that. I'd rather have the big tires stick out here and the 10.5 look normal.
It's a good look. I bring it back, man. I mean, do the shackles and do the whole bit. Do the whole bit.
And then if I could actually make the car kind of fast too, then
What
you
is the
know,
engine?
there's ways around stuff. Like how these guys imagine the amount of races a guy could win, just like grudge races or street races, a guy could win if he had one of those Hondas with the great big wing and the fart can, and the thing was actually fast. Because they look at the car and be like, "There's no way that car's actually fast."
So what's the comment? What are you going to be building? Like, is it going to be a small block car? I don't get the full scope of the build. Man. What are you going to be building?
I'm building a 360 for it. I've got a 360 that's at the machine shop now. I've got a 727, which I need to, if you know, I don't know, you probably don't know off the top of your head, but there's something I wanted to ask you about that. And I'm going to put an 8 3/4 in it.
Okay. What did you
Now,
ask me?
do you know if Jeg sells a kit for a bolt-in sprag on a 727? Or
Probably.
would that be something you'd have to go really deep into to look up?
Well, I have to actually be at work with all of my literature and equipment, but I could probably come up.
Well,
with
I could probably call somebody, and I could probably just call Jackson. I don't know how much power, Dalton. I could, you could estimate how much power you want an engine to make, but until it's on a dyno, you don't know. I'm guessing 500 horse. I should be able to get 500 horse out of a 360, especially with nitrous, because I am planning on putting nitrous on it.
What was I going to say about your spread? Yeah, I'll look it up. Oh, you know what's going to happen if you call Jags and look for that?
Yeah.
They're just going to call and ask me. They are. I'll be at my purchasing desk and doing my deal down in that department. You're going to call, and they're going to put you on hold, and then I'm going to get a call, and they're going to say, "Man, this guy's looking for a 727 bolt-in sprag. What do I do? What do I do?" And then I'll show him.
You'll look it up. You're like, okay, tell Brian.
Get out the potato cannon and video downloaded YouTube about an hour ago. I'm getting ready to go down to download part 2, aluminum slant 6. Cool.
Nice. Now, did I ever tell you my dad's potato cannon story? You know how most people make a potato cannon, right? They use PVC and a fireplace igniter, and you hold on to it and it shoots a potato. You heard about
Yes,
that,
sir.
Rob? Okay.
I am from the sticks as well, so it kind of, so yeah, I've heard about that.
Well, we lived in a small town, and my dad worked for the school bus garage in this small town, and they had a lot of time on their hands. He built a potato cannon that was mounted on an A-frame, and it had a 6-foot barrel made out of muffler pipe. It had 4 spark plugs and a GM-HEI ignition to fire it off. This thing would shoot a potato an eighth of a mile, no problem.
See, I'd like to graduate beyond the potato and get into that pumpkin chunking. That's just some serious stuff. Shoot a pumpkin over a mile. I'm down for that.
I want to
For a
make a
potato.
real cannon that shoots bowling balls, but
Yeah, well,
I would have to have some property to shoot that on, or I couldn't shoot it here in town.
I feel like that would get the NSA and the FBI at your front door.
Probably.
Yeah. Mopar Den, what do you want to know? You want to? I mentioned it before. Can I tell? What do you want to know about the Mopar in my avatar? So that, all right,
Bring that one up. Mopar Den's last.
okay. So the Mopar in my avatar, that is my 1973 Dodge Coronet Custom. And what made it a custom is the vinyl top and the trim down the side. But it's 318 automatic non-AC car. It's got 45-ish thousand miles on it. It's big and it's yellow, and we named it Stella. It's a big yellow Stella. It's incredibly slow and it's incredibly quiet. The loudest thing on that car is the starter and the door closing. Everything but the radio works. That picture, I have an RT badge on it that has since been removed, and I replaced it with an earlier Fratzog emblem. In 71 and 72, they had a Fratzog emblem in the middle of the grill, and then in 73, they took it off when they went to less of a peaked grill like mine has. I took the 500-mile-an-hour bumpers off of it. I put 15x7 steel wheels and chrome lug nuts on it, and then white letter out, Mickey Thompson tires. And I gave it a vanity license plate, changed all of the lighting to LED, and I then parked it. So for the right money, it could be for sale, but nobody's really said anything really about real good, the right money. And I know what they go for at auction, but otherwise, it's just big old ice cream cars, all that thing is. So it's a nice piece. See, yeah, 72. Yeah, boom. Stella sounds cool. Yeah, Stella's fine. If you Google Big Yellow Stella, all one word, and click images, then you get all the pictures up, like for B-Bodies only that I was on with it. And then they gave me a hard time because I worked at Jegs. And I said, hey, just call me and I'll sell you some parts. And they're like, oh, if Jegs wants to advertise. So I haven't been on there. But yeah, so Dan, you probably got that Fratzog in the middle of your grill that I had to go scrounge and scour for. I ended up painting the Fratzog. I wish I had a picture. I ended up painting the Fratzog centers of it. It came, red and black, and I ended up stripping all the red and the black off of it and redoing the black, and then doing like a transparent yellow and the inlays of the Fratzog, like the headlights, and it's actually a cool looking piece. See, Brian, you're a Plymouth guy, so you don't know about that Fratzog look. You got the heart.
No. I got the heart and I got the rocket ship.
Rocket ship, that's what it is. The old Plymouth logo was cool, man. The boat.
What was the old Plymouth logo?
It was a Mayflower.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. I like the rocket ship better.
Yeah,
I'm a rocket ship kind of guy.
Jed says you're all about the red rocket. So
No.
I know. I take you. He just says that. That's all I'm saying. So he says that. Got the D150 going again. It was about bad valve body. Well, now, did you punish it?
Put it
So
in the
what? Yeah, right. Put it in the corner and let it think about what it did. So is the car pink or is it red?
It's red. It's saying, and I hate both. I would rather this car be pink.
Painted
I would have
pink.
left it alone if it was pink. I hate red. I absolutely hate red.
Just don't paint it black, man.
Oh, it's going to be black. It's going to be
Yeah, with the white top, right? And the
no,
white top.
no. Actually, I was thinking about, but I would have to meet. When I was talking to Jed about this, I would have to get the vinyl top trim that goes right here. Oh, hold on.
I didn't think they had the vinyl top that went all the way down there. I thought it started at the B pillar.
No, this one did. This one, the vinyl top started up here, but
Okay.
they did have them with vinyl top trim right here, and they had full vinyl tops on them.
Really?
Because I saw one the other day. Now I just want the trim because you know how there's a Valiant on Marketplace right now. It's flat black or semi-gloss black, and it's got a blue sparkly vinyl top.
Wow.
But it's not vinyl. It's just like a blue metal flake. You know how like Finnegan did the Blasphemy with the gold metal flake
Yeah.
vinyl top?
Yeah.
I would like to do that with this, except do it in purple because I really like purple. It's my favorite color. But it wouldn't look right on this style of a car with the way this molds in unless you had the vinyl top trim.
I see.
So I'm probably not even going to bother with any of it, and I'm just going to spray the whole thing hot rod black and just go racing.
It's just painted green like every other duster.
No, I hate green. Oh, I could deal with green better than red. I hate red. Hate it.
What's wrong with red, man?
What's bad is the only thing I hate more than red is yellow.
Jesus.
And the hood and fenders and doors I have for this are yellow. I had it all put together before I started the body work on it, and it looked like a Ronald McDonald car.
I like yellow. I'm a fan of yellow. My company's yellow. I'm glad you put that yellow sticker right on top of everything, though. That's pretty strong.
Yeah. Well, that I can handle that yellow. Yeah. Jags yellow.
That's That's the actual name of the color.
Jags yellow.
Excuse me.
Can
Yeah.
you get paint that color? If I ever painted a car yellow, I would paint it yellow. See now that that wouldn't look too bad. Yellow with a black vinyl top.
That's a proper look.
That would be cool.
That's a real
I
proper
think
look.
you only like yellow because you see so much of it every day.
You'd think I'd go the other way, but yeah, no, everything is yellow, dude. Everything. Everything's yellow. And they've got like giant Jegs cover or Jegs catalog covers all over the walls from like the last 15 years, 15 months, whatever it is. They just rotate them out. So,
Yes,
like
Lomar did exactly.
you see a red door and you want to paint it black.
Yep.
Guy in the town I grew up in had a 340 Duster that was actually a 318 Duster that was black with that white half vinyl top and the white stripes down the side, and white 340 wedge on the hood, and it actually looks really sharp. The thing that killed it for me was that he put some real skinny front tires on it, and they're really tall, skinny front tires. And whenever he turned the thing, the whole body would rock over, and it just looked real funny when it turned. And then Mom had the ultimate Duster, which was her 70 with a 440 in it that she took drag racing while she was pregnant with me. And it was two-tone brown. It was awesome. That's a proper color. You should just paint it brown, just brown with like light brown with dark brown accents.
No, I don't like brown either. But what I really don't like even though I do have a car that I would paint that color, is gold.
Yeah.
I hate the Mopar gold color from the 70s but that was because my first car was a 71 Satellite and it was gold. And I hated that color. Love the car. I kept the car forever.
The color was just atrocious. Okay.
Let me see. I'm gonna
Hey
see.
man, I'll be right back. I gotta run down to the laundry room and get my stuff out of the dryer, my work clothes out of the dryer. I'll be right
Okay.
back. All right. You may just hear Val, my bird Valiant, chirping in the background. If he says anything rude or off color, I'm sorry. So
Can he talk?
he does. He doesn't talk
Oh,
much, but he can talk. He'll probably start talking when I go out the room you want. So I'll be right back.
All right. Trying to find this picture there. Oh, okay, no, that wasn't a vinyl top car. Okay. Every game. What's the other one? It's in here somewhere. Hold on. Oh, that must have been before I got this phone. Oh well. I got pictures of the other car at home. Yeah, my buddy sold a 340 Duster, 73 340 Duster that was yellow too. How did this picture get on my phone? You see who that is, right?
Mm-mm.
That's um, Precious and her sister.
Mm.
I don't know where the fucking picture came from. Just get weird pictures on my phone. They just show up. Stuff I like. Uncle Tony's got a new video out. Mopar Man 78 has a new video
He
out.
said that.
Yeah, I'm just shouting them out right now. For whoever would care.
Don't decide to paint it deep, the dark purple.
I would, but purple paint is so expensive. And I'm just going cheap right now. Believe me, if I can find it cheap, if I can find it, I'm going to use John Deere Blitz Black tractor paint and paint the son of a bitch if I can get it cheap enough.
Actually, just paint the whole thing John Deere green and yellow and black, man.
No. But I do have all the chrome trim to go back on, and I am going to put all the chrome trim on it. I was actually debating finding some wheel trim for it, some wheel tub trim.
I actually do know I said that. I sell a 4-piece kit through like OER. A couple $100, maybe not that much. The AMD stuff is expensive. But I know I do the wheel well molding for that car.
Well, here's a question you might know or might be able to speculate on.
I'll speculate on that.
Speculation. AMD just started making quarters for the 71 through 73 Chargers.
They did. They started making the quarters for 73 and 4.
Yeah, 73 and 4. Yeah, 73 and 4.
$700 a piece.
Yeah, but my question is, are they going to start making them for the 73 and 4 satellites and roadrunners?
So Jed asked me that too because Jed thinks that they totally missed the market because the satellites and roadrunners do, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 5 to 1 over the Chargers do. And I've asked my contacts down there about it because of that same thing. And they're pretty hush hush on it. But it's just like anything, man. If it's got enough of demand for it, the whole rule of supply and demand, it's got enough demand for it, then all they've got to do is come up with the tooling. Now,
Yeah,
why they went the route that they did with the 73 and 4 Charger versus, well, enough people called and asked if they could do it, that they ended up doing it. Now, whether or not that's because they were able to get their hands also on like the dies to do it and then tweak it and clean it all up, then that's one thing. But I mean, it's the other thing of that is if they don't have the tooling and the dies and all that for it, then they've got to start from scratch, and then that's all R&D, and that's basically making a mold off of a fiberglass mold off of a virgin car. A lot of rigmarole there. So I mean, I don't know if they will, but if the market's there, then eventually, sure, I'm sure they will. But there's got to be a big enough market there.
I watch those cars a lot, and the 73 and 4 Chargers are actually they're still bringing more money than the satellites, but all of those cars are coming up in value.
They are because everybody's picked up all the 69 and 70 Roadrunners and GTXs and satellites, and the prices on them are astronomical. So now the Melee's era cars, the 70s, the early 70s, the mid 70s, all of that. When the Melee's era's made it when a Valari or an Aspen quarter panel comes out.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like we're too far away from that. I really don't. These throwaway cars are now collected.
Is it true that they're not making the patch panels anymore? You just got to buy a whole quarter if you need a panel.
I don't know about all that. I haven't heard that. Have not heard that. Wouldn't surprise me though. But then again, all the patch panel is a piece of a quarter. So why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Because this one's got a lot of mud in that panel. It's not as bad as I thought it was, but if it was going to be any more than just a race car, I would have gone nuts and bought patch panels for that bottom quarter. But it's a freaking race. Could throw some Bondo out on the track. Oh well, they'll clean it up.
My mom raced her Barracuda was a freaking Bondo bucket. I think it was sculpted with Bondo like it was done by Michelangelo. Man, there was so much mud in the quarters of that car. Never had a problem. So, run it, man. Bondo and all. Race cars ain't got to be pretty. They just got to be fast and consistent.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. That was my grandpa's mantra. It ain't got to be pretty to go fast.
Oh, see, I get you in here, and I'm next to my car, and I start thinking about things. The Jegs A-body roll bar kit, the one that's like $300 something.
So his roll bar. That's in Jezebel.
Huh?
So his roll bar. That's in Jezebel.
No, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
I said, can you hear me now?
No, you still kind of sound like you're in a hole.
Yeah, I'm in my bathroom.
Oh. Okay.
Smoking a cigarette. Sorry. I don't smoke in the house. I smoke in the bathroom. There's a difference. I sold Jed his roll bar that's in Jezebel.
Yeah, that would be what I would want for this. Do they fit good or?
So the only part, and anybody who's listening out there, if you're interested, they're a great deal. Yes, they are. They do fit. The only piece that is specific to the car is either if you get just like a 6 or an 8 or a 10 point, The only piece that is car specific is the hoop. And then if you get if you get the 10 or the 12 point, then there's also a halo. So the only pieces of any Jegs kit for a roll bar, the only pieces that are specific are the hoop and the halo. And then the door bars and the A-pillar bars, if you get that one, and then the down bars for the back, they're just straight bars. The A-pillar bars have got a little bit of a bend in them, but everything, and I mean everything, is shipped long. The hoop will be shipped 4 or 5 inches longer, so you can tuck it in as close as you want to the roof or as loose as you want to the roof. As far as the width goes, and as far as the bend that it makes at the top of that B-pillar there that you've got your arm on, that fits great. If you've never done one, I don't recommend being the first time to do it, but they do go in really nice. The only real problem Jed ever had with his was he wanted to maintain the use of his back seat, and the down bars that came in the kit originally did not accommodate that. So the down bar, it's race car stuff. So they're going to come off the top of the hoop and they're going to go through a speaker hole in the package tray and then down to the rear frame rails. But you can get seat saver bars for them that are also legal, where they will ride the roof a little bit and then come down into the package tray, and you can still have backseat passengers.
Oh, I'm not worried about. I was thinking about putting a back seat in this.
Yeah.
But just to have it because it would look cool, and then if I ever wanted to say, yeah, it's a street car, see, it's got a back seat. But I don't know. The bars going through the package tray now, I don't mind all that. I actually want to run them, like you said, through the speaker holes.
Yeah.
But I actually want to find an old set of speaker grills, the 6x9 grills, and put them in there and have the roll bar run through the speaker grills, just for aesthetics.
It's kind of tricky, man.
It will be. It'll be tricky, but I'm going to do it.
I think it would look pretty cool. Be worth doing. S&W does make nice stuff, man. Just wherever the money and the skill and wherever you want to spend it. I just know that what I got, it works, and the price is pretty inexpensive. Now, we don't do it from Molly, though. We only do ours in mild steel. That's how the cost is kept down. But you're right. S&W makes scripted cages. So does Rhodes. So does Competition Engineering. I mean, they all make good stuff.
But I'd probably just go with the Jegs kit, just because those are the ones I always find, and they're reasonable. I mean, really, what you're getting, you're spending like $350.
Yeah.
And it's all got it's all got certain specs that any of them have to meet. So I'm sure Jegs wouldn't sell something that's going to kill me.
It's not. I mean, again, mild steel, 134 wall tube, or maybe it's 80,000 wall. No, 134. No, I mean that's legal for NHRA. That's safe as far as NHRA is concerned. But it's all about the welding process and ability of putting it in. You know what I mean? I would recommend welding it in with no Harbor Freight gasless welder. So I would definitely use like a real MIG welder and shielding gas and all that stuff.
Yeah. That was the other thing that is kind of keeping me away from putting a back seat in this, is I want the hoop to sit on the brace that's right under the front of the back seat.
Yeah.
That's where I want it to sit. I don't want it to sit in the floor. There's a lot of guys that do these, especially on these dusters, where they put that hoop where it's right here next to the door pillar. And it looks good because you've got the window trim coming down here that actually hides it a little bit. But that leaves you it does not leave me enough room to have a seat go all the way back and still feel comfortable sitting in the car.
Watch how you weld.
My buddy had one of these cars that had the roll bar right there.
So where that hoop lands it's got to land at basically, that structure point in the car, the torque box of the car. And that's why it lands there a lot of times. You've got to really study the NHRA and the IHRA rule book. They're the same. And really, as far as where the roll cage has to be, they have a certain amount of, they got parameters.
That's the problem. When it lands right here, it hits on nothing, just the floor. If you run that, okay, say the bar's right here. If you run that bar right here, it's going to hit on a major structural base. But people still, and I know I can see why, because of looks, and they don't actually take the time to fit themselves in the car when they're doing stuff like this. They have it running here with a big plate on the floor. It's weird. Dusters are weird, but it's actually better right here. But then you have that bar right in the middle of the window right here, and I guess people don't like that because it's not symmetrical. I'd rather have it safer and have me have enough fucking leg room than anything be symmetrical.
I'll tell you, man, roll cages are honestly only safe at the racetrack. And if you drive that thing to freaking Sonic to get a milkshake or something, and worst case scenario happens.
Oh yeah, I know the whole. I've been warned. It's not going to be. It's not a street car.
Then you're gonna have to read that.
The street, but it's not a street car.
Then you're gonna have to read that NHRA book, man, and have it land where it's supposed to. And you wouldn't be the first guy to ever put one into an A body, and for them to they've got most of that mapped out on where it's got to go, and just read the book, man.
And my buddies was mostly only run. This guy only ran it at little outlaw tracks and didn't check hardly any fucking thing.
Oh.
I guarantee you, right here in this break, where that bar needs to go. It has to, because that's, like I said, right under. If you were to pop up your back seat, okay, where the hooks are for your back seat.
Yeah.
Those funky hooks that you got to go back and then up to take the seat out. Those are sitting right on that brace. And like I said, people mount them I've seen people mount the roll bars in front of that brace. And that just doesn't seem safe to me. I'd rather have it on the giant structural brace that's in the car.
So where the torque box, that car should have torque. Where the torque box for the rear part of the frame rails and the rocker, all that meets.
Yeah.
Is where all that's got to go, and then you usually weld in a shear plate as well to spread that load out on top of that box or otherwise. But I mean, it goes in one spot. You know what I mean? And it's got to be straight up and down. So, too many times you see roll cages just done for looks and not done for safety, and then people can get hurt.
Yeah. And that's the way, like I said, that's the way they put the bar in my friend's Duster that he ended up selling, was because it looks better right here, but it's actually safer and gives you more leg room right here. Because you've got the torsion bar cross member underneath there.
Yeah.
And that's where the front frame rail's hooked to. And I'm talking about the back cross member where the rear frame rail's hooked to.
Yeah, that's where that bar's got to go on that shear plate. And JMR he's right. Yeah, 6x6 plate on the top and on the bottom of the unibody to spread that out. So
yeah, they might have done that too, but I still think you put a plate on that cross member would be safer than a 6x6 plate on the top and bottom just on the floor pan. Mm. Which is the way the other guys did it. And I don't know, NHRA may say that 6x6 plate top and bottom on a floor pan is good enough. No, it just doesn't.
That's why the floor pan is structural, man. I mean, and that's why they want you to put it there, and that's why they want you to use it, because you welding it to that area ties it into the main structure and pressure and stress points of the unibody car itself. And then with the door bars and the rear bars going down. I mean, that's all mapped out, man. It's like when you were asking to cut out part of those quarter window areas, man. That stuff's structure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to save a few. So with that
I
in
didn't
mind,
know if it was structural or not.
it is. Everything on that car is structural, man. Tall John says he'll be here soon.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Maybe Jed will come in too.
Oh yeah, I just texted you.
What he said.
He went to dinner with his dad. As soon as he gets home, he's gonna jump in.
That's what's up.
Well, that's like when people tub these, they always cut these crossbars out. They go behind the seat. And you can look at that and see that's a structural piece. You know, I'm not cutting those out. I'm just going to build my firewall there because you got to have it. I'm going to upholster it, but that's all right.
You should cover that roll cage in Muppet fur.
Muppet fur roll cage. Ooh, I could. No, because then you have to have it to where you can take it off for them to inspect the cage if I ever go to any. If I go up to the track that's only 5 miles away from here.
Only has to get inspected one time. I mean,
They don't want you to grind the welds or nothing. They'd rather the guy up there said, "I'd rather see shitty welds than ground down welds."
Well, yeah, because you start grinding on it, you impart heat, and that heat causes stress, and that weakens the whole deal. So, I still say Muppet fur. I think that'd be cool. Just Muppet fur all the way, like look like you just skinned Cookie Monster or something.
What was the purple one? Grover.
Grover.
What I like about these cars is all the door panels are flat.
Yeah.
So I can make a door panel out of masonite. That's what I'm going to end up doing is making a door panel out of like a thin sheet of masonite or something like that. And I'm going to cover them with the
Muppet fur.
Diamond tuck, not
Oh,
Muppet fur, the diamond tuck or the diamond stitch vinyl.
Yeah.
That's what the whole inside of this car is going to be. Diamond stitch vinyl.
Well, part of me says use Velcro to put the Muppet fur.
I could do that. Diamond stitch vinyl and Muppet fur everywhere. Make a 70s drag race pimp mobile.
Nothing wrong with that, especially if
I was going to buy it from off-brand Jegs, but I'll probably just buy it from Jegs now. Now that I got, a friend on the inside. The Grant makes a metal flake purple steering wheel.
Yeah, I saw Jed his blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know if I've got it in stock. Okay. I don't know if it's in stock, but I'll sell it to you. Do you want the chrome spokes or the black spokes?
I'm not sure yet. I got a thing for steering wheels, though.
Yeah. Just put a chain steering wheel on it.
See, I got a thing for steering wheels.
Oh, I see.
And signs.
I put a tough steering wheel in Stella.
I don't see tough wheels. At least in A bodies, from what I've found, are not fat guy friendly.
I'm a big guy, and that's why I put a tough wheel in it because I had to get rid of it had a bus steering wheel in it. It seemed like it was like 16 inches or whatever. It was huge, and bench seat, and it was really annoying. So I put the tough wheel on it, and now it looks real silly. And I would put it back, but I can't find the original wheel. When I split up with my ex, I lost a lot of stuff in that.
But does the tough wheel have the adapter that sticks like 3 inches? Or does it just go down to where the original steering wheel was?
Mine just goes down to where the original steering wheel was, and it uses the regular Grant 2196 install kit.
Okay, see, on the ones that came out factory with the tough wheel, it's
Yeah, that
stuck
accordion.
about that far.
Right. It had that accordion deal between the back of the wheel and the top of the column, right?
Yeah, and that makes them very not fat guy friendly.
Yeah, so just get that off of there. That's all I'm using is just the regular Grant install kit, the little 3-bolt hub, cast
Oh, I
aluminum.
can the tough wheel.
Yeah. I put a Pentastar horn button in the middle of it. Yeah. It's a Grant tough wheel, so it's an off brand.
Oh, okay. See the car that the yellow pieces came from, the doors and the fender and everything, was a yellow 74 Duster that was hit in the back. And it was hit really bad in the back. But it was a 318 console bucket, tough wheel, sunroof. What else did it have? AC and cruise control.
Wow.
But it was hit so bad in the back that my buddy basically bought it for parts. He wanted to put the interior in his race car, but he ended up selling the interior. He ended up selling everything off the car, but he made money.
Brian, you do need chrome feet for the dimmer and the gas pedal. I have.
Yes, yes.
I have both. That is one modification I did give Stella. She does have the chrome barefoot high beam switch. I thought that was cool as hell.
The only thing I wouldn't put that on, and I don't know if that other Duster had it, but I know the Roadrunner had it. It actually had the pedals with the chrome trim around the pedals. You ever seen those?
Yeah, that's the deluxe package. Yeah.
Yeah, that green Roadrunner that was in here. It had just about every option except for the sunroof, I think, and power windows.
Nice.
In fact, I think that 74, that was the only option that it didn't have on it was the power windows. It had two fender tags. That thing had so many options on it.
Wow. Yeah. Stella's got half of one. Like there's so low options on that car.
This one has the fender tag it only takes up half of it.
Yeah.
This was a 6-cylinder. This was just a get back and forth to work car is all it was. Damn thing probably cost $1,500 new, maybe $2,000. What's up, Cement Surfer? Oh man.
Where's Tall John? When's he coming in?
Yeah, I know. Where's Tall John? We're running out of stuff to talk about. I'm running
No,
out
we're
of
not.
stuff.
Dude, we don't have to talk about Jags all the time, man. I talk Jags all the time, man.
Oh, there's Aaron.
Hey, Ron.
And William Sanders.
William Sanders. I think that's another person I need to get in here is William. Has Jed sent William any business your way?
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
383.
383, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to message him right now and tell him we're live. Get his butt in here. He's a smart son of a bitch, too.
Yeah, he is. All swears this day, company members complete back one day made a right and left feet. One piece for the brake. I've never seen the brake pedal one. I don't know how that would work. And the barefoot pedal, I'll be honest, I've tried it on a few things on the gas pedal, and you almost got to get the heaviest return spring that you can for the carb linkage to overcome it, man, because the one I had was stupid heavy. And it was always like a fast idle kind of thing, and then you reach down and you pull it up, like, oh, okay. That's because the springs couldn't overcome it. JMR's out there shopping for a roll cage for you, Brian. That's hard to beat that one, that price. Is that shipped though, JMR? Because I know mine's less than that shipped. And we give you the plates for it.
Yeah,
And
the Jegs cage is. I have to look it up here in a minute.
after shipping, it's probably $350. But I don't even think you need a 10-point, do you? Do you really want that much cage?
I don't want it right now.
You can
I'm not.
always upgrade.
I'm not going to be in the nines.
Peckerwood Customs. Yeah, I had a good Christmas, man. How about you? Hope you did too, buddy.
Hope you didn't get killed by any of those giant spiders.
But he's our down under brother, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is true. I've always wanted to go to Australia or New Zealand, one of the two, either one. But that is the one thing is everything there. It's like Texas. Everything there is just trying to bite you or sting you or kill
Yeah, they
you.
don't allow them to have guns to protect themselves.
Well, that's you can blame that on the Queen and all of that goes along with
No,
it.
I don't care.
They care. God save the Queen, man. She's on their money. Everybody's got. Hey, there's plenty of. We're the outcasts anymore as far as that goes. We're the ones that got all the. Everybody else has got gun control pretty much under control. We're going the other way, pushing for less. I'm not going to get into all that, but
Because our country was founded by people with guns. We took our country away from the people that didn't have guns.
yeah, we gave them the flu.
And yeah, we gave them smallpox and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, Aaron says all the scary shit is away from the city. Mostly.
Mostly, yeah. See, mostly. My
Okay,
ass would get attacked by a rabid fucking koala or something.
so I once saw something on a documentary, on like a Nova documentary on like PBS or something way back in the day. But I understand that there is a species of penguin that I believe affects and afflicts the west coast of Australia and the southernmost tip of Africa. And these penguins run around and are feral scavenger creatures like raccoons are here. I've always wanted somebody to back me up on or back that up for me because I didn't have a whack TV show to tell me that, and I'm pretty sure I didn't dream it. But I think it'd be kind of cute to have penguins that were raccoon pests, raccoon type pests, and I wonder if that's actually true.
Raccoon penguin.
Yeah. Seriously, you could look it up. I think it is. Not true. See, thank you. Not true. See, I had to have dreamt it or somebody. I don't know. It might have been during college, and I did a lot of things in college. I probably that are causing my memory to be funny. What are you doing, Brian?
Looking up the roll bar kits.
Oh,
Now I'm glad that they're not that expensive.
yeah.
They should make every state safety option, inexpensive like that. In my mind, the safety stuff should be some of the cheapest stuff you buy for these cars, just so people
Um,
don't scrimp out on them. My problem with the NHRA and their safety shit, my main problem is the seat belts.
what's wrong with the seatbelt?
I there's I I run down the highway, which is more dangerous than running down the track, in seatbelts in this. Throw up a link, honey. Jed's in there.
Jed's
The
here.
seatbelts that were made in 1974, the government doesn't make me change them or make me get them certed out every year. I could have seatbelts 5 years old in a race car and they would be fine. That's just my problem. This is seatbelts. Getting seatbelts every year.
2
What is it,
years.
every 2 years?
Yeah,
Yeah.
JMR says 2 years.
Yeah, it is 2 years. And some places will recert them, but there are some places that'll sell them so inexpensive, but it doesn't really make sense to recert them. So all guys usually do is they'll buy a set for the first 2 years, and then when it's time to upgrade them, then they'll move the set that's in the or on the driver's seat. They'll move them over to the passenger side, and then put the new set in the driver's seat, and then just cycle them out that way. Jed of Jed Scott's Speed Shop.
I've got bad hat hair, guys. Give me a minute.
You're in the heezy for sheezy. You're also wearing flannel, which is just totally inexcusable.
What?
You're wearing plaid or flannel.
I always
It's
wear.
because it's a lumberjack.
I'm always wearing plaid or flannel if I'm not wearing a work shirt. You got a problem, Rob?
Problems
You
here.
got a problem, bro?
No. Don't make me put my face on this thing. Everybody will turn this thing. Whoa. That is a death stare, bro. You want me to come to Indy this week and shake my hand and hit me with that death stare? Yeah.
Well, that and with the seatbelts, I'm going to go more expensive. I want the cam lock ones anyway. I like.
Well, I sold Jed a really nice set of cam lock that weren't that expensive. Would you agree with that, Jed?
You probably
Those
can
cam locks
sell
are
me
freaking
the
nice.
exact set.
What'd you say, Brian?
Somebody will. Somebody from Jegs will.
Jed, you gotta get me to get him on that deal so he'll actually spend some money with me. You know how to-
Rob, I
Actually
don't
get
have to
some money
mine
to
on that
spend.
deal. You have
That's
to
my
get him on the
problem.
deal.
That's why this car isn't done yet. It's all money.
All money. I know you
For
pay.
anybody out there who's not in my position and younger than me, you have to remember child support's a motherfucker.
Oh yeah. Michael deals with it every single day.
How is your brother, dude? I heard a story.
He got released today.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Remember
that's
I told you I had that guy who could barely speak any kind of English?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, that was supposed to be delivered to Michael's house. Michael's old lady had to stop by and pick it up for him.
So wow. So that's what that was all about. It was the right Michael Scott. It was the wrong place in Kansas, and then wow. Okay, I understand. Okay, because I was trying to figure it. I was trying to decipher it from what Anna was telling me, and I was thoroughly confused.
Yeah. Well, Anna's not the greatest at explaining things.
She's all right, man. She's good people. I like her.
You're just saying that because you want her valve covers.
I'll say that really loud. Yes, I do want her the valve covers. Yes, I
She
do.
don't care.
I got a story about a set of those valve covers and air cleaner.
Yeah.
There was a guy at the last swap meet I was at. He had a set of those valve covers and air cleaner, and he wanted $175 for the set. Well, a friend of mine only wanted the air cleaner, and you know, he asked the guy what he wanted for the set, and he didn't want to pay that much, so he walked away. And the guy came and stopped him and said, "I'll sell that air cleaner for just $50." So he bought the air cleaner. Then the guy went back and put $200 on the valve covers alone.
Yeah, because they're not a set. So now, see, they're even more desirable because they're not available as a full set.
I don't know how losing a piece made fucking worth more in that guy's mind.
And somebody needs to screenshot this. That's a picture of Jed to for the ages. He's all frozen up there. That's crazy.
Frozen or yeah, okay, he's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen.
He does that sometimes, but he'll just sit really still like a statue.
He is good at that, but he's not that good.
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll come back around. He can go back to the link. You don't need to repost it unless
No.
somebody else wants to come in.
There he is.
Is everybody okay?
Look at
Huh?
that.
This
Said
freaking
something
internet
bad about the
went-
flannel and you freeze.
The freaking internet went down for exact. I went over here to click comments, and then my internet like just had a freaking heart attack.
It happens.
You need the
I'm just
metric.
saying, if Jed doesn't have his Scott Speed Shop shirt on, it's plaid or flannel. It's mostly whatever the I don't like the it's got to be like the thicker stuff. I don't like those cowboys are. You know, the cowboys have the snap shirts and they're like real thin material. I don't like that stuff.
I've just noticed, man, that your comforter on your bed is also flannel.
Fuck yeah, everything. Yeah.
That's strong.
The Anna made me a blanket for Christmas last year. It's flannel. My pillowcases, my bed sheets, all of it, dude.
So then I'm late to the party.
Dirty deeds.
All right.
Flannel.
All right. Well, then I'm late to the party. I'm a city boy that wears polo shirts and khakis and all that.
If I had a kilt, I'd wear it in videos, but that'd be bad. Because
They
that's-
actually make a kilt. You should look it up. It's a company called, I don't know if they're even still around, but it's utilikilt.com.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
They're fucking awesome looking. I would wear one of those.
What's unfortunate is I have that image in my head.
If I go run over a raccoon, they'll make me a raccoon kilt. You can do that. I like raccoon. You know what? Speaking of that,
My computer is.
speaking of that, I'm gonna ask Peckerwood then. Peckerwood, Aaron, is there a zoo exhibit in your part of the world that says North American raccoon? Do you know if that exists? If there is
Oh
a
my
raccoon, how great would that be, right?
Dude,
How great would that be? Like, we have kangaroos and koalas here, and to Aaron, it's like whatever, roos and wallabies and koalas, and he'll probably tell us how mean they are. But I want to know if there is a raccoon exhibit somewhere in the world that's not in America.
William, if I could have bed sheets that had like little dozers on them, you'd nod. Ow. Okay.
This is not as dangerous as it looks.
What is that? Is that heat lamp? We don't have any raccoons. Okay. Well, I know you don't have any raccoons because you're on the other side of the world. They're not indigenous there. But
Yeah, we don't have whatever you have there, anything that you have there.
Oh God, plaid hat? No, I couldn't do a plaid hat. That takes a little too far. It's like having if I had plaid underwear, I'd probably have plaid underwear.
But I have plaid underwear.
Rob,
Oh,
TMI, bro.
don't you dare, bro. After the comment, I can't. My bad. It's too early. You're right. Too early for that kind of talk. Tell John said he'll be here in a while. Then you guys can open up that can of terrible.
William said he would, but he's got to go to work in the morning, so he has to go to bed at 7:00.
Lame.
Oh, it's actually 8:00 here because I think we're on the same time.
Well, he's in Mississippi, so he's 7:00. He's not from the future.
Plaid cape. I could be plaid man.
No, wait. I just decided something. You can't be plaid man. You know why?
Why?
Because the new Teslas are plaid mode. Yeah, Model S plaid for the Spaceballs reference. And they went to ludicrous speed, and then they went to plaid. See, and you're so anti-electric car. See, somebody would try to confuse it, and then the whole dream would be killed. You wouldn't be wanting to do that.
That's not why they call that Tesla plaid. That is it?
Yeah, because of Spaceballs. Yes.
Really?
They have a
What
ludicrous
makes
speed.
you fucking want one now?
Yeah, they have Spaceball 1. They went to ludicrous speed, go, and then they blew past. They blew past John Candy and the other guy, and everything was just plaid. Oh my God, they were so fast they went to plaid. So yes, it was ludicrous speed for the last one, and then the new super fast ones are now plaid. The koalas are safe. The roos only get pissed off if you step up. The spiders might be. All right. So, Aaron, here's the thing. We have this awesome zoo, or did have this awesome zoo where I'm at right now in the middle of Ohio. And there's this great Australia exhibit. And two things about koalas and kangaroos. First of all, the koalas get out all the time. Like, there's always an instance where the koalas are like rogue and they're missing. There's only three of them. And they always have to go check in. And they've always found them, but like, it's funny. They always go rogue and they always get missing. And the second thing is you can go into the kangaroo paddock. They've got maybe 24 kangaroos in there, and they're doing their thing, mostly just laying around. But there's always like 5 or 6 really big, burly zoo employees that act like kangaroo bouncers because apparently the kangaroos come up and start shit. So the spiders, though, y'all can keep them spiders, man. No, the spiders are there for you. Got ants, a jack jumper. I heard about a jack jumper ant that'll mess up your world. So everything in Australia wants to kill, bite, or eat you, but they still want to go.
But they still have the hottest women in the world.
So the kangaroos are like the Scottish people.
Dude, have you ever seen a kangaroo up close?
Oh
He
yeah.
looks like he's straight up out the gym, like just ready to fight. Just like he's been on a bunch of just 3-day bender, a smack, and he just swole up on you. Yeah, kangaroos
But
are
the thing
mean.
is, did you know that about Scotland? They're something that it's like the national phrase. It's on everything. What is it? It's Latin, but when you when you translate it, it basically translates to fuck around and find out.
Is it Gaelic? Old
No,
Scottish Gaelic?
It's Latin, but it translates to fuck around and find out.
Nice.
Oh. Okay.
Brian, what'd you get done on the duster today?
I took the tire off.
Bro, come on. Come on, man.
I took a tire off. I was in here, and Ruben had me entertaining his people when he wasn't riding fucking his little electric go-karts around.
Dude,
Which his kids
it's never gonna
His
get
kids are crazy on them go-karts, dude. You got to go back and watch the VOD of that because they're in the street turning donuts and shit.
Dude, you have got to get more done than that.
I do have to get more done. I will.
I was just asking him when he was going to finish the pink paint job and the white vinyl top. And this whole.
I wish it was pink. If it was pink, I'd have left it alone.
Brian, you and your hatred for red really disturbs my soul.
It's a deep hatred for red.
That really hurts my fucking soul, dude, because I'm wearing kind of an off red flannel. I've got red's my favorite color, bro. My helmet case, which is this stupid backwards camera thing right there, helmet case.
See, the plaid that I would wear is blue, not red. That's the flannels I like, are the blue ones.
You hurt my soul. I guess I'm alone in the chat. It's okay.
No. I like red. I just don't.
No, Rob, don't. You're gonna
My
ruin it.
last truck was red.
You're just. I don't want a pity party. Just. I'll be alone. Okay.
Oh, I put bolts in that bell housing. I checked the bolts that I got for that bell housing. And the bell housing is mounted to one of the 318 blocks, so I got it ready to use as mock-up to build everything for my engine run stand. I did that today too. It took 5 minutes, but yeah. That was while I was entertaining chat from the other side of the car. I actually did something and they couldn't watch.
Rob, I'm gonna steal your joke.
Steal it.
What's a pirate's favorite letter? Brian.
Huh?
What was that? Brian,
Brian.
what's your pirate's favorite letter?
You're quiet. I can't hear you. Hold on. I have to turn this up. Well, say it again. I'm listening this time.
Hang on. Rob, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fantastic.
Okay. It's just me then.
Hopefully. Chat, can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Thank you, Sherry. So, Brian, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
No, me matey, everybody knows a pirate's first love be the sea. Got him.
That's a great show.
That was like one of the first things Rob ever told me.
First love be the sea.
Yeah, it gets everybody.
Gingivitis.
You got to have teeth for gingivitis. And I don't have teeth, so.
Gingivitis.
No, gingivitis, because you don't like red.
Oh,
Which
like
kind
this?
of the old lack of soul here.
Like that red there?
Yeah.
Cement Surfer, I just want to go on record. That's my joke that I gave to Jed that he ripped off from me. So
That is
Yeah.
Rob's joke.
I
That was
have
a better
a joke
delivery.
that I told last night in private chat when we were all in here last night privately that not everybody knows that I have to tell today. Jed knows it. I hope he doesn't ruin it. There was a British man, a Japanese man, and an American. They all went on a safari. While they were on safari, they got captured by headhunters. The headhunters had them all tied up, and the chief came up and said, "Well, we have to go. We have to go by tradition." And the American was like, "Well, what tradition?" He says, "Well, we're going to cook you and eat you and take your skin and make canoes." So he said, "But at least we're going to let you pick the way you die." So the British man said, "Give me a gun." And they gave him a gun, and he said, "For England," and he shot himself in the head. The Japanese man said, "Give me a sword," and they gave him a sword, and he stabbed himself in the stomach. Said, "For honor," stabbed himself, and he died. The American man said, "Give me a fork." So they gave him a fork, and he starts stabbing himself all over, just stabbing the shit out of himself, and it's not killing him. And the chief, after about an hour of this, comes up and says, "What are you doing?" He said, "Fuck your canoe."
Oh, God.
That's fantastic.
That's pretty good. That was pretty good.
I like that.
I do too. I might use that one. Oh,
That
my
came
God.
from TikTok, Jed. You like that joke? Not all TikTok is evil. You need
Oh,
to
no,
think-
I disagree. All TikTok is evil.
I don't
No.
like the joke anymore.
This is the closest I ever get to social media.
There was a good Christmas joke I heard too. But you got to not tell it as a joke, but I'll tell it. You know Chad Kroger, the lead singer of Nickelback?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
He spent the last 30 years doing nativity plays all over this country. He's done one in every state. But the thing that's news about it is he just stopped doing them. They asked him why, and he said, "Well, I've played baby Jesus, I've played Joseph, I've played a camel, I've even played Mary." He goes, "But I never made it as a wise man."
Never made it.
Oh my God. Wow.
I
Wow.
like that. Never made it as a wise man.
You know the best part of every Nickelback song is the end of it?
Rob, Brian, I apologize. Fuck you.
I like
You like
it.
what? You guys really like Nickelback?
I do.
Yeah.
The music, I like Nickelback. I can't
Oh
help it.
my God.
I like
Yeah,
Oh my
and I all like Nickelback.
Oh my God. Wow.
Brian, you want to know something else that's messed up? Rob don't like corn.
I don't like corn. Like the band corn, they're okay. Actual corn, like what grows out of the ground there in every square inch of Illinois.
You can't
No.
trust a person who don't like corn.
I don't know.
Corn. I don't like popcorn. I don't like cream corn. I
You don't like popcorn?
No.
Popcorn doesn't even taste like corn.
No, but it's still, yeah.
How can you ever take Rob on a date to the
Popcorn is
movies
like a
if you
corn
don't like
aftermath.
What did you say, Jay?
I said, how can I take you on a date to the movies if you don't like popcorn?
That's just, you can still
about,
cut a hole
like-
in the bottom of the bucket.
What about like corn dogs?
So yeah, I'll do that. I'll do corn. Like I don't like tomatoes either, but I'll eat like spaghetti with this
Oh,
tomato sauce. Okay. I grew up in a town that was famous, like we're the birthplace of the tomato. You can look it up. That's where I'm from. And but I don't like corn. No, I don't like it. I told you about it, where everybody was just grazes at the sweet corn festival every year on these horrible troughs of terrible covered in gnats and fruit flies and ants and salt and pepper.
butter.
Gee,
Everything
Yeah.
covered in butter.
everything's just
Saying that
covered
was
in butter. I don't do corn. Not into corn. Rob doesn't like popcorn. I can't listen to Nickelback either. Yeah, thank you, Will. I do not like the Chad. All right, good, sweet. No corn. All right, see, yeah. It's the best part is the end. All right, perfect. I don't go to the movies because I can't pause it to go to the bathroom and go smoke a cigarette. So I don't go to the movie theaters. So
Well, if you were cuddled up to the right man, you wouldn't need to do either.
you know what, man? All the good ones are gone, Jed. All the good men are gone. Okay. They've just been gone. I've just been lonely forever. I'm never gonna have anybody. So yeah. Right.
Oh man,
Ugh.
well, that's fucked up.
What?
I'm just looking at a picture on Facebook.
Yeah.
Brian, I did some more
We'll
work
say
on the
about
Jimmy
Nickelback.
T-shirt.
It's just, I don't know. I don't.
Well, no, I don't want to talk about Nickelback anymore because I still want to respect you two. So
Good music.
no, it's really not.
It is.
It is not. You know who else is terrible? Creed. I said it.
Yeah, I could go either way with Creed.
That's what I heard
I
about
can
him
listen
too.
to him, but I won't turn it off.
I won't turn it on.
It's like, Asian guys. You go either way with them. What?
I don't do Nickelback. I'm old school, man. I'm old school heavy metal, crazy stuff like Lamb of God.
But you like ICP.
Okay, I said that at one time I liked ICP. So you've got to be in. Well, I didn't. No, not really. Like I didn't listen to it on my ride home from my mom's today. No, like I listened to a lot of country.
You heard their ICP's remake of Jump Around?
No, I have not.
It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty
I went.
good. Look it up on YouTube.
I'm on YouTube right now. If I do, I'll get kicked off of the stream. But I stopped listening to ICP back after the Six Jokers card came out, when all the questions I ever had were answered, and then it's like, okay, cool. And then it just became about everything they said it wasn't about, which was marketing. And I got away from that too. So I mean, I appreciated their message. It's not like it used to be. I have a Hatchet Man hanging in my bathroom right now, but I just no. It's not what it was. It's not like it used to could be. So,
Like Green Day.
yeah, well, they got all political. It's like they got all political. So did Rage Against the Machine. They just became all.
Well, Rage
political.
Against the Machine was kind of political from the beginning, but
The best part about Rage Against the Machine is when they broke up and then they got Chris Cornell and they became Audio Slave, and then that band actually got a chance to shine. Problem is, Chris
died here recently.
Yeah, he died not too long ago. Couldn't Couldn't say no to the junk.
What about Pearl Jam? How do you feel on Pearl Jam?
He's the predecessor to all mumble rappers. Eddie Vedder. I like him.
Mumble
Yeah.
a lot, but
Yeah.
I still love Pearl Jam. I
Dude,
can't.
you want to lose your mind laughing? Look up Yellow Ledbetter misheard lyrics on YouTube. That is
Oh,
funny.
look, me and my friends would drive
See.
around in his car for hours listening to Yellow Ledbetter over and over again, trying to figure out what the fuck he was saying.
Yeah, I see lamp. I see lamp. I saw, dude, look it up online. There's like 400 videos of misheard lyrics of Yellow Ledbetter,
Mm-hmm.
and every one of them is freaking hilarious.
I still love that song though. I guess that's why I like that song so much.
It's a good song. You see my video I downloaded today, firing off the potato. Dude, so Melport Man 1978. So you remember when Dimebag Darrell got shot? So that happened in a very prominent metal club in my town here in Columbus, man. They just bulldozed the place too. It's awful. But I pour 40 out for Dimebag. That's some good stuff.
I'm gonna cry, Brian.
Why are you gonna cry?
Well, we didn't have it live, but the other night we designed the Sexy Hemi T-shirt.
Yeah.
So I took that picture thinking I could make the shirt cheaper by making the picture black and white because Tall John wanted the white headers.
Yeah.
So I made the picture black and white. I changed it up, tried to make it as cheap as possible. It's the exact same freaking price.
Well, then just if it's the same price, then just make the shirt look good.
Well, yeah, it looks better in color. The problem is though, a single is $43.
Yeah, but that would be like if you really wanted to make the shirts, you'd spend the $43 on the one, wear it in a couple videos, and see how many people say, "Oh my fucking god, I gotta have that." You know, and my guess would be a lot of fucking people would say, "Oh my god, I gotta have that."
I'd
What
buy
do I
one.
think of Rob's picture of Magic Mike in his bedroom? Oh,
I told you that in confidence, dude.
you can't see mine because I roll it up every night in my bed with me. I have a body pillow of Matthew McConaughey from
A
Magic Mike.
waifu pillow?
Yeah,
See, a lot of people don't even know what I just said. So, and I'm
What did you say?
in fact, how many stickers do we have left?
Ooh, Guar. I can't do Guar at all.
I cannot. The only way I can do Guar is if he's singing a Kansas song.
Plenty.
No,
Um,
those are the songs that actually make me not like them. Is when they made fun of like Wayward Son.
Yes, that was great.
Literally, almost put a gun to my head and shot myself.
Well, it's because you're from the state in which they were.
No, it's not just because of that. It's because that's like one of Dad and I's favorite bands to listen to together. And there are a couple Kansas songs that kind of touch in a special area. Not okay, that don't sound right.
Gives you the fizz.
They touch me right in the feels. And when someone makes fun of a Kansas song, I don't like that person.
They weren't making fun of it.
No, you know what one I hate that everybody loves?
Hmm.
Nirvana.
I like Nirvana. So actually, here's a fun one for you. Oh
Why,
God, you made Rob leave.
He left. He must be a Nirvana fan.
So
He must not want to hear about the what was that fucking game that had the guitar for Nintendo? It was Rockstar, wasn't it?
Rockstar or
Guitar Hero and Rock.
Yeah,
Guitar
Guitar
Hero. It was the Guitar Hero, the Nirvana edition. It was a shotgun and just had one button.
No, Aaron, Dad and I, no. Dad would not listen to Guar at all. Dad's not into that kind of music at all. But no, like when I was little, Rob, you can come back. I don't know where you went.
You can come back. I'm sorry.
Uh,
I don't like Nirvana.
but no, like when I was little, Dad had an '84 Tornado with a 350 diesel in it, and when he bought the car, it had a Nirvana CD with the little naked baby up in the headliner, and that was like his and I's first experience into that kind of music, and we fell in love with it.
Yeah, I just.
I text Rob.
People act like Kurt Cobain is a modern day Jim Morrison, and he's just not.
No, it's just good music. I'm not. There's a lot of those guys out there who get made out to be more than they really are. I keep getting these friend requests from people I don't know.
That's how you build a YouTube or a Facebook following on your Facebook page.
But I already have like 661 friends on Facebook, and I like to keep that below 400. And I've got almost 300 people like just pending friend requests because I don't want to have an overrided. That's my personal Facebook.
Well, that's why you need to make a. You had one. You had the Jezebel one. You should just make a Scott Speed Shop one. Call it a
Well, I
business.
just need to make a group.
Post your
Is what
videos
I
in
need
two
to do.
places.
I just need to make, I guess, like a Facebook group or something for those guys to hang out in.
Then you can
What
make
about us that don't have it? I don't have Facebook. What about that? And I'm
you
not
can
getting
make
one
that
either.
sweet
Get a
Facebook one
Get a
too.
fake Facebook.
See, I'd be afraid that would get found out too.
No. My buddy Tom Roseman, he's been talking about getting one for forever, but he doesn't want his name out there, and he don't want people knowing who he is and where he is, really. So him and I talked about fake names,
We
and
just do
his
porn
most
star
random
names.
name he came up with. If you know the man, you know how he talks, and you know how methodical he is. It was freaking hilarious, but I can't say what his name was. Just imagine the most redneck hillbilly shit you've ever heard. By the way, Brian, I have 7 days to die on my computer now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I bought it.
Oh, cool. Maybe we can play later.
Yeah.
It's easy. All you got to do is I'll jump on my server and you can just jump straight to my server.
Hey,
And
just give me an AK and I'm good.
I'll have to make another one, but yeah, I could do that.
Let's see. Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper. Yes, I
I
keep
like
going.
Rob Zombie. I like Rob
Me
Zombie.
too. I learned about Rob Zombie from my sister, and she likes to claim she introduced me to Rammstein, but I don't think that's true. But Rammstein is my like number one. Like that's a band I've been listening to since like fifth grade, and I own every album on vinyl and CD and digital. And when all the Rona shit is hopefully quelled down enough when they can come back to the States, I have tickets. Well, JMR, as far as fake book goes, or whatever you want to call it, I only do it because it has a bunch of pictures on there, and I do it for Marketplace. Marketplace is the
Marketplaces,
best
it
place to
should be
find
the
stuff.
reason everybody should be on Facebook.
I honestly think that would be the only reason I do it, is because I'm missing out on all this cool stuff that I need, like a microwave and a couch and
Yeah, well,
car
there's
parts.
nowhere else to buy all these parts anymore. Craigslist is basically dead. eBay charges a crap load of fees, so there's really nowhere else. And those forums, forget about it.
I need
I've
a
tried to
shop
buy stuff
couch.
off. I've tried to buy stuff off for A bodies only, and that's just it's an awful experience. I'd rather drive a nail in between my finger and my fingernail and then slowly pry it out.
So my dog dish hubcaps that I bought for Stella were off of a 4B bodies only forum member, and eh, they're okay. They didn't fit my wheels, which really torqued my cookies. But
You know what? I
he
tried to get a set of W2 A body headers from a guy on for A bodies only, and his ad specifically said, "I am willing to ship on your dime." And I was like the second guy to get a hold of him, or third guy. No, it was my buddy Jim in Topeka had first dibs, and then it was me. Then it was a local guy, and the guy blew me and Jim off so he could make a local sell. Because he said, "Oh, I really don't want to ship them." Well, if you don't want to ship them at all, then don't freaking say you will sell them.
Yeah. It's really, you say local pickup only, and then somebody like you would look at it and be like, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
What?
Wow. That's a
What?
What?
from Geyer. Oh, I get these offers all the time to do sponsorship deals, but this one looks kind of legit. Discovered they actually put my name, Scott Speed Shop, on YouTube recommendations. Want to tell you about our service and helping creators loop streams in just a few clicks. No, that's one of those channel boosting services. No, I'm not interested at all. And then there's Holy Night from Advertise. No, I don't do sponsorships. Just all of you, go away. I hate those people. I don't do sponsorship deals. Unless it's Jigs. And they're not sponsoring me.
Oh,
Oh,
Ted's here. Shit.
what?
What?
Where'd it go?
I don't know. Oh yeah, he's got a
Oh,
a
okay,
feature
there
on
it is.
the
There
thing.
it is. There it is. I did. When Rob got here, I
What are you
put
doing,
the Jag sticker up.
Oh,
And now that you are here, I'm going to put.
I saw Rob's finger.
Yep.
How do we see Rob's finger?
Because Rob turned his front camera on. He's camera shy.
Yeah.
Rob, you don't have to be camera shy.
I don't have. I have a face for radio. I told you.
What do you think this is?
Have you seen me? If you look real close.
I'm not putting myself on the
I'm gonna put it
YouTube.
right here by the Jag sticker in the place of honor. That's the place of honor because I'm fat and it hurts me to stretch that far.
Wait, move your hand, Brian. It's crooked.
Yeah, it'd be all right.
Oh, you put it on crooked?
It's not crooked.
Dude.
Look at it. It doesn't even look crooked in that picture. There. Now I need more stickers. Oh, but what I was saying before, how long do you think the delay is, Jed, between this and when people hear us? Is
I
it
don't
30
know.
seconds? It's not 30 seconds, is it?
I don't think it's as bad as it used to be.
All right. Because I said, why am I so fucking hazy right now? What happened?
So like, it's just like it's just hazy, man.
It is.
It's just like
I made a comment when you were talking about
Oh, it's your focus. You're not focusing right.
youth
fuckus. The
focus.
fuckus is wrong. Why is the fuckus wrong? Something got out of fuck. There we go. Now, okay. The fuckus is right. When you talked about your poster that you roll up in bed with you, and you had a body pillow of it, Magic Mike. I said it's a waifu pillow. Anybody that can answer in the next 30 seconds what a fucking waifu pillow is in chat, I will mail you a sticker.
I know what that is. That's gross, Brian.
Wifing pillow?
Waifu pillow.
Waifu. Oh no! I hope no one gets that.
I don't want to know.
Rob, you know what that is.
I'm
No, I
so
don't.
glad Aaron doesn't
You've been
know
on
what
the
it
wrong
is.
side of the internet before.
Fucking.
I have not. I'm pure as the wind driven snow.
The Jag sticker is not crooked.
It was a little crooked.
It's fine.
Man. I guess I should probably sit in my chair right as I sit the other direction. Oh yeah, and a shifter she made. I forgot all about that. What'd she do? Spill all the resin in the damn thing? Oh my god, it's awful.
Thankfully, I have no clue, and that should. Nope, nobody got it. Sorry, guys. Contest over. Because at this point, people could look it up. I'm looking it up now.
Awesome.
It's an anime thing. People who watch anime fall in love with these women in anime, and they get a body pillow with a picture of that person on them.
I don't want to know why you know that, dude.
Because I'm really into anime.
Yeah, Brian's an anime.
Oh. Hey, man, that's cool. Do what you got to do.
Oh, he's here.
Who's here?
I said
Oh.
Anybody that can answer in the next 30 seconds, Hey, Tall John, turn your YouTube off. I can hear me talking about waifu pillows.
What up,
I wonder,
fellas?
I wonder if Tall John knows what a waifu is.
No.
No,
You should look it
yeah,
up.
he knows now.
Fuck, I don't know what shit is. I've been fighting a fucking computer all night long.
Oh no.
It went down last night. Well, I guess it would be first thing in the morning, right? It just took a shit. So I started going through it and trying to figure it out. It says that the RAM is no good. So I pulled it out and then it said, you have no RAM. So everything seemed like it was okay. I'll get some RAM. So I put it in there and it says the RAM is no good. So
That sounds like a motherboard issue.
I do believe it's a motherboard issue.
I say, Tall John, if you need some RAM, I've got some extra DD4 8 gig RAM sticks.
I think what I'm going to do is a guy I know across town works on them. I'm going to drag it over there and see what he says.
How old is the computer?
Oh, it's freaking 10, 11 years old.
Oh.
You know, probably it would cost you less when you go to that guy. Ask him if he's got something old that's better than that, and he'd probably sell it to you for a couple $100.
Yeah.
That's what I did with mine.
So now what I'm doing now is I bust out the laptop that I haven't turned on for a couple of years. So it had, a couple hours worth of updates to do and trying to get stuff figured out here. Now I'd like to get the sound figured out. Now I'm working on that. You know how laptop speakers suck.
Yeah. That's why I got to run mine through my TV I got here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I plugged it into the HDMI that goes to the TV, but it hasn't. Normally, when you got a good computer, you plug something in and it says, hey, something's plugged in. You want it to work? This computer says, nah, I ain't helping.
You didn't really mean to plug that in. I'm sure you did.
Yeah, you're joking, right?
Rob, I like how brave you were getting with that camera.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Rob. There he goes.
He'll be on here with us in no time.
There we go.
Rob's warming up the camera.
Rob, your pecker's in a different place than ours.
Hey, everybody, you see Rob Pecker now.
What a nice one it is.
A little bird with a yellow bill landed on my windowsill. Coaxed him in by feeding him bread. Then I smashed his friggin' head.
Oh, dude.
Trying to think what movie that was on.
Like that. Look at he's mad now.
Birdie gonna kick your ass.
Miss Birdie off. All right, Jed. I'm going to ask your opinion on this.
What?
I have this, my shut off, these things.
Yeah.
Okay. I took the little switch off of it. I want to replace that switch in one way or another with a set of brass knuckles. If it was you, would you put the brass knuckles on here and make it to where it turns? Or would you do it more like yours and make it a push-pull thing?
I like the push-pull thing just because you slap it and it's easier.
So you have push on, jerk off, right?
Mine is push off
Oh, yours is push off?
because that's actually how they do it in the rock quarry, and it's a lot safer. If
Well, yeah,
you're in a
because all you
panic,
guys got to do is go up and hit it.
yeah, if you're in a panic, it's much easier to think slam that thing off instead of to pull it off.
Okay. All
There's a
right.
lot of things wrong about all that. Rob, you keep disappearing. It makes me sad.
Do you think my idea with the brass knuckles is cool, though?
I like that as long I wouldn't do the brass knuckles as far as twist on and off, only because, well, in the case of an emergency, you get your hand in there and get something hurt. I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
So I would do it the push off, pull off.
Because that is the name of this car now. The name of this car is the Knuckle Duster.
I dig it.
That's the name of this car now.
Rob,
I
are
had
you
a set of
good?
brass knuckles around here too. I don't know what happened to them. I lost a set of little gauges and a set of brass knuckles and a 440 rear sump oil pan. Some fucking where.
I found my
You
440.
found that yet?
No, I haven't really looked. That's at my other garage at my house. But the other things are here some fucking place. And I probably put them somewhere where I wouldn't lose them.
Freaking glitter. Last time I let Anna make a shifter, glitter everywhere.
Dude, I got a Christmas present from a friend of mine, and it was just covered in all of this gold glitter. It looked like I had spent the weekend with a stripper. It was a great experience.
I didn't do that.
No, you didn't do that. I told you about this friend.
Yeah.
I
It seems
named
like
it.
something
I
wouldn't
named
do.
it. I named a dog. So I
Oh,
got
yeah.
glitter. I got glitter as well for Christmas from that one.
I did that to Michael for Christmas last year. I got him that fancy wood grain Grant steering wheel.
Yeah.
They always wanted in the 76, and I filled the box full of like 2 big tubs of glitter. It was fantastic.
You fill a stack of that thing with glitter too?
Oh yeah. We dumped all the remaining glitter into his diesel stack, and then it shot out. It was all pretty. Michael wasn't happy, but his stripper girlfriend at the time thought it was amazing. Of course, she had the IQ of
I just sent you something on
it's
Messenger.
Oh.
so anything.
That
is-
would be a fucking spider or something. Aaron likes sending me spiders on Messenger.
Brian, that pink paint job is really starting to grow on me.
Aaron, put your clothes on. No, actually, that's pretty fucking cool. I don't know if I can get that to.
Oh, JMR Michael actually got released today. He's got a little breathing machine he's got to have at the house, and he's doing better.
Oh.
He's got the Rona in like the worst way.
He's got the Labrador.
Yeah, I don't know if it's whatever, but his girlfriend's kids, they brought it home and they got everybody sick, I guess.
Well,
Stuff's
Aaron, I
terrible.
didn't steal that idea from that guy because that's not even a duster. That's a dart or something.
So what's Tall John doing aside from cussing at his computer? What are you doing, buddy?
Cussing at the computer.
Good man. Good man.
I'm trying to figure out how to get the HDMI port turned on so that I can get the other monitor going, and that'll turn on the sound also.
Rob, you should
Right.
tell Paul John your joke. That'll make him feel better.
Oh, you got a joke for me?
Tall John, what is a pirate's favorite letter?
I don't know.
Can't even think of anything that would be a pirate's favorite letter. There's
R.
only 20. R. No. Everyone knows that a pirate's first love be the sea. Yeah,
Be this easy.
be the sea.
Steve, you got him smiling. His mind is completely off the fact his computer hates him.
Aaron, can you please tell us the differences between all the different Utes and why we can't have them in America? Because you guys got the coolest cars as far as Mopars go.
Yeah, Eric said that was an Aussie AP wagon.
Okay. Call it the coupe. I don't know what you guys are talking about in there.
I don't know yet.
All right.
Rob, never forget the fact that Australia has also the hottest women.
You did mention that, and I won't disagree.
You can't
I really
leave
won't.
that out.
No. They just,
Closely followed by Germany.
you know what? The German, no, I disagree there. I say Australia first, Venezuela or Colombia second, and then Canada third.
I don't get into the.
Well, when I moved from San Diego to Tennessee, my sister got real good looking.
What'd you say? What'd you say? You moved from San Diego to Tennessee. What'd you say?
My sister got really good looking.
Oh yeah. Jeez, dude.
Oh, that's rough.
No,
You know what's funny? When I went to go visit my sister when she lived in Tennessee, she did not get any better looking.
He did when I was leaning against a post drinking a beer.
If there was ever any doubt that Tall John belonged on this little team, that statement right there just took all of it away. No
Oh,
way.
wait a minute, Brian. I apologize. I just took your monetization away.
Huh?
I just took your monetization away.
Oh, I don't give a shit about that. I don't have it yet.
Or does that mean I can show off my
Earlier, that in order, you have to have a certain amount of subscribers to get into John Wilburn's race. But it's 500. So that's how many subscribers I want.
So that's official now, 500?
Yeah. I
What
don't
do you
think
got, 300?
number to hit in that amount of time. And I understand his reasoning behind it. He doesn't want somebody to be with a fucking badass fucking pro mod or something and to start up a YouTube channel.
Brian, when you come by for New Year's, we're doing a collab of some fucking kind. We're gonna figure something out.
Okay, it's gonna be cold, Jen.
It's in a week, dude. It's not gonna be that cold. They predict the cold.
I don't know why I just wanted to say something about shrinkage, but
Shrinkage? Oh, Tony's like
Aha.
that.
Tony's doing a live stream. That's fantastic.
Holy crap.
yeah, this is Tony's live stream now.
Guys.
What?
The freaking video today is at like 4,500 views. I just released that this morning. Holy crap.
Wow. People
That
love
was
that
strong.
man, dude.
No, I think I pulled the hook and sinker because I made it look like you were gonna get to hear it run, and then you did.
Dude, I already told you how I felt about that. Dude. I was twisted mad, dude. Seriously.
I wasn't.
I have all the video clips of the damn thing running, but I got done editing it, and I was like, well, I can either make this video another 10 minutes longer and include this, or I can just make another video.
Make another video that's going to get another 20,000 views.
Really, I was really hoping to see that thing run, man. And you even had it running in the short, and then you're just a tease, Jed.
It just kind of went.
Hey, you know them thumbs downs you got? That was one of mine. I got to the end and said, screw this. Actually, I just busted up when you hey, Dad, say something cool or whatever. Cool. That's why I put the comment in there. Cool. Freaking dude's hilarious.
Well, Dad put a comment in the deal, and he's trying to get. He kind of wants people's opinions on clear versus repaint versus touching up the paint that's there.
I say clear it and then do the whole polar bear Muppet skin interior.
Oh, we're not talking about the interior. We're just talking about because like one of the thoughts is just for people in the chat stuff is touching up the silver like on the rockers, the hood, and the roof. Just touching
Nope.
that up. And Anna wants to get into pinstriping. She wants to redo the pinstriping. And then redo where the black is supposed to be in the stripes and just kind of making it look a little bit better. And other than that, it would be basically complete paint job.
I say clear it just like it is.
Yeah.
I say do it clear, like 16 coats of clear.
Whoa. Hang on.
My vote would be touch it up.
Hang on, Brian.
Make
Hang
it
on.
look as best as you
Surface
can
says
without
clickbait.
fucking overboard.
I did not clickbait that video because if you read the freaking thumbnail, it says quest to first start. I didn't say nothing about actual first start.
Yeah.
So that is not clickbait. Not being
I-
smart ass.
I want to start a whole new genre of YouTube channels. Everybody's doing the first start thing. Why don't we do the last start thing?
That's called Whistle and Diesel.
That's going to be me when I take this thing down the track for the first time. Last start on this engine. I'm going to boil it up.
And then we're going to build Brian a W2 headed 408.
It'll be last start on that engine.
Well, it'd be a very smart thing if you're going to go small block. I don't care if it's a 273, 318, 340, 360, or a 408. W2s are the key. It's the key master.
They're so damn expensive.
W2 heads.
How cheap is that?
W2 heads are the closest thing to putting a big block in your A body right there.
I will say this. Speaking of that, Tall John, I actually am really impressed by the 360 in the van.
Yeah.
It runs really smooth. I think the odometer's right at 89,000 miles. It's got a little bit of a chop to it, like an RV cam. I've got to do some work on the carburetor. It runs so rich, it literally kills itself.
Did you end up using that carburetor you got off of eBay?
Yeah, I actually cut a part of the deal out, but the dumbass who sold it to me, I probably told you guys this, but yeah, that main fuel inlet fitting was stripped out. So there was just enough threads at the end to catch. So I filled it full of like that liquid Teflon. And it ain't leaking, thank God. But we got the air cleaner out of the back. We cleaned that. Literally, we sprayed that air cleaner with enough freaking foam cleaner that when I got done scrubbing it, that white foam cleaner was brown. It was disgusting.
That van,
Go ahead.
that 360 needs a 3-barrel.
That 360 needs a 440 conversion. Really good, but I mean, we've already got the 440. I mean, what else are we going to use that 440 for?
Did you already have 360 sold? If you decide to go that way.
Yeah, and Brian wants that 360.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't, I want the 440.
I'll do it. Let me do a quick little rant about 360s.
Hit me.
Everybody, all the Mopar guys out there, I got to have a 340. I got to have a 340. Well, 340s were outstanding factory performers and took the modifications real well. But guess what a 360 is? It's a stroked 340 with 8.5 to 1 shit. It's got a winky camshaft. It's got a 188 intake. If you got to do a valve job and you know somebody's good about cutting the pocket out, putting a 202 valve in there, it's almost the same price. To get a set of pistons that are 10 or 10.5 to 1, which I'm not sure you want to go even that high these days anyway. put a cam that resembles a 340 or maybe even slightly larger, and a 360 stomps the butt out of a 340. It's a 20
Mom,
inch bigger engine.
Oh my God, John, I didn't think you and I'm starting to think that you're like a time traveler or something. Because I have said the exact same shit. Like my dinosaur princess friend in Tennessee. I told him straight up that if you took a 400 and a 360, which are the two engines that are so misunderstood, because when they came out, their balls were already cut. They were low
Yeah,
compression,
yeah.
winky cams. But if you built that engine the same specs as, say, a 383 or 440, you give it the same dog in the fight, you give it the same bite, and a 360 will walk over a 340 all day long. I guarantee it. Not a chance 340's taking it. And the same thing with the 400. I think the 400 has that perfect combo of 440 bore but 383 stroke. I bet you it freaking stomp those.
Oh yeah, for sure. 383, not only does it have a couple extra cubic inches like a 360, but the bigger bore actually makes the heads flow slightly larger. When they flow test the heads, they put it on the bore of a 383 or a 440. Well, the 400's got a bigger bore than a 440. And when they do a flow test on a 906 head on a 383 bore, and then they put it to the 440 bore, the flow numbers go up about 15 CFM. What do you think's going to happen when they put it on the 400 bore, the slightly larger,
Well,
bore? The flow comes up a little bit more.
we're talking about 20,000s bigger bore, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll fight to get 10, 15 CFM out of the head, and then you stick it on a bigger bore and go, oh my God, look. Yeah, but you're not putting it on a bigger bore. You know what I mean? So you have to test it with the right size if you want to know what's going on with your particular engine. But even then, a 400, the only disadvantage to a 400 and a 360 is if you're going to get hot, hard, and heavy and build some big power, the crankshaft probably can't handle the load. And I guarantee a 400 crank and a 360 crank can handle 600 horsepower. Now I don't know how long you want to push it there, but it'll do it.
my mom daily drove her, so her daily driver was originally a 318 68 fastback Barracuda, and that's the car I came from the hospital in, and she took me to my first day of school in, and went and got groceries in. But she would also bracket race that car forever, and then they upgraded to a 360 with X heads and 202 valves and a purple shaft 509, that old purple shaft 509 cam. That thing was ridiculously consistent and ridiculously reliable. That thing saved everybody, man. That car never saw a trailer. That car never, it drove to everything. It drove to every one of the 11 drag strips here in Ohio and to the Race of Champions at Indy and down south for big races and stuff. I'm a big believer in 360s. I do not understand why they get all the shade.
Well, I'll also say this. So, Dinosaur Princess, just because that's our code name, he hates engines that never were performance oriented from the factory. So he says 318, like engines that weren't just a sole purpose built performance engine, like a 440. In his mind, never was a 2-barrel version. Which I don't think there was a 2-barrel 440. I know there was.
I don't think there ever was.
But like a 440 was always a high performance engine, so it's one of those god engines, like a
Motorhome.
And then, oh no, not to him. And then like a 340 to him is the greatest engine ever built by Chrysler, is because it never had a 2-barrel, it never had a lame duck version. It was always a 4-barrel performance engine. And he hates engines that had, economy, like a 273. I was like, what about 273? He said, well, those were mostly 2-barrel. I said, yeah, but unlike a 340, it actually had a version that came in only race cars, the D darts.
Yeah.
A 340 never had that. Yeah, there was 50 D darts made, and those things were made just to be race cars. They didn't give the 340 nothing like that. Yeah, it had the TA Challenger and stuff, but those weren't that limited, and they were still street cars.
They had a 2-barrel on it though. 3 of them, but it still was still 2-barrel. It drove around on the 2-barrel. There's your 440 with a 2-barrel, a 6-pack 440. Unless your foot was to the floor, you never saw the other 4 barrels. Or Mr. Foot was down, I should say.
JMR, what are you saying? LA 318 bore out to fit 360 piston?
I don't think you can go that far with
Don't.
an LA.
No, not without the thing. It'll never stay cool.
Well, hang on. According to some people I know, like I've been mentioning, you can take a 340, 120, 180,000 out easy, and it'll go all day.
Yeah.
And you
yeah.
can flip, and you can swap the pistons side to side in a 318 and run 10s. I mean, we all know those stories.
I think a 340 is pretty well used up at 40, and I've seen people push them to 60, and then you got to sonic test them, make sure you got no core shift or anything like that. But you can do a 318 to a 340 if it's the poly engine. That poly engine will take the cut, but you can't do it with an LA.
I guess it would depend. There's that core shift and stuff. If you got a block that was just right and you had enough meat and it was just a race engine, maybe. Early 67 to 68. I don't know. I don't think I always believe in keep the bore as close as possible to standard bore. There's a reason why it was like that for a reason. Like I wouldn't go out and get a 340 and instantly go 60 over, even with a 318. I would never go 60 over on an engine unless it absolutely had to. Like Jezebel's 440, we only punched it the minimum amount. I think it's 30 over. My Satellite's 400 block is 20 over. And my 340 turned out to be 30, which really hurt my soul because I don't want it to be any more than 30. I told Mark if it has to go any more, send it back to me and I'll turn it into a damn table.
Yeah.
I'll go find me another 340 block or I'll scrap the 340 build and I'll build a 360 with W2s.
Yeah, JMR 67 to 68, possibly, but that's to get to a standard 360 board. That's 90 over, and so I don't know if those 67, 68s are that thick on that cylinder. I never heard that. It could be. I don't get into those that much, so I don't know.
Let's see, 90 over, which would be 45 thousandths on either side. I mean, it really ain't a lot, but also at the same time, that's a lot, really. I mean, in
Yeah.
terms of measurements.
Oh, poor man. What about an 85 through 18? 85 through 18s did come with the 4-barrel. They came with a Rochester Quadrajet, and but I don't think that. I mean, by anybody's standards, that's not necessarily high performance with the camshaft they put in them. They were still low compression.
That's what I drove to college was an 86 police car, diplomat police car.
Garage. I mean, so JMR, I'm not arguing with you or anything. I don't want you to take it that way. But just because one guy does it doesn't mean everybody can do it. That's just an age-old additive right there. One guy gets away with it, even if he gets away with it, a couple of times. It's all about longevity.
Yeah, if you got to get it to 4 inches, a 360 block is the same price as a 318 block at the wrecking yard, and there's plenty of them both ways. So I don't know why even mess with it. And if you have to run the same, a 331 stroke, if that just is so important, to do that, well, then you can. They sell spacers you can put in a 360 main and put a 318 or 340 or whatever crankshaft in. I don't know why you'd want to do that either. That always scared me. I always was worried about, the way the oil or temperature gets out of there is through the main webbing of the block, and putting a barrier in there, kind of reminds me of insulation in the wall.
You know how many Gary's garages there are on YouTube? There's a lot. I'd like to think it's this one because it's real vintage cars. Real word wrenching from my home garage, 297 subscribers. Looks like he's got a nice little thumbnail thing set up, but I don't know what the hell he's doing in half these videos. Oh, work on a 66 Riviera. That's probably not the guy.
JMR says Silver Barracuda. Yeah, Mopar Man, they called it a high output. I remember, was it the Mitsubishi version of the Challenger had a 2.8 liter 4-cylinder engine in it, and they called it a Hemi, and it HO Hemi had the emblems on it and everything. You know, trying to get back to that name, you know, I don't know that. I would like to see what the power output was on those things, just for general. Okay, that exists, but look it up.
Wait for this Barracuda to drive by in this video. Oh, here it comes.
I see Brian just meandering around the shop.
We always take over his lives. Hey,
Oh,
Brian,
good.
that sure is a pretty red car you got there. It's almost pink in this picture. You guys know, is it the same for you guys?
No, I see pink
Yeah.
with a white top. Oh, hey, you're number one, Brian. You're number one.
Hey, you know what they say, Brian? Pink is just a shade away, big fella.
Guys?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm
Okay.
on this Gary's Garage.
Yeah.
I clicked on the first video. Mopar Big Block blows up in less than 2 miles, part 2. I don't even have to watch this video and I know why it blew up.
Why?
Yeah.
Set of pro comp heads.
Hey, man.
Ooh, and it looks just like they did the same thing mine did.
Those kids work really hard, okay? They do a really good job over there for that 28 cents a week.
And I do not like this instantly. I see this video, it's got 10,000 views. 318 small block is better than the 340. Here's why. There's
Mopar
nothing about
Man.
the 16 block that has an advantage over the 340. There's not a single advantage other than it's cheaper.
Mopar.
Yeah, that's what he's got, man.
Use the LA 360 and the 202s and the J heads. That's what you'll need. You don't. That Magnum stuff is the give and take on it. Yeah, it's give or take, in my opinion. You lose too much out of going to the Magnum. I mean, and then you gain, all you really gain is a serpentine belt drive, in my opinion. And going to the Magnum has. Yeah, I'll sell you roller rockers, dude.
I'd rather do LA, and then if you got to do if you want roller, do retro rollers.
T&D, Rolling Sharp.
Roller on how much you gonna spend to make that LA roller?
Okay,
$300.
$300.
Yeah.
They still have the lifters.
You don't gain anything on the all you gain from putting Magnum heads on, even on an
Now,
LA.
I'm not saying the Magnum heads. I'm talking about the Magnum block itself.
Okay, you have to run Magnum heads on a Magnum block. You can run LA heads on a Magnum. You can't run. I know, but you can't run.
You can run LA heads on a Magnum block.
I know that you can't go the other way. But I don't know. I don't think that the Magnum is all that more exciting than an LA. I think that the Magnum, like I say, the only thing you really gain is the opportunity to run like a factory style serpentine belt drive and a backwards water pump and clean things up that way considerably. But if you got to run. If you run LA heads on them, don't you have to change out the lifters to like an AMC style lifter, and all of that? I just and I've seen places, and I've told guys how, and at work, to how to dress them up and make them look like an LA, even as a I just.
Well, here's
here's the deal.
Hang on, Brian. Hang on.
Okay.
I will say this. I will defend the Magnum in this way. It has a significantly better port design than an LA because there is no worse port ever put on an engine worse than an LA small block. The exhaust port is horrendously badly designed. And I mean, argue with me until we're both blue in the face, but an LA small block, it is an awful port design because it was literally thrown together the last minute by Chrysler because originally that engine was supposed to have Hemi heads. And that's why it has such a horrible valve geometry. If you ever look at an early Hemi and an LA small block, it's the exact same push rod angle. That's because the LA was supposed to have a Hemi head, but Chrysler got cheap, ran out of time, and they threw that wedge head design together and it has horrible push rod geometry, which they fixed later. And and then the port was literally just, well, this moves air and it works, so let's just go with it.
The small block Chevy head.
Basically, yeah. That's the one thing I hate about Magnum is I hate the rocker system. I feel like that was a misstep. But, you know,
What I'm gonna do is, and there's two ways, there's three ways to do it. To put LA heads on a Magnum block. And that's what I'm gonna do because I like the shaft mount rocker. It's superior to the pedestal mount bullshit they put on it. Everybody talks about the Magnum heads. The Magnum heads are better castings and they are all closed chamber.
They all
But I don't like the thing where you end up, your intake manifold choice is really down to like two.
There's three now, but yeah, you're right. 7577 Speedmaster, and somebody else makes one that's just like the Speedmaster.
Yeah, and they're all they're all dual plane intakes. But what I'm going for is the Magnum block has the factory roller rockers, factory roller lifters. So you don't have to spend $300 on it because it's all there and it's all good shit. And from what I have seen with I think it's now up to 5 Magnum engines I've taken apart. Every one of them had over at least 160,000 miles. Some of them had 260,000 miles. And I can show you, I've got 2 blocks here, high mileage blocks, where you crosshatch in the cylinder.
All right. So then why did my Magnum motor with, 110,000 with religious upkeep at 110,000, why did the heads crack? And why did I have to go get a car paint on my truck?
Crack on those all the time.
Yeah, I know.
You drive around 100,000 miles with cracked heads, you don't know it till you take the heads off.
It's bullshit. Oh, I knew it. I found out before taking the heads off.
I've never had that the heads cracking cause a problem. Like I said, you don't know until
I've never had an X or a J head that I've ever pulled off that was cracked, but I've seen tons of Magnum heads cracked. When I worked at the shops, it seemed like a thing at 100,000.
I'm not using Magnum heads. I'm using LA.
Yeah, but and as far as Magnums go, if you port a Magnum head, you cannot get the flow out of it that you can get out of an LA head. If you port an LA head, you can get 280. I've heard people get 3. I've never seen it myself. I've heard people get 300 out of them, but you can't get more than 260 out of a Magnum head, 265, but you can get 285 out of a LA head, no problem, on the intake. Now the exhaust,
there is no denying how awful that design is from the factory.
The exhaust is friggin' horrible.
Yeah,
and you might get 190 out of the exhaust. I mean, Chevys come out of the factory doing 210, 200, something like that, and then just the minor cleanup work, they go 220. Their exhaust ports suck. But here's the thing. I would rather have a shitty exhaust than a shitty intake any day of the week. And I'll smoke your ass any day of the week if you come, because Chevy heads on exhaust are friggin' awesome. Their intakes are garbage. 202 Fuelie heads flow like right at 190. 340 heads are 225. That's a 30 horsepower increase right there, right off the bat, before you put cam and compression in it. So, and here's the thing: is I used to hear this all the time. You know, if you can't shit, you can't eat. Okay, well, that I guess you could think of it that way. So what you're trying to say is the 340 is constipated while it's smoking your Chevy ass. All right, because its exhaust port's not good. Well, if you can't shit, you can't eat. I got a better way of saying it. If you don't eat, you can't shit. So you got to eat first. And you got 14 pounds of air pressure pushing the air in, and you can make 250 push it out. Just check your compression gauge on your 11 to 1 or 12 to 1 engine. You got a lot of pressure. You can get the exhaust out, but you got 14 pounds unless you're going to supercharge it, turbocharge it, or throw nitrous to it. That's all you got to get into that engine. So the intake port, again, if you put more air in, it's going to push more exhaust out.
But what's bad about the exhaust ports on a small block head though?
They fucking suck. If you look at the short side, the bottom of the port on a 340 or 360 exhaust port, literally it does a 90-degree off the seat, like a quarter inch. And you want that to go, there's a kind of a cone shape forms around the valve when the air goes past it. Well, when you turn it immediately and bend it and have the exhaust port take a right-hand turn, that reduces the air pressure on that bottom side and drags the air off of the roof of the port and causes it to tumble and eat shit. So it just dies. So you can look, if you look at a 360 or an X or J head, you can see almost the full backside of the exhaust valve.
Yeah.
And by looking at it, that's great. Throw it on a flow bench and you're going, what the fuck? They don't flow. But again, 160 is probably factory unported heads. Now there's some tricks.
They always look like they flew like a son of a bitch to me. But I don't have
The Magnum exhaust port, they fixed it. The W2 exhaust port's completely fixed. The W2 straight out of the box, don't do anything. Don't even put a 3-angle valve job on it. Just throw a 160 exhaust valve in there, and they're flowing like 210 right out of the box. Then if you even scare them with a die grinder, they jump up to 240. I mean, they're excellent, the W2. Magnum exhaust, they're good. They're like 190. You can get them up to about 230. They're good. But and the Magnum intake is not bad. But you can't make them maxed out. You can't get them. You can't get real flow numbers out of Magnum.
Well, my whole thing is I want to go with aftermarket heads anyway.
Yeah.
And honestly, and people are gonna, I guess there's some people out there that are gonna fucking shame me for it, but the direction I'm leaning is I don't even know if they're called Speed Pro anymore. The cheap fucking aluminum heads, bare, and I'm gonna put my own shit in them.
The Pro Comp heads.
Yeah, Pro Comp, yeah.
Pro Comp Speedmaster, yeah. If you buy them bare and you get them checked out, and you have to get everything checked, valve guides, everything, and pretty much will just bank on replacing the guides, the seats, and by the time you're done, I've walked through this with my machine shop. If Edelbrock was still making a quality product and you could get them, you're honestly better off just buying those heads done, because by the time you buy Manley valves or Faria and you load them in there and you put good springs on there, good retainer, I mean, you basically just use the raw casting. There's nothing else that's usable, including the guides and the seats. You will have spent more money in basically than what the heads are worth, the raw casting. But you will save the weight. And if, like right now, you can't even get anything from Edelbrock, and I don't know if I would trust anything from them. Now, the trick flow stuff, I know those are badass heads.
Yeah.
Now I see the trick flow stuff coming back to availability too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
JMR, I did see the video. I'm not watched it yet, but I will say this: as far as running 11 second with that bored out 318, I don't think hardly anything has to do with the fact of his very large bore over. A lot of that comes into head flow, probably. I don't know what heads he had on that, but I wouldn't contribute a lot of that speed to his giant bore over.
I mean, if you're going to run a 318, you're going to bore it out to 340. why don't you just go find a 340? That's kind of how I feel about that.
Well, now, some of that though, 340 blocks, they're like fucking gold. People, if they
You
see
get
they
one for,
got
you can get
40,
one for $400. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that 400 is 400, but the whole argument about how expensive roller is too. All I know is I put an engine together that, like my Roadrunner, it runs 1270s, and it's been in that car for maybe 40,000 miles. And so if you spread 40,000 miles out and you look at the price of a roller camshaft and you look at all the advantages, including the ability of not wearing out lobes like these fucking flat tappets are tearing shit up these days, to keep the reliability there that way. I mean, you can't even break one in without tearing them up, it seems like these days.
Oh,
So
hang on. Before you give too much praise to rollers, don't forget Comp has roller cams that are still failing.
Yeah, but you're talking about somebody who's given up on quality, I think, Comp.
Yeah, for sure.
But, there are exceptions to rule every freaking time, and I don't care what it is. But if let's just say the whole cam gear, everything, going roller was $1,000, split that up. Now I'm at 40,000 miles. That Roadrunner is going to go to 100,000 if I drive it that far. And by the time you get done pushing that gas pedal down and getting that extra torque that you get with the horsepower, I mean, a roller cam gives you everything. If you want more torque, the roller will do it. If you want more horsepower, the roller will do it. If you're looking for just the middle of the road, it now has more torque and more horsepower with a roller cam. And I don't think these days $400 or $500 extra dollars spent is worth quibbling over. I mean, shit, everything costs a ton, and the advantages are clearly there. So I don't know.
Mopar, man, the Holly 750 all day. Just forget about the thermoquad deal. It'll be a lot faster, be more fuel efficient. Everything will be better. Thermoquads are cool and just in the fact of what they are, but they don't even hold a candle to what a good Holly double pumper will do.
Nothing hits like a thermoquad jet. Any dinosaur princess will tell you that.
what would those demons that are on your dad's car?
Yeah.
How would those do on like a daily driver?
Oh, excellent. Excellent. They are that's what they're designed for. Now, if you wanted to get into, tuning them and dialing them in, getting like every inch out of them as far as fuel mileage, they are the biggest nightmare to tune as far as aftermarket carburetor, because you got to take them apart from the bottom because they're designed to be kind of a showy carburetor.
They are pretty.
Yeah.
So in order to do a jet change, it's worse than Edelbrock. Where in Edelbrock you can, it's the worst. It's a pain in the ass to tune. But those, the screws are at least on top. On the demons, are on the bottom. So you gotta take the thing completely off, flip it upside down, drain all the fuel, take the screws out, rip it apart, then do a jet change and hope you did it right. Got the right jets in there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you get somebody who knows carburetors can tune one of those carburetors or a thermoquad. No problem. It can be tuned, but dang it, it's a lot of work. I mean, a Holly, you got it done in 15 minutes.
Yep.
And the thermoquad, you're going to spend a ton of time figuring it out. There are advantages to the plastic body. I like that. That's a good piece. I've had people tell me, well, they warp. They get hot and they warp. Well, you got a problem with your engine then. You need to find a mechanic that can fix your engine then. So I think that's a stupid argument. But the other thing I don't like about the thermoquad is it has those tubes that go down. I call them sewer pipes that the fuel comes out of. And the whole idea of the carburetor is a mix of fuel. And with a Holly, you got this bitchin' little nozzle sticking out there that's made to separate the fuel molecules. So you got oxygen around every piece of molecule you can have. And it burns better, burns cleaner, it makes more power, everything. You got more torque, more horsepower, more gas mileage. You got everything in the secondaries on a Holly and the primary, whereas on a thermoquad, you only have the primary. And then you kick open the secondaries, you just got dump tubes just laying down there. What do they call them? I think they really call them spray bars. I think a bar is meant for us to go get a beer, not mix fuel. I mean, they do a good job, but I'm sorry, a Holly's going to do it every time. I mean, check this out. Here's one of the things, Jed. I know if you work with an old 600 Holly where you don't have the ability to adjust the float,
Yep.
you got to take your little paper measuring thing and you bend it and you tweak it and you put it on and you just hope it don't flood and you hope you're putting enough in because you really don't know where it's at. So Holly actually sold a tool that you took one of the bottom float bowls out with, and this thing screwed in. It was a little glass sight, and fuel came out of that bottom hole and filled up that glass sight so you could see the float level.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and back in the about 50, 60, somewhere in there. Well, those are cool because you could at least see the level. But guess what you got to do to fix it? Take the damn thing back off, bend tabs, put it all back together. But you got to do that with all of them. The thermoquads, the quadrajets, the AFBs, the ABSs, every one of them, you got to pull the top off. You got to bend tabs. You don't know where the float really is. If you're savvy enough to figure out what the hell you're trying to accomplish, maybe you can do it. But with a Holly, let me take this little side out the side and turn a screw, you know? It's made for everything. It's made for gas mileage. It's made for hauling ass. Try doing this, all you guys out there that like Carters and like Rochester, the hell out of the Hollies. Try doing this. Run your engine, put your O2 sensor on so you can watch the fuel at rich. Start from a bog, run the engine out to $6,000, wherever your cam is, 550, 500, 7,000, I don't care. Run it out. And when you watch your engine go from rich to lean or lean to rich, I want you to tell me your procedure for making it so that that carburetor has a flat fuel curve. I mean, I know how to do it, and I just love to see how many others do. And if you're going to do it on a Carter anything or a Rochester, have fun. I take a Holly apart and I grab my drill index and I go, okay, I need to make this hole just a hair bigger. And if I make it too big, I can put this little plug in it and fix it and make it back small again. You ain't doing that on a Carter. It's impossible.
Here's the thing, though, is all of this, as amazing and incredible as all of this is, all of it, sadly, is not learned by your everyday, your hobbyist now. I can't tell you how many times I've taken a phone call doing what I do where I work, where a guy says, well, I want it to be ready out of the box. Like, they don't want to think about it. They don't want to have to work on it. They don't want to have, I could sell them the most user-friendly Holly. I could sell them the most user-friendly Edelbrock, and it doesn't matter. They want it to where all they've got to do is bolt. Nobody wants to do this anymore, John. That's the problem. Nobody wants to go and tweak it.
Rob, look, I understand what you're saying. But people like us don't mind putting the time and effort into it.
No, you're right.
If you want to sell them a fuel injection system with the thing so they don't have to do anything, that's good for them.
Right.
But we go up to the track and I get to put my money up and say, beat me. And they're going to go, oh, yeah, I'm fuel injected. I just came from the mountains. I'm square on the money. Well, I'm educated and I'm square on the money and you're going, bye-bye, sucker. And I drive away from them. So it takes more than just, okay, how do I adjust it? Well, you turn this screw. Which screw? That screw. Well, how do I turn that screw? Well, I got an idea. There's all kinds of YouTube things that tell you how to adjust idle mixture screws. Some are right, some are wrong. But the point is I had to educate myself to get there. And if somebody's not interested in doing that, that's okay. They don't have to. But they're going to lose to me. And they're going to lose to anybody else that wants to put the time and the effort in. Right. So the everyday guy just needs to maybe have fuel injection if they don't want to mess around. And that's okay, you know? I like using toilet paper when I go to the bathroom. I don't know what they do. I mean, shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that refuse to learn. The whole ignition timing thing blows me away with how simple it is, but yet nobody knows it. Nobody gets why. You know, you could talk yourself blue in the face, high compression, you got to take the timing out of it. Well, they don't want to know why. They just, well, I can't remember all that. You know what? I wasn't born knowing it. So it just takes time and people got to learn it. And if they don't want to, then they just need to get fuel injection. That's all.
Well, there's oh, go ahead, Ken. You were wanting to talk.
Okay. Mopar man, I do have a double pumper specific rebuilds video. That's all I do. I don't mess with vacuum secondaries. I have a 650 double pumper rebuild, which if you can rebuild a 390 double pumper, an 850 or 950, whatever it is, you can rebuild them all. And Ruben said Tall John's got one too. So what I do my best as far as selling carburetors, if you want me to build you one, so be it. But it's going to cost you about the same as buying a brand new brawler. And but my biggest thing is I would rather just sell you a core and you strip it apart and you learn every single nut, screw, float, everything. You learn every single part in that carburetor yourself. And then you learn to rebuild it. And as you take it apart and you put it back together, yeah, you may miss something or you may get it on your first try, but that's how you build your confidence. And once you've dug into one, you can dig into the next one and the one after that, and you won't be scared to mess with it. Like if you buy a carburetor that's brand new, ready to go, or something that someone else tuned for you, there's nothing like it. I could have all your engine specs and I could build it to my best ability of, well, this seems right, like what it should have, but it doesn't mean it's going to be exactly right. And you're going to have to do some tweaks. So it's better to sell you a core and you learn to do it, because then you'll learn that carburetor and you'll be able to do all of them for the rest of your life. And then you can pass that knowledge on to someone else.
And also, even if you don't know how to tune it right, if you go through that carburetor and you know every part that's in it, when you go to somebody who does know how to tune it, they say, well, what's this? What's this? What are your jets at? You know, because you put them in there.
Yeah,
you know, they say, what power valves you got in that? You can just say, they're this because I did it.
one thing.
I mean?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, see, that, and the other thing, Tall John, just to kind of reinforce what you were saying, and that I'm a Street Outlaws fan. I bring stuff back to Street Outlaws a lot. You know who, if anybody who watches Street Outlaws knows who Ryan Martin is, because he wins all the fucking time. And everybody on that show will tell you exactly why he wins. It's not because he has the most money. It's not because he has the best parts. It's because he tests and tests and tests constantly. You know, he's always testing. He's always figuring shit out. Just the same way you were saying, Tall John, you got this carburetor. You learned how to do it. You know what works, what doesn't. You know, the guy who just buys a fuel injection system is going to put in whatever the fucking book tells him to do, and he's not going to know what he's doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
that's why you're going to beat the guy, that other guy, because you tested all this shit out and you know.
Here's the thing, though, like, you know, as far as like the difference, two quickie things. One, fuel injection to a carburetor. If we're going to go the drag strip, and your idea, I'm a sore loser. I'm sure everybody here is a sore loser. You know, you just have to, sometimes you have to take it, right? So if I want to know what's going to be the best fuel induction system for my engine, and I find out it's a carburetor or fuel injection, I'm going to have to learn how to make that beast work. Or I'm going to always be a loser, because there will always be somebody faster, because carburetors make more power than fuel injection. So first I want to know what it is. And then if I don't know how to make it fast, then I'm going to find out how to make it fast. But here's the one thing about Holley carburetors. If you get a Holley carburetor that was intended to fit on a 440 that had somewhat of a camshaft in it, blah, 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 that carburetor is so freaking close to right on. It's not funny. I mean, the jets are, I have never pulled a carburetor off that needed a 5-jet change. Never. Out of the box, that is. I bought them from swap meet and had to make 10-jet size changes. But now the guy that buys it out at, you know, the coast somewhere, he's down at the Gulf or he's over in California or whatever, and he buys a carburetor that somebody tuned out in California, then he moves to Colorado, he might get 5-jet changes.
I've used that same experience or that same example. Yeah, where the carburetor was built does not necessarily mean it's going to match where the carburetor ends up.
Right.
and you've got to
So-
tweak it.
So that's the thing is if you know those little bit of tidbits, you go buy your carburetor in California and you go to the mountains, well, you know you're going to have to tweak it down some. But that carburetor is so close to right, it's not even funny. It just, even the power valves they're always within an inch. I mean, throw camshafts at them all day long, it's still within an inch. You know, they're so close. So Holly is on the money when it comes to performance.
No problem, man. As far as picking the right size carburetor, I'm sure tonight you can call John and I. We can figure out which size you need. And if I've got a core in stock, I can sell you the core and all that jazz.
Was that carburetor you sent me? Was that just a core? Do I have to go through that, or was that
No,
really
no, Rob,
ready?
your carburetor, that was a gift to you.
Yeah.
That thing, as long as you kept it indoors, it should be still ready to rock and roll.
Oh, it's been in a bucket under a gutter, man. I gotta go. Just kidding. It's actually been hermetically sealed. Yes.
Yeah, as long as you keep it inside, your needle and seat might get a little bit sticky from sitting, but you have a little up tap, it'll be fine.
That's fine. I got a rubber mallet.
Yeah, there you go.
Tap, tap, taparoo.
Yeah.
I got to put that thing on there. That's the spring project, man. I'm actually going to do that finally.
At least I'm pretty sure I rebuilt that carburetor.
Sure looked pretty.
Hey, Jed, you want a fancy gas pedal for your duster?
A fancy one?
That's a low car piece, dude.
No, that's not. That's factory.
I can't remember if my duster had the fancy pedal package or not.
What am I hearing, Brian? What is that noise?
Huh?
That's the garage doors opening.
Yeah, that's the garage door opening and closing.
Oh,
But yeah, that's the factory fancy pedals. I didn't know I had.
Putting that back in your duster?
I'm not putting it in mine because I'm going to put the Bigfoot gas pedal on mine.
Well, you still got to have a gas pedal.
I got the one out of this car. This one ain't out of this car. This,
Oh,
hey,
that's
you know how I was talking about the yellow car earlier, Rob? That was wrecked in the back. It did have the fancy pedals in it because this is it. I don't have a brake pedal. This is the factory fancy well, not high option, but you know.
Oh, it is just a pedal cover, but I mean, if it's free, you can bring it.
I'll bring it.
Are you
I
just
just
trying
wondered
to
if you wanted it. If not, I was going to throw it out there and see if some idiot would pay me a bunch of money for it.
You're just trying to get a big pile of cool guy stuff to try and get that manual steering gearbox back, aren't you?
Well, yeah, that or money off on that thermal or that tunnel ram.
That's an uphill battle to get that small block lion tunnel ram out of me.
yeah, that's never happened, dude. You're better off making a sheet metal intake for it. That's actually an idea. Why don't you make a sheet metal tunnel ram?
I have
That
contemplated
kind of
that.
skill.
I want
I've always
to.
wanted to build my own intake from scratch.
Yeah, I want to do one too. I want to do one like the Ram Chargers did, where they had the rubber tubes in the middle.
Yeah,
So they
heater hoses. Hell yeah.
get a little more bottom end. They push it down to get a little more top.
Yep. Heater hoses. I'm all about that. That thing worked. Have you ever seen that car run? That thing does blistering 14.4s. It's amazing.
What's that? Which one? The Ram Charger car?
Yeah, the high and mighty, that one with the rubber
Yeah.
the rubber
That's
intake. Yeah.
back when 14.4s was something.
But even then, it was faster than 14.4s then. That car that exists now is a replica.
Yeah.
Who knows? They knew what they were doing. The factory engineers did. So
Well, how fast was that car then?
I don't know. We got to look it up.
Well, it's just like y'all. Of course, I think I've told everybody in here, but you know the Boss Cuda, the 70 or 71 Cuda, the Sox and Martin car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The one that's all restored went across the block at Meekum. That's not even the real car.
It wasn't the real one?
No, that car is. They claim it's the real car because it was built off a tail panel and roof of the real car.
Yeah, that thing's a
buddy of mine I'm just gonna say his first name, Ron. He owns a bunch of those. He's like friends of mine, like Tom Roseman. He owns the real Boss Cuda, what's left of it. Um, the story behind that car, because I was just bullshitting with him one day about Hemis and Pro Stock engines, and he was like, "You want to hear something really messed up, Jed?" I said, "Sure." He says, "You see the Sox and Martin Cuda that went across Meekum for X amount of dollars?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "What if I told you that car was fake?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "It's a fake." I was like, "How do you know?" He says, "Because I'm looking at the real one right now." And he sent me a picture of it, and he had the roof cut off and the tail panel. And he was getting ready to start fixing on it because the car's all shitty looking. It's all messed up. And he said one day he was out there and he had just cut the tail panel off and the roof, and he was going to use them as like wall hangers in the shop when he replaced all the metal with new acid dip metal. Mopar, man, you can text me anytime, man. But he said a guy came by one day and he was like, "What are you going to do with those old parts off that car?" And Ron goes, "Well, I'm just going to hang in my shop." And the guy goes, "Well, if I give you some dollars, can I have those? I'd like to hang those up in my shop." And Ron goes, "Yeah, sure, whatever. I have the car. I don't need these." Well, according to Ron, guy took those parts to a restoration shop on Hangin. One says, "This is all that's left of the car. I want to recreate the car." And that's how that car came to be.
No
So
shit.
does the
I asked
fake car have a VIN, or
I asked Ron, "How come you don't make a big deal out of it?" And he goes, "Well, because the people who matter know," which would be Herb McCandless, and he doesn't really care to start that big of a stink.
Wow. I got a story like that. You know the Charger Daytona that Buddy Baker drove in '69 that set the speed record at 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
The first stock car to ever do 200.
they
And
still don't?
what's that?
They still don't do 200. They
Well,
was they slow them down now.
yeah, they put restrictor plates on them now, but that Daytona is supposedly sitting down in Talladega at the NASCAR museum. And so I was in there looking at it, and fuck, that's the original car that Buddy Baker drove right there. How cool is it that they preserved that car? So then one day I was looking at my Circle Track magazine, and it said the original Daytona found. I'm going, what do you mean the original one found? And so I read the article. They had pictures of it. The original car was sold to somebody else. Chrysler was in a war with NASCAR because they forced the cars to run a 305 cubic inch engine to compete. And the rule at that time is when you come out with a new body style, it was good for 5 years in NASCAR.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it ran 1 year, 69. Well, half of 69, but it was really 70. So they run 1 year. They spent all those millions of dollars in the wind tunnel and all that testing, and the whole thing got thrown out. So NASCAR was pissed. They sold the car to another guy. The other guy couldn't run the Daytona body, so he cut the Daytona body off and put a 71 Charger body on it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I
Yep.
remember reading about that.
Yeah, and now the car's, well, they've now picked it up and they're restoring it. They're going to put the car back to a Daytona. They still have a few of the panels left. They have the original nose. They have the wing. They have the piece of sheet metal that goes by the radiator where it used to say, "Put a Dodge in your garage." He had put that behind his sink in his garage where you wash your hands. But anyway, so they found the car, and then to prove it, he showed where Chrysler engineers had put buttons for Buddy Baker to push these buttons for telemetry to get information off the car back in '69, and the hole's still there. And they talk about a bunch of different things about the car to prove that now 71 Charger was originally the '69 Daytona.
Is that the one that popped up on eBay too?
I don't know if it was on eBay.
I remember one night I was just checking eBay and there popped up a real, like it was all ratty, but full chassis, full Grand National style chassis and everything of the real deal. And it was an old Daytona but it had several bodies put on it over the years. You know, it was a 71 at one time, and they updated it. I think it's that same one.
It might be the one. The one that they found it was a yellow 70. The car was yellow with a lot of surface rust on it. I have it on my desktop. And I just saw it the other day.
I think that's the same one.
Yeah, it probably is. But they did take it out of the guy's field, and somebody was planning on restoring it.
You can't trust none of that stuff. You can't trust none of that.
Yeah.
As far as the cars that are the real deal.
Bob Riggle's very original, his very first Hemi under glass. That car was sold, and a few years back he found the original one in Canada, so he went and purchased it and brought it back. Is it Bob Riggles did the Hemi under glass?
Yeah,
it was Bob Riggles. Yeah, so he bought the car back, but he can't use most of the fiberglass because the whole front end was glass. He can't use it because it's been parked out behind the garage, all warped up from the sun and beat up. So he still has it, and he's going to hang it in the garage and have another front end put on it and give it to a museum.
And see, I think that's kind of a shame those cars go into museums.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to preserve them, but god dang it. That's like my buddies, they get invited to Wing Warriors because their dad's got a Superbird and stuff. And they go out there, and I tell them all the time, if I got invited to Wing Warriors and I was going to go around freaking Talladega or whatever track, you can suck. I'm sorry, I apologize. You can suck my fucking dick if I'm going to go 20 mile an hour on a real big oval.
Yeah.
If you got the real freaking Bobby Isaac Daytona out there and he's doing like 30 mile an hour, screw off. What a waste. Freaking get that car up to speed, put a real driver in that thing, and drive the wheels of it thing like it's meant to be.
Yep.
That will get people to show up.
I found a YouTube channel that does vintage racing in England, and they got all these little, Cortinas and all these little Ford, European Fords running around, and they keep putting these like Galaxies and Barracudas and all these other cars, vintage cars. What is it?
I was just saying, isn't that awesome to see those big ass 427 Galaxies flying around with them little Cortinas?
Yeah. There's Barracudas in there. There's a couple of Novas in there, and they're running the cars hard. They're bumping each other, and it's a serious road course. It's bad. It's awesome to watch, and them little Cortinas handle so badass that it takes every bit of that 427 to make it go down the track. Not because it's heavy, but it takes the motor because they do all their passing on the straightaway. But that little bitty 4-cylinder, man, it ain't got a candle to them 427s. They just drive by.
There's a guy at work with two of those little Cortinas. Both of them have the Lotus head on them, and he daily drives one of them, and he road races it in a storm class at Mid Ohio. And I'm not a British car fan. I'm not much of a road racing fan. I'm a car guy, and just from a cool little car perspective, that thing's pretty neat. And he turned me on to seeing that stuff. Though I was looking up vintage racing. I watch a lot of Top Gear too, and you see it every now and then when they start talking about British touring cars. But those little Cortinas going up against the little baby Barracudas, the little baby Darts, and SCCA style stuff, and those big ass Galaxies just flinging around the corners and just eating on the straights and getting ate up in the turns. It's awesome to watch. It really is.
It's fun. I wish I could think of the name of the channel. I did subscribe to it, but yeah, it's badass.
Brian, are you okay?
Yeah, just thinking.
But
I don't
what
like it when
you think wrong?
you look angry.
No, I'm not angry.
He's thinking about what shade of paint to paint the car.
Thinking about getting rid of this red fucking paint.
I'm gonna bring out some freaking paint rollers. We're gonna just roll some black paint on that damn thing.
I'm gonna go buy fucking 10, 20 cans of fucking Duplicolor and just.
I think I have a gallon of hot rod black here.
Oh,
It's just lizards in the whole car.
I've got 2 gallons of primer.
Yeah, primer don't do nothing for me. I'd rather see it in color.
Oh yeah, but I got to get the primer first.
Aaron says
Yeah.
it's Donut King. That's the channel, I think, is what he said.
I got these little spots down here where I did the clearancing on the wheel on the wheel well. I got to fix those. I want to fix the floor. Then I'm gonna get the car primer. Maybe a little bit of other body work, little shit that I could do.
So, Jed,
Goes down to this primer.
Brian was asking about the Jegs roll cages.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I told him that I sold you yours. And I don't know if you'd like to share some real world experience.
The roll cage, as far as the cage itself, it's a great bang for your buck. And it comes down to a matter of preference. The only thing I didn't like about my cage kit was I didn't like how the down bars were done. The down bars, how they come in my kit at least, they went right through the back seat and they just touched right on the packet, or right below the packet tray where the shocks mount. And in my brain, no matter how small or weak it is, I believe those down bars should go through the package tray. One, it looks better, and two, it ties into the rear frame rails, which I think is where they need to be connected. And so I didn't use those rear down bars. I had the chassis shop who installed my cage. I had to make new rear down bars that followed the roof line and went down through the package tray and then went to the rear frame rails and tied that all together instead of tying the shock mount area. But as far as bang for your buck,
I'll do with this one.
cage, yeah, I say go for it.
I got a guy who could make those bars for me. So.
But yeah, as far as making the hoop and everything else, you're money ahead unless your guy who's going to bend all the tubing for you is dirt cheap. Just buy the
The hell was that?
That was Tall John.
Jeez, it looked like something exploded over there.
I was trying to see if I could get the lights toned down because it just looks like crap, but who cares?
It looks like heaven.
It does. It's a little slice of it.
But yeah, I mean, it depends on also if you want swing outdoor bars or any of that stuff.
That shit goes there.
I like swing outdoor bars.
Yeah. Speaking of swing, you guys ever wonder how they killed the name Demon back in the day? Jerry Falwell and all the religious folks got upset about the Dodge Demon, the little one, right? The dart, right? But they never ever got mad about the term swinger. Yes, you ever find that ironic? Like you can call it a demon, but you can get away with swinging. What was that?
One was telling you to do it, and the other one you were telling yourself to do it.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I guess that's swallow.
I will return, guys.
Swinger.
I'll be back, guys.
Where are you going? No.
Where you
Mother
going?
Nature's calling. You want to come with me?
Yeah.
No, don't do it.
Who did he say he was calling? I missed that.
Mother Nature.
Oh, Mother Nature's calling him. Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Hey, Aaron, I saw one of your posts back there about using 273 rocker arms. I used those for 2 years with the 618 lift cam, running it to 7,200 RPMs every Saturday night. Those are super strong.
Oh, Tall John, did you ever find that jig you were talking about?
No, I've been looking for it. I'll find it. I'm going to get it here soon. I'll find it.
I would like to try that. I'd like to try drilling that hole.
Yeah, I'd rather oil through the oil galley than the push rod. Although I don't know if the push rod's a bad idea. I don't know. But I don't know. I like the I don't know if it's just that it's controlled through the cam timing. You
Yeah.
know, the oiling. So it doesn't give solid oil. Well, the push rod ones probably don't give solid oil either, but I don't know. I don't know.
Well, there was another way that I saw a guy do it, where you basically the one bolt that holds the back bolt that holds the rocker shaft down. Okay, you drill through that and you drill down. No, yeah, you drill up through the center of the bolt, then you drill across the bolt. Then you drill a hole through the back. There's two of the back accessory holes. You could drill a hole and go into those. And
Yeah,
then you plumb the whole thing off of where the oil sending unit goes. And
Yeah.
it'll actually go through there, up through that bolt, fill up the rocker shaft, the same way the other one does. But you got to watch out because then you end up getting too much oil up there.
right,
And it takes oil away from other places.
right.
You got to drill little small holes.
Yeah, we did that before on. We used to run a sprinkler system on our valve covers for the round stuff, and then we just picked it, put just like 100 Holly jet for our restrictors,
Yeah.
and then we would watch the wear, and if it felt like it needed a little more oiling, we'd just go with a bigger jet, but we kept necking it down and necking it down. But
Because that's kind of what I do for a living. I put holes in shit for a living. So
yeah.
That's all most machinists do is put holes in shit.
The whole idea of the sprinkler system is to shoot basically cool oil, which, it's cooled down hopefully onto the valve springs and all that. And then you would get splashed for your rocker arms and tips and all that.
The only thing I was wondering, if you did that, could you still run your oil gauge like if you had a cross fitting?
Yeah.
Could you still run your oil gauge, or would it give you a bad reading because you're losing oil pressure through?
I would think you would be okay because, it's, let's just say that you're looking for average anyway, right?
Yeah. The oil pressure gauges aren't down to,
Yeah. I mean, it's leaking past that point also. So,
Yeah.
it goes to the mains and down the main galleys, along the lifter galleys and all that. And so there's always a leak somewhere. So it's kind of giving you an average. So as long as there was no restriction before the gauge, because there's going to be a restriction after the gauge to slow the amount of oiling going into the shaft.
That's another thing I need to find out. I need to find out what oil sending units I need for my electronic autometer gauges.
Yeah.
They only sell one.
Huh?
They only sell one. If it's an electric gauge, they only sell one.
What do you mean?
They only sell one sending unit.
Yeah. What is it? Is it through autometer?
What is it?
It's through autometer. Jegs has got a version. It's just an 1/8" NPT on one end and a positive and a negative on the other. That's all it is.
Now, I have one that I use for the generators on the buses, and it has one that's basically an idiot light,
Yeah.
and the other one is actual a potentiometer, and it grounds through the sensor. So I don't know how you would make it work with your gauge, but like the gauges we use are 0 to 80 pounds for the generators, and and they're opposite day. The less they restrict, or the less restriction. What's the right word? Damn it! Resistance. The less resistance, the lower the gauge goes. It's the opposite. So I don't know how you would wire it, but
Yeah, because this is what I got.
Yeah, that's all you're going to buy is one of them.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a sending unit. It's just, it's on. There's only one.
Okay, and then they got one for the temperature gauge too, then, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The temperature gauge is just the little probe that sits in a water jacket. That's a 3/8 NPT, and then it grounds out, and it's just got a spade on it
Okay.
for an electric. Yeah, it's easy. You can get by with inexpensive stuff as long as you get the right reading. It's all ohms, just like Tall John said. It's all about resistance. So on the water temperature, like whatever your gauge reads, you want to make sure you get the right one that's set up for the right resistance. Like if your gauge reads up to 240 degrees, it doesn't do you any good to get to the one that reads up to 280. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's no rocket surgery involved in that stuff.
Okay. And I wouldn't think they'd be too expensive.
Nah, like $20. They're not bad. I don't even think they're that much, actually.
I know them gauges are expensive if you go to buy them new.
Well, they're proud of them, and they're made right there in your home state, Cordova, Illinois.
Because
Did you know that?
I know. I paid. What did I pay for those? $150 for the full set.
Yeah,
the
they're proud.
Speedometer, tack, and 4 gauges.
They're proud of them. They really are.
But I know if you go to buy them new, they're like almost $1,000 for the Procon gauges.
Well, yeah, for the full set, the full set of electrics, yeah, you pay through the nose for those, and some of those have got stepper motors in them, and they're actually really precise for electronic gauges. But mechanical stuff is still always going to be king in my book.
Yeah, I caught a good deal on them, and I know they're going to fit in that. How Autometer has the bezels. They got them for these cars, and I really like the way that bezel looks.
That's made by Classic Dash. I was looking at those. They make one for Stella, and I wanted to do that too. But Classic Dash makes those, and then Autometer couples that with their gauges, with their gauge sets, and then they charge you through the nose for them. But
I know it's like $300 or $250. I could find them for on eBay.
Yeah.
On the bezel itself. But it just looks so much better than factory duster gauges. When you get into these shit.
What year's your duster?
74.
So it's got the square speedometer, right? And all the lights.
They got the square speedometer on it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's unacceptable. You can't run that.
It's not acceptable for me anyway.
Yeah.
Not when they make something that cool.
Yeah.
I gotta have cool,
Because race car.
It's like you could drive it. I could easily throw a stock steering wheel on this too, but no, they're not that cool.
You got to put a chain steering wheel on there.
I said that too, man.
Yeah. My buddy has one of those little chain steering wheels.
So, have you ever driven anything with that little chain steering wheel on it?
The reason my friend got it is because the guy he bought it from almost wrecked his truck because of it. He got his pinky stuck in a chain.
So, the only time I've ever driven anything with that tiny little steering wheel on it, we had a family friend, and he was real big into Fords and all of that, but he had spina bifida, and he was confined to a wheelchair, and he could only drive vehicles with hand controls and all that. And he had that steering wheel in one of his vans. He had, vans with the wheelchair ramps coming out the side. It was a Ford Econoline vans. And one of his vans that he rolled around every day with his daily driver was a 302 with that ramp in it. But then his fun van that he had was this behemoth 1-ton van with a 460 in it, and this disgusting transmission and so much converter and so much camshaft, and it had one of those little bitty 10-inch chain steering wheels on it. And one day he asked me to help him drive it, or he asked me to drive it while he drove the other one, and he'd give me a ride back. But he asked me to drive that van so he can go and have, I think it was getting painted or something. And we took all the hand controls out of it and put it back to foot controls, but we did not change the steering wheel. And I cannot tell you just how frightening it is to drive something that is the size of half of a bus with a 10-inch chain steering wheel and a big block at your right foot. Oh my God. I will never forget that, man. You twitch and that thing was turned around. It was nuts. It was nearly impossible to drive. And the way he drove it, he was a monster in that thing, man. It was crazy. He had a Fairlane with that whole setup too. The real tiny steering wheel and hand controls, and he constantly rip off 10 seconds in that car.
See, my buddy's got a 73 Ford long bed pickup, and I need to do a video on it, but he doesn't want to be in video, and I don't know. He has had this truck. This truck's been a project for, I know, at least 20 years. It's one of those projects that I don't think if he ever did get it going perfect or he could drive it around and shit, he wouldn't know what to do without the project, you know? But he's done a lot of shit to it. He's done a lot of cool shit. And some shit that's not really that cool, but it's like engineered, you know, redneck engineered in there.
Mm-hmm.
But he actually made a cool truck out of it. And he's got the little chain steering wheel on it. He's owned that little chain steering wheel since I've known him. And that's been a long time. We went to high school together. So I think I'm gonna do a video on that truck, because you know the little you could get them in different colors. They're the little skulls with the contorted mouth, you know. You get shift knobs and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
He's got those all over this truck. He's got one on his shifter. He's got one he's made for radio knobs. The ones that they got them for gas cap, or not gas cap, your air valve.
Valve stem.
Valve stem, yeah. He's got them, but he's put them all over on the inside of this truck, and it's just funny as hell.
Judd, did everything come out all right?
Actually, had a problem with it going down. Was a problem.
Had to cut it up with a hanger. I get it. We've all been there, dude. Yeah. That pizza, man, it'll get you.
No, it was Freddy's.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Tyler Hoover's own Freddy's. You know, Tyler Hoover is part owner of that franchise. You just
Dude, do not fucking ruin that place for me, okay? Dude, seriously.
Just saying, man.
I will tell you a funny one. So we were there eating, and Anna for some reason don't get too much in hamburgers, so she got one of their hot dogs. And in every Freddy's they have that picture of Freddy sitting there smiling at you, going,
We don't have Freddy's here.
He's got this great big old grin on his face. I was like, Anna, you know when you're eating that hot dog, that statue of him is sitting there staring at you, and that grin is there for a reason.
We don't have Freddy's here, man.
Oh,
Freddy's is just fake steak and shake.
Yeah.
pretty
That's
much.
all Freddy's is. Freddy's is fake steak and shake with fried pickles.
I like fried pickles.
Fried pickles, I'm going to Hooters.
They still have Hooters?
Oh, yeah.
Where?
So did I derail a conversation that was important and cool?
What?
I have a feeling I derailed a really good conversation.
No,
No,
I was
I-
talking about my buddy's freak truck that he's done stupid shit to. That I've
Well,
been doing.
we were actually talking about steering wheels, and it reminds me that I have an extra steering wheel for Stella. I don't know what to do with that either. Since you got a thing for steering wheels, Brian, and you want valve covers, I got a Grant wood grain wheel as well.
I like wood grain wheels.
Yeah. It's 13.5 inches with like 3 inches worth of dish. It's a nice piece. I didn't like it, so that's why I put the tough wheel on Stella.
Hey, Jed, what's the website that has all the Holly list numbers and it gives you the throttle blade and the venturi sizes? Do you remember the name of that?
It's a
That's on
PDF
Holly.
thing.
That's on Holly's site.
Holly, I know there's a better one out there.
I'll see if I can find my phone here in a second.
Holly's is
I
right
got
at.
the PDF file saved in my phone. If you can open a PDF file in your phone, I can just send it to you if I can find it.
Well, Aaron was asking about it. And yeah, Aaron, that whatever this website is, you take the measurements and then you go down and you find the corresponding sizes, and then you can match up jetting and air bleed and things like that. Not air bleed, but and it'll tell you flow numbers and things like that. Not flow numbers, but CFM ratings.
So if you just get your hands on an actual Holly catalog, a Holly book, then all their list numbers, all their information is in the back of it, man. I mean, it'll at least tell you what your list number originally was.
Well, he doesn't have the list numbers. They've been cut off the carburetor.
Oh yeah, you're sure.
He just wants to know how he can get to the, to that information. So that one site that I'm talking about, it's on one of my videos. But anyhow, it gives you venturi size. It gives you throttle bore size.
Yeah, I got the PDF.
You can measure that up and then go and see what the, find the approximate list anyway.
Let's see. All I do is I Google search Holly list decoding.
Yeah.
That's the second one. It's https documents.holly.com. And literally, I pull it up, open it up, and
every time I texted it, fucking
it's like carburetor. It's got the list number, the series of carburetor. You literally got everything for every carburetor they've ever made.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's how I decode all my carburetors I buy without choke horn.
I've seen the list number stamped on the plate, on the throttle plate.
As far as buying from like Holly carburetor parts, there's only one company. That's Allstate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that up in New York?
Yeah, I think so. They got, man, everybody there. Like they're not your typical New Yorkers. They're freaking cool. I mean,
that's one that I heard that Andy Woods guy talk about. I think is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I saw a bag of their stuff when Tony was talking about their carburetors.
Yeah.
Getting all those little parts and shit. I was just like, yep, that's Allstate. They're the only place I do business with for Holly parts.
Yeah, you can buy bulk gaskets for a real good price. You can buy individual gaskets too. You don't have to get the whole kit to get just that one, base gasket or whatever you're looking for. Opar Man says Mike's Carburetor Parts has a good website for carb numbers and replacement parts. I've never heard of it, but probably good info, I guess. But I didn't
make the text shorter.
My heart's hurting.
I relayed the message, Brian.
Okay. Well, I should have made that text shorter. You know why?
Why?
Because the picture's almost gone now.
No, I deleted the picture.
You deleted the picture?
I got tired of seeing your inflated penis.
It wasn't mine. You started it. You said that to me.
Well,
I think you said one to call John too, didn't you?
Yeah, my vaccinated wiener.
No, I'm not sure here. Hang on.
Brian will send it, I'm sure.
JMR, are you still on here?
Ruben wanted me to share the pictures of the T-shirts we designed.
I don't think you should do that.
It's up to Brian.
No.
Raker is in here.
Raker's here.
Hey, Rager.
What's up, Raker?
Oh, he don't say hi to us. He only talks to the people in Australia. I see how you are.
Yep,
Good
I
day.
see how it works.
JMR, I've done those modifications to the blocks before, and Mopar used to sell a kit, and you would get a piece of 1/2-inch copper tubing, and you'd run it down the galley and lock it in there with caps, and then you would run a peen down, and it would knock dents in the copper tubing so you could put the lifters in, but you'd still have to own the lifter hole.
Is that something we
What is
should
that? What is that?
do?
I've seen modifications made to Mopar engines where there's a tube on the inside. What is that?
That's just transferring oil from the back to the front.
Yeah, it takes the oiling out of the lifters when you're running hydraulic, you need it, but if you're running solid, you don't. And so then the lifters they just get splashed at that point. So it was a way to save the oiling for your bottom end. And then you would take the holes that run up to the cylinder head for your oiling for your shafts, and you just drill and tap them and put a plug in there. And then I want to say it's, I don't remember what size. I'm just going to say an 1/8 inch because it doesn't matter. You'll have to look it up. But we would put the plug in there and drill it out to an 1/8 inch to restrict the oil going to the shafts. And then I'd tap the galley on one side and then just run a tube over to the other side and tap that galley. And it would take the oil that was not going to the mains and flip it over to the side that run it to the mains to get more oil down to the mains.
Oh, okay. You said for solid, you would do solid lift.
Yeah, for solid, you would do it. And it just blocked all the oiling to the lifters so that you didn't have all the waste there.
So my question is, that's something we should do to my 340 or no?
No, it's for circle track stuff. It's for stuff where you're maintaining 8,000 RPMs for a long period of time.
Yeah, I found out my rockers are the needle bearing rockers, which a lot of guys are against on
Oh. Good. Let me show you something quick, Jed. I don't know if I showed you this. I know I showed everybody else at one time.
Oh,
I bought those needle bearings, and I did some 1.7 rockers on my car. And this is when I was running the W5s. And so I bought, you see the offset. I don't know if you can see or not, but you see the offset in the hole.
Yeah.
So you machined off the top of the rocker mounts, and you put square blocks, and they had offsets in them too. And it set the shaft back so that you can increase the rocker ratio. So anyway, this side of the shaft looks pretty good, but I had needle bearings, and that's what it did.
Oh.
Now, the needle bearings worked after I got these from Mancini, and I'm not a Mancini fan.
Me either.
He may be all right, I don't know, but he ain't good for small block stuff, I don't think. But anyhow, I bought these from Mancini. I bought the rocker arms from Mancini. Nobody ever said anything, but you have to have special shafts for that.
Yeah.
This is hard chromed, and it wasn't enough. You had to get hardened something or other. I don't remember what it was. But anyhow, so make sure you get the right shafts if you do those, because I did this. Once I got the right shafts, never had an issue.
My rockers are T&D, and they're already all set up. It's all T&D complete setup. I was talking about my roller lifters themselves are needle bearing roller lifters.
Oh, yeah. All right. Okay.
Which a lot of guys are against on the street and against in general. So
I don't know. I all mine stuff's always been needle bearing, so I don't know.
all I know is they're already bought and they're at the machine shop, and like hell, I'm gonna spend $800 for a set of bush lifters. That's just like, Mark, give me some measurements. I'll turn some freaking bronze bushings on my lathe, and I'll send them to you and turn those into bush lifters.
Yeah.
What's Brian doing?
Yeah, I always run needle bearing lifters on all my stuff. I never broke them ever, and that was 100 years ago. You know what I mean? It was I was racing in 85 to 97, no 96. Yeah, so 11 years, and I never broke one of them. Now, I wasn't using them originally, my first couple of years, but after I moved, they eliminated the class I was running. So I went and did the Southwest Tour after that. And so then you had to have power. So yeah. I went W2 first, and then finally found me a set of W5s and put those on there. And I'm telling you, man, W5s, you get a set of those. They don't flow big numbers right out of the box. They're about what W2s do, maybe 5 more CFM. But when you're done reworking them, shoot, they get like 330. And with a 202 valves, then if you go bigger, 210 or something like that, man, you can get them up to about 350. They're monsters.
We got to get Brian some W2 heads.
He needs
W9s.
Jed, you're talking about needle bearing roller lifters, right? The lifters. and people are saying they're bad.
Yeah.
The factory Magnum ones are needle bearing. I just looked in there. There's needle bearings in there, and these some bitches run 200,000 miles without a fucking problem.
If it's good enough for a daily driver Magnum engine, it's good enough for anything else.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing my dad's always preached to me about engine oil and also stuff. We've always run Rotella T4 10W40, or I think, no, 1540 in all of our cars. And Dad's thing was, if that diesel engine oil is good enough for that piece of equipment that costs over $100,000, like we're talking great big freaking rock trucks and excavators and dozers and shit. If it's good enough for that piece of equipment, it's good enough for your street car. And what's funny is I had a bunch of people when we say that, they were so against it. You can't run diesel engine oil in a gas engine. Well, now it's the only fucking oil everybody wants to run.
Exactly. That's they didn't have it for a long time. As soon as they came out, and I found out that it's full of vitamins and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's time. I mean, big diesels are the only things running flat tappet anymore. Not all of them, but some of them.
Yeah, there's some that are still running flat tappets, but a lot of them are going full roller. But even then, they're going to keep that shit and those kinds of equipment because, well, you blow up your street-driven car engine, the company takes maybe a $10,000 hit. You lose one of those great big Caterpillar 3208 or any of those engines, yeah, those companies ain't they ain't taking a chance.
They take bent crankshafts and fix them because they're too damn expensive. So,
yep.
The engine that's in the buses, it's a Series 60 Detroit.
Yep.
And they're 1,200 to 1,500 foot-pounds of torque, depending on what you tune them to, because there's smog emissions involved and all kinds of stuff. But anyhow, 1,500 pounds, and that's a 6-cylinder engine. So, and you and me had talked about the overlap. It doesn't happen on a 6-cylinder engine. There's no torque overlap. So all of it is applied to that one cylinder. You better have a film surface there that can handle that kind of friggin' load,
Yep.
Or you're going to break it down fast. But yeah, that shit's good stuff, flat out, period. Whether you're running roller or flat tappet.
Well, everybody's told me when I'm building this new 340, I'm going to have to run a thinner weight oil than that. And I was like, well, that fucking sucks.
You guys ever, when you take the main bolts out of an older engine, that smell? I want to know what that smell is.
Success.
Regret.
Success.
No, 'cause I really like that smell. I was just like, you know what smell I'm talking about, right?
Oh, that's fear. Yeah.
I do. I have no idea.
You talking about like the baby Hemi oil smell?
Yeah.
That stains your hands and won't come off even after hard scrubbing?
Oh, I'm back to success. Yeah, success.
Because Dad and I were talking about tearing the dozer down either tomorrow or next weekend. And I was like, you bet your ass I'm wearing gloves when we're taking that thing apart. Because if oil from the 50s stains your hands, I don't want to know what oil from the 30s does. It probably cured cancer, honestly.
So when are you going to baby Hemi swap to the crawler, dude?
Rob, I will straight up drive to your house right now. I'll put a cap in your butt. Wow. I will not do that.
The baby Hemi swap and his truck.
No, that truck's fine. It's a nice truck. It was almost mine.
I will not put a baby Hemi in my crawler.
Why not, man?
Because I want it to be all original. It's just like having it's just like having a 70 Charger. I want to own a 70 Charger for owning a 70 Charger. I don't want to own a 70 Charger so I can put all the modern crap in it.
I know.
That dozer engine will make more torque, and it's suited for what that thing's supposed to do. It's not meant to be a hot rod.
Well, you got to promise everybody when you get one of those things running, man.
Oh, dude, there's only one that's going to run. The other one is scrap.
Okay, so you got to promise when you get it running. You got to promise all of your loyal fans and followers and legions of groupies and fanboys out there, bro. You got to promise us something. when you get that thing running and driving and turning and stopping and shifting, you've got to take it out into your backyard and do donuts in it like you did in the Javelin or in the Satellite or in anything else. Just rip the hell out of your backyard just once. Just
If
once.
Dad says it's okay, we
Okay.
will. Otherwise, it'll be at the farm, and I'll go tear up the farm.
No, you gotta like you've got to put all of your car. All right, here's even better. You've got to put all of the vehicles in a circle out in your backyard, and you've got to find somebody with a drone. And I know a guy who works where I work that sounds like I do that has one. That you put the dozer in the middle, and then you put all of your cars and trucks and whatever will start that day and move, and you put it all in a circle around it, and then you just sit there like it's a big old synchronized ballet dance, and you just sit there and just bust donuts and dig into the ground of that thing while spinning around inside of all of your cars in a circle.
Actually,
I
that's
think
a
that
fantastic idea.
it is a great idea.
No, I just
Either
like that
that,
idea.
either that, or find a Prius.
I
No.
was thinking, if I get enough people where they eventually just irritate me to no end about the Satellite and Javelin not moving enough.
Yeah, how is the Satellite?
You know, our farm has a big old pond on it, and it's got a cliff. I could put the Satellite out there. I've got a dozer.
So, speaking of ponds and cars, I learned a fun fact about work and one of the race cars that used to be affiliated with work. If you ever look where I work up on Google Maps, there's going to be a small shop off to the east of the main building, and that's the race shop. And next to the race shop is a pond, and in that pond, cut up into about 6 pieces, apparently, is what's left of the body and the chassis of the old Jegs GTO Pro Mod that was built that they hated so much that they cut it up and they threw it into the pond. The senior said, "Nope, hate it, get rid of it. I don't want any part of it anymore." They took off and out what they could use as far as electronics and wheels and tires and brakes and all that stuff, but got it down to just a shell and chassis and body panels and all that, and they cut that thing up and just chucked it into the water, man.
That's pretty righteous.
Oh, you want to hear something really that I think was pretty cool? Where I work is on the same ground that the Chrysler plant in St. Louis was.
Really?
Oh, that's where Stella was built.
That's where
Yeah,
Jim's
yeah.
built.
Well, the exact spot where I work, it took them like an extra year because they had to go out and test the ground.
Because all that lead paint.
Test some stuff and I know a guy who used to work there. And he said that they called that spot where I worked the sludge pit. That's where they dumped all the old paint, all the solvents, everything was in this pit. And they dumped more than paint and solvents in that pit. When they cleaned that pit out, there was parts. There was at least one old military truck in the pit. What was left of it, had tools, all kinds of shit.
I feel like they made a movie about this called Aaron Brockovich, where that terrible stuff leached into the water supply and made everybody sick.
It's about 150 yards away from the Merrimack River. And it was just a big pit where they dumped everything.
That explains a lot about St. Louis and most points south of it now, doesn't it?
California,
Not at all.
California Speedway was built on the old Fontana Steel, whatever factory, whatever you want to call it. And I guess they were instructed to clean the property up, but they sold the property to Roger Penske, who bought it for $1. And then California okayed them to build a track over the top, instead of worrying about cleaning up the mess. So that was a big deal for a while. People were talking, all the tree huggers were upset about that. And Raker, I do remember Valvoline Rate 2050. That's all I ever used in my race car.
So what Grandpa used was 2050 in his Crosley, and then his 340 was 2050.
You know, that would be cool to do with that crawler jet. What Ruben said there.
What did Ruben say?
Tree by that burnout pad in the video. You tie it.
That's not my
chain it to
property.
the tree and just pull the tree down.
Well, that's
I
not
was-
my property though. That's
That's
my buddy Thomas's property. And that burnout pad, when he described it to me, I thought it was going to be a lot bigger. Yeah, the yard dart barely fit on that pad.
You would think it's something like that a house trailer fit on, right?
I was thinking something more substantial, like I could put my front and rear tires on and have a little bit of room to walk around on.
He was
No,
hoping for Cletus.
Put the back tires on.
Mopar man.
Papa was in there.
Off of my, he might have been in the pit. I don't know.
He was a teamster, wasn't it? Auto? No, he was trucking, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was trucking, but
Yeah.
they were all linked together. It was real funny because back in the 30s or something, that plant's was there for a long time, that Chrysler plant. The government gave them that, or didn't give them the land, but said you could put a factory on this as long as you're making things, or because they were making military shit there too. Well, the government would come by all the way up until recently when the plant was there, or like once every 4 or 5 years, and the government would come in and assess the property because they legally owned it. And then when they closed the plant down, Chrysler gave the ground to the city. And then there was a big battle between the federal government and the city on who actually owned that property. That's why it took so long to actually develop that property. I guess they finally won out and somebody bought it, and yeah. There's like 4 or 5 machine shops and a damn, what am I thinking of? Amazon hub there.
Daycare center.
There, because they're everywhere.
Yeah, they are.
Because when I was younger, everybody said Walmart was going to take over everything. Now it's Amazon's going to take over everything.
Amazon and Google, man. They're gonna take it over. They know everything about us. We let them in with our digital assistants and shopping.
Rob, it sounds like you fell into a fishbowl.
Still concerned with the bathroom.
That's what it sounds like when you talk out of a pecker.
Oh,
You're supposed to say, I thought you weren't going to bring up the past.
I know when Bob talks like that, he's in the bathroom.
Smoking a
Yeah.
cigarette.
No, we don't
Okay,
say
so-
he's in the bathroom. He's just in the bathroom.
oh, I'd have the decency to mute you if I was doing something in the bathroom I didn't want you to know about. So Jed lit one, and then I'm like, all right, fine, I have to have one. So, you're about influence, Jed.
I'm glad I am. Rob, we got to figure out what you're going to do to get them valve covers and air cleaner off Anna.
I don't want to undercut the money, man. That's the thing. I'm worried about coming up with money. It's like
No,
offensive.
you just got to figure out either buy a set of covers from me. If that's the problem, is we got to figure out what she's okay with. I mean, she seems like she's okay with whatever.
So, I don't even. I think a set that you have on like the shelf, like those MTs, would work really good on that truck. It's the same era. I don't see why she wouldn't go that route. You can send them off to get redone at someplace like Princess Dinosaur Princess place and get them done upright and redone, or you could just slam them right on. But what?
Also, yeah. So, I love those people to death. They do excellent powder coating. But you know how much they wanted to charge? Like, we had that conversation about my 273 valve covers. We're talking about like $700 to redo those valve covers.
What? Jeez.
And their powder coat. I mean, they are beautiful. They're like museum quality. But at the same time, it's like, because when I went to go redo my Pro Stock Hemi's valve covers and wrinkle black, he was like, "Well, just send them to me and I'll wrinkle black them for you and powder coat, and you ain't ever got to worry about them again." And it's like, okay, do I ship, potentially risk destroying a pair of irreplaceable factory Chrysler dual plug steel covers for Hemi, ship those to you just to have them powder coated, and whether or not you do them for free again, or you want to charge me $700 or $800 because they got dents and things, you want to fix those, or do I just set them on my freaking table and wrinkle black in 30 minutes?
Yeah. I'm with this. I'm with the latter.
Yeah. It's like, you want to get more business. Well, for one, you got to advertise, and two, there ain't like wrinkle black, whatever. That don't do it for me, really, as far as that kind of money. But I mean, like, so they got some valve cover jobs they've done and air cleaners and stuff where it's multicolored powder coat. It's gorgeous. That, if you got the money and you want really blingy stuff, oh, by all means, but for freaking wrinkle black. I was like,
Brian, what do you got for valve covers? Let me see if I can manipulate some trading here. So, what do you got for valve covers right now?
I have the small block Wyans and the small block Mickey Thompsons, and then I have those factory chrome direct connection ones.
Okay, then what's Brian?
All chrome ones. They're not the ones that say direct connection.
Oh.
Because I won't run direct connection ones, at least not the ones that are made today where they've got that stupid cheap ribs. I can tell the expensive ones from the cheap ones because the originals didn't have those two ribs that run out of the side of the logo. I won't do anything with those modern ones because they're just made by Proform, the cheap $30 pair of chrome valve covers you can buy anywhere.
Okay. So what's Brian got? What do you got for valve covers right now?
All I really got, I got a set of cheap chrome valve covers and a set of Mickey Thompson valve covers.
See, I'm gonna have to find Anna some really cool ones then, if I'm gonna get the ones that I want.
You have that pair of fabbed ones.
I know Brian wants those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she don't want those. You don't want to put those on that truck.
Well, I'm still like I haven't found the Morosos I want. I haven't found any Morosos. All I got is some chrome ones saved on eBay, and they're probably gone now. So I'm probably just gonna get fucking fabbed aluminum ones, just because I don't really want to put MT. MTs are just so overplayed on any nostalgia engine. It kind of makes me sick seeing them now. It sucks. And,
Yeah, that truck needs them though, man.
Well, I'm talking about my 340, and I love my Wyans, but at the same time, I don't really want Wyans on that engine.
Dude, you should make your 340 look like it's date coded original.
Well, that was originally the plan.
Do it. Like you got that air cleaner that would be perfect. I mean, get the right color. It should be orange for
I'm not painting the engine orange.
You gotta do blue, just corporate blue?
No, fuck no. That's the ugliest color Chrysler. That's the ugliest freaking engine color ever made.
What color? Slant 6 yellow.
No, I'm
That's
gonna
my answer to that.
turquoise.
Go play it what?
I'm gonna paint it turquoise because the car, in my mind, the car is such an early 70. What if? Because on paper it was built in 69, just like Jezebel. It got a turquoise 340. And then the engine itself is a 67 for 68 block. So I'm thinking, you know what, fuck it. And plus, the car is green, and let's say green, and Hemi orange and green to me are two colors that clash horrendously, and I think turquoise look a hell of a lot better in there.
I think you're going to put that in.
Oh, it's for the Duster.
I'm giggling ecstatically inside that you're not painting that motor orange.
Yeah, I kind of am happy about that too.
I'm so happy. I have extreme hatred for orange engines.
You should paint it B5 blue and just really blow the world away. Like whatever you got left of that rattle can B5.
No, V5 doesn't exist anymore, Rob.
I know.
Roseman has all the money in the world, and he still can't get real B5. It drives him up the fucking wall.
So they can match it. What is there just something that's not available to make it, or what, why can't they just?
Well, the problem is B5 was different every single year. They changed it.
Yeah.
So it's hard to nail down the right shade unless you got something to match off of. The problem I run into is companies like Automotive Touch-Up who make factory reproduction paint. They put, like the old paint had the poly in it. Well, today we use a metal flake kind of thing, a metallic. And the problem I have with like Automotive Touch-Up is they put way too much silver in their paint. And I found that if you either lay the paint on super thick where the metallic gets buried, it's not B5, but it's close. Or if you sand it, like you spray it on and you take a piece of sandpaper and you sand it with 400, it'll knock all that silver off because it rises to the top and it will make it also close, but it's still not it. Like you can look at Jezebel where I touch paint up in areas, you can see the firewall that is factory B5, and then you can see the upper half of the firewall, and then you can see the lower half or the inner fender wells where I painted them.
Yeah.
And it is worlds different. I mean, they're two completely different colors.
I remember when you were working on, was it the master cylinder or the clutch or something? I remember seeing the difference in the color there.
Yeah, and I've called Automotive Touch-Up 100 times. Like, well, send us a paint sample, and it's like, how? You want me to cut a chunk off my car to send you so you can match a paint potentially? No.
Yeah, and you could take a picture with your phone, see that it matches the color, and send it to them. They got something totally different on their end.
Oh, I sent them pictures. Like after I painted, I sent them the firewall pictures. Like, this is how far up your paint is. Like, can you not just slim down the amount of silver you put in there, and you'd be close enough that it would pass? Because their paint looks more like B3 blue when it comes out. In fact, I think it is B3. I almost bought a can of B7 to see if it was closer.
Yeah.
Brian, I like that air cleaner a lot.
Moroso.
You know what? Fuck it. If I'm getting that air cleaner from you, I'm buying those valve covers. It'll just have
That's the problem right there with this air cleaner, though.
Do you have the base?
Yeah, see that?
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm buying
I have the base somewhere. This is my wall hanger. Remember I told you I was going to bring this out to you.
You need to bring it out to me.
Okay. Let's see if I can find the base.
Even if you don't have the base, I'll buy one of those cool guy bases from Rob.
Yeah. I got you, fam.
You just call me fam.
Yeah.
That's weird. Oh, I forgot about my ATI dampener I bought.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be here tomorrow.
Did you get your timing tape? Yeah, you bought timing tape, too.
No, I didn't buy timing tape yet.
Base is kind of pooped, too.
Hey, Brian, I'd say that filter, the service life is exceeded on that unit.
Yeah.
No, dunk it in a can of gas. It's got life left.
That works.
You guys laugh. Do I buy the set of Chrome Rosso valve covers for 100? Oh my, that's why I'm not buying from him. He wants $50 to ship those. And this guy, the valve cover's not only cheaper at $96 versus $114, but he's got free shipping. Yeah, I will take those, and I will take those as well.
Ooh, double click.
Literally, for the price of the one guy's Chrome Rossos on eBay, I'm going to buy a set of polished, fabbed, and the Chrome Rossos. Screw it. Shitter, get off the pot.
Yeah, start making a stack of stuff for taking the Jets next weekend.
Yeah. All right, fellas, I got to get up early in the morning and get back to the work thing, man. This has been fun.
Hang on. I got to read this comment. I like painting the Mopars with Chevy orange. It's generally orange. and brighter or crisp. Ah, no. If you want bright orange, you paint it race hemi orange, not. Oh, dude. Dude, in General E orange is actually there's like three different General E colors. There's the AMC Big Bad Orange they used in the movie with Johnny Knoxville, and there's the Corvette Sunfire or whatever. But seriously, Mopar man, find a can of actual Mopar Race Hemi orange. Try it, you'll like it better. Okay, Robbie, you can go now.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks as always for having me, man.
Have a good
Oh,
week.
yeah.
All
You're,
right.
Bye-bye.
you're always welcome here.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
you're always welcome, Rob. Stop it.
All right. Appreciate that. I'll catch you guys on the next one.
See you, bro.
Bye-bye,
See you
Snookums.
later.
What'd you call me, Jed?
I called you Snookums.
Oh, thanks, Cupcake. All right.
See, there's some things, pieces at work I've been noticing. They've been doing some different stuff, and they powder coat stuff in orange color. And man, it really looks like that Race Hemi orange. I need to get a sample of that and get it into work and like put it up next to this powder coat job that they do on these pieces. So I'm like, well, fuck. I could get some, like those Mickey Thompson valve covers. I could have them fucking run them through the damn powder coating. Have some Race Hemi orange fucking powder coated Mickey Thompson small block valve covers. Somebody's got to want them.
There you go.
We don't set in the world.
Hey, so when Ruben was on here, did he talk about them kids riding them go-karts around?
Oh man, did you see that?
No, I didn't. I missed all
Oh
that.
yeah, he got on. He got on it. He got on the go kart and driving it around. So the battery got low enough, he wouldn't haul it for us anymore. I don't know why Ruben doesn't get in here. I don't know why he's so stuck up.
He probably sitting in the bed right now, TV on, watching Forensic Files.
Mm. He's doing old man stuff.
Old before his time. I don't know. I couldn't prefer. If Chevy orange paint was the most beautiful thing on the planet, I couldn't paint my car Chevy orange or engine or anything. Just the color alone would ruin my life.
Yeah.
Anything that's Mopar that's got a Chevy attached to it just bothers me. That's one, talk about that high performance 318 that came with a 4-barrel in 86 or whatever year it was, and it had a Rochester quadrijet on it. My first thought was, man, you could have beat that with a 2-barrel Holly.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell? Get that hunk of junk off my Mopar.
You're
I'm
just
up over
gonna
it. I'll
be
be really honest. I know this is going to be unpopular opinion, but I couldn't care less about General E's. They make me sick when I see them, and it makes me even more sick when people turn Chargers into them still today. And I know one other large YouTuber who has the same opinion as me, and he has one. The only reason why it's General E still is because he bought it like that. I don't know. I guess I just didn't grow up at the time when Dukes of Hazzard was made an impression on me. But I'd rather have my own Charger than someone else's.
Yeah, I mean, I like the General Lee on the program, but I'm not a big fan of it either myself. The whole premise, the whole idea, the whole TV show, it was a stock car, and it was this, and it was, well, I know it's TV, and you're supposed to be able to have imagination when it comes to things like that, but I can't. My mind can't buy off on it.
No.
If it was a real stock car, it would have been Hemi powered for one thing, and if it was a real stock car, they wouldn't have had silly spoke steel rims. It would have had some big meats on it, and you wouldn't be, there'd be groove tires to run in the dirt, and
I don't know.
Well,
I
also, I gotta say this, just because
just
you're a
always go back
YouTuber
to
now.
if somebody wants to spend the money to make a general league, go ahead. It's your
But
car.
that John Schneider, I know he's got a YouTube channel now.
yeah.
You got to feel bad for that guy because he is a fucking moron. He doesn't know a damn thing about Chargers. I remember watching one video because someone had told me you need to go watch this guy's video because he's making a fool of himself, and he's like so against like Mopar guys about their opinions on Chargers and stuff and generally. So he made a video to correct everybody. He doesn't know the difference between a 69, a 68, or a 70. He doesn't know anything about those cars. He's just a damn actor.
Yeah.
Well, for man, how can you not like the Chrysler turquoise? We're not talking about.
Oh, the turquoise is good. You know what? The turquoise looks good whenever you put like aluminum valve covers and shit on it. Like, look at Johnny Mopar's big block he put in that Charger. I like the way that looks. Who else did that? Dylan McCool.
Did it at Patina. Patina
Dylan McCool does a lot of turquoise engines.
That turquoise, in my opinion, is the best
paint 'em
car
black.
Chrysler ever did.
I just paint them black like God intended.
I like to see my oil leaks or lack of.
Because all the Magnum motors were black. I don't want to see the oil leaks.
Well, at least I know I got them, you know.
Well, you're running a Mopar, you got them. If it ain't leaking oil, there ain't no oil in it.
That's not true.
None of mine leak oil.
The only reason why Jezebel leaks a little when it was running, when it leaked a little bit of oil, was because the Moroso valve cover had a little whoop-de-doo in it, and it doesn't get a great seal, and I refuse to take a hammer to that valve cover and punch it down a little bit.
What about those funky looking bridge pieces you put underneath those things? You know what I'm talking about? They got the bridge that you put underneath the bolt that sticks way out like 3 inches each. Nope.
I don't have those long ones on there, and it's actually like it's. I've actually thought about making like a big steel ring that would encompass the entire bolt pattern of the valve cover.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool looking, actually.
Isn't that why the cast aluminum valve covers, don't those help with that? Because they don't bend like.
Yeah, they're less
like
flexible.
Yeah. And the problem with those thin Moroso covers is they are stamped aluminum. Well, they don't take bending too good like steel does. Aluminum don't like to bend. It likes to break.
Yeah. If you over tighten those, you just got to break them.
Yeah.
And then
Hey,
you get
John?
oil.
Good, John Wilburn.
This is how John thinks he's in another channel. He said, "Hello, gentlemen."
Oh.
Well, I'll speak for myself. All right,
I'll
nothing.
second that. I don't know where the hell he thinks he is.
Wait, what day is it?
Well, he's getting ready. He's getting close to his announcement, right? I mean, he's going to be doing that next Sunday. Making an announcement.
I don't know. I'm not allowed to talk.
Oh, it's the room.
Dude. Oh, shit. Hold on. My camera's facing the wrong way.
You got clothes on, right?
What's up, man?
Screenshot that. Someone screenshot that shit right now. Let's start a dating profile for him.
Check out the Rubens here.
The Rube.
The Rube.
I was watching the stream I did earlier, and I was watching me race my son on that go-kart, man. I almost cried right now. It's pretty freaking awesome.
Did you hear me in that when you raced him on that?
Yeah, I was watching it right now.
Year old.
It kind of sucks that the live action gets real grainy on the stream. I wonder if that's StreamYard's doing that.
I don't know.
I wonder if it's better, like, if I did the live stuff right from the YouTube app one day.
They might want to try it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Great conversation you guys are having. As usual.
You should have been here to be in it.
Yeah, Rubs, he was in there, man. I was just in chat. I was just kind of hanging out. It's kind of nice to be in chat and just hang out, you know?
I've been there.
I don't know. I don't like this, like, couch view I'm in, though.
That's what I'm saying. We need to take a screenshot of your face and make a dating profile for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever got on some of those websites where you got those old guys, they don't know how to take selfies, and they're always just, like, terrifying because they're just like...
Yeah. This is exactly what it's like.
Hilarious. That's totally what goes on.
Yeah, let me get the camera a little bit farther away from me. There we go. John Duffy in the house.
I got to put on my old man specs here so I can read this crap.
Oh, dude, look at those red rims.
They're the wife's. I stole them from her. You don't need.
Yeah, sure they're the wife's. I'm sure of that.
Now, when we go to the bedroom, I make her wear these. It makes me look real impressive, let me tell you.
Yeah. Oh,
that's cool.
Oh, that sucks. Dallas has COVID. It sucks.
Oh, that sucks. Hope he gets over it. Michael, is he still in the hospital?
No, he got out today. They gave him a breathing machine to take home, even though I don't think he really needs it. But he should be fine.
All right.
Good for him, man.
It's weird. You know, some people it hits, it's just gnarly. And then, like, I got it, and it was the flu. It was just, you know, I felt shitty that night. Next morning, got up, stayed in bed most of the day. Next day, I stayed in bed for a while, and I got bored and got up, did stuff, and just took it easy. And after that, pretty well, you know, really didn't know I had it after that. So,
well, yeah, Anna, she got tested positive. She had to do 10 days quarantine, and she was not a single symptom. She was perfectly normal. And then Michael, he gets tested positive, and he goes to freaking, after like 10 days, he goes to the hospital, and he's on a respirator and IVs, and he's there for not very long, and then he's better.
You know, the crazy part is we're all eventually going to have COVID. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us have had COVID and not even had any symptoms, so we didn't get tested. I'm sure a
That's
ton of
kind
the
of
population.
scary about it, though, because if you get it and you don't have any symptoms, you think you're fine, and you go out and spread it to the people who do get symptoms. You know, that's the only scary thing to me.
Yeah, that's true.
Dad thinks he's got it figured out how to avoid getting it. He says there's 3 things: cigarettes, diesel smoke, and rock dust.
yeah.
Which 3 things were around most of the time. Oh, sorry, Brian. Other guest is not home right now.
Oh, okay. No, I was just wondering. I'm sure he'll jump in on one sooner or later.
You know, John says,
Brian, I like your comment on this when I jumped on the skateboard, and I'm like, skateboard time. And Brian's like, famous last words of every adult that's ever stepped onto a skateboard.
Skateboard time becomes emergency room time.
Yeah.
John says it varies so widely how it affects. I mean, like I got just 3 days, Michael in the hospital. Some people died on a motorcycle. I mean, it's just crazy how it affects everybody.
Yeah, I like the little snag you put in there. I got shot in the arm. They say I'm bleeding to death, but I also got the COVID apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn.
Well, you didn't get the COVID until you got into the hospital.
Yeah. I ain't had it. You know, everybody was really certain I had it when I was sicker than a dog. And when I went to go get all that shit done, they gave me one of them tests, one of the high-end tests. and they were surprised I didn't have it. It was like, oh yeah, people still get sick normally, don't they?
Yeah, the flu and the common cold and all that bullshit still exists.
It does. It's amazing.
Dude, both my kids were super sick a couple weeks ago, and they tested negative for COVID and they tested negative for the flu.
Huh.
And then they got the results mixed up with my daughter. They said she tested positive, but it was another kid. That's another thing too, man. As humans, we have to remember that humans are in charge of all these stats and these numbers. And we fuck a lot of shit up.
Well, yeah, and the other half is, we do have an immune system for a reason.
Well, there's a guy I know who lives in New Orleans, and he went to the doctor and everything, and got a COVID test. And he goes, "Oh, okay, I didn't know what it was." And she's like, "Well, do you have sinus? You have sinus problems every year, right?" He's like, he goes, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, just because COVID's here, don't make that any different."
Yep.
But he was worried about it, I guess.
So Raker says he got it twice. I've heard that happening before, but isn't it a virus? Doesn't your body learn how to fight it off?
Yeah, but now you get the different. That's why the viruses mutate. That's why
Oh,
people get
the variants.
It's a different mutation.
Still,
That's why you got to get a flu shot every year, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't.
I've never had a flu shot, and I've only ever had the flu once in my life.
I got a flu
Either,
shot.
I don't want to be a zombie.
I got the flu shot and got sick, the worst flu I ever had. And then they just said, well, sometimes we get it, sometimes we miss it. Well, it seems like already you're batting 100% missing it.
Yep.
It never seems to fail. I get sick twice a year with something anyway. I mean, why fight it?
My girl was in my live earlier today, and she was holding the camera and she was giving me shit about my outfit, like flip flops, ripped jeans, fucked up t-shirt. And then Brian said, she's like, "I'm not sure what this look is." And then Brian said, "It's the modern bum."
Good modern.
Age, don't you know?
Isn't it great having friends, Ruben?
Yeah, it's funny. She was on camera for a few minutes today. I think she's getting comfortable with it.
Watch out for those internet purrs.
Right. Never mind. That's a good one, Jed. I forgot about those guys. Well, Jed, my channel's so small, dude, is I don't have I'm lucky. I'm at the point, I'm in that little magical part where I don't have any negativity on my channel. Like, I don't have anybody trolling me. Like, if I were to put my girlfriend on there, like nobody would probably say anything bad. They'd be like, "Oh, she's so nice" or something. You're at the point where you know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm lucky enough. I've weeded out most of those people. I've
How
been
do you do
lucky
that?
enough that, well, I feel like, the kind of way you present yourself on your channel kind of attracts a certain crowd of people. And, if you want to call your fan base heathens or hooligans or derelicts or whatever, it's kind of the kind of people you're going to attract. But if you kind of have more of a wholesome family type of deal,
Hmm.
you're going to attract guys who appreciate that kind of stuff. They're not going to be,
Yeah.
they're not going to be, that type of person. And luckily, I don't have to delete any comments or hide any comments anymore. I did for a while, but not anymore, thank God. Like literally, I'll go to my comments deal right now, and I can see comments that have been marked by YouTube as inappropriate. There's
Hmm.
zero. There's been zero for 3 months. Max Wedge heads, they're race heads. That's a race head.
Hold on, I want to show you guys. I Brian, sorry, I don't want to hijack your stream, man, but I just wanted to show him something.
I wouldn't put max wedge heads on a
Facing back.
motorhome engine, expect it to be like amazing, and I wouldn't put them on a daily driver engine.
Yeah, they're
So earlier, guys, I was able to stream. That's my neighbor's. That's my neighbor's '68 Cougar, dude.
Oh, nice.
I think it's an Eliminator.
Well, it's got the Eliminator scoop on it.
He's had it since he was 15. He's never done anything to it. He bought it like that. He's had it since he was. He's had it 15 since he was 15. He's almost 50 now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if what year Eliminator came out. Wasn't it 69 or was it 68?
I have no clue.
It was my neighbor's Cougar, '68 Cougar.
That thing's freaking cool. I always like Cougars.
Yeah, this thing looks so tough. Look at that. Not a big Ford guy. It just looks so tough. Ford guy. This would be my car right here. This thing is sweet. You just talk him into a race.
Yeah, it's got the spoiler on it. Eliminators had the spoiler.
As far as your port size, it comes down to what are you building. You know, you don't want max wedge style ports or bigger on engine you're going to drive on the street. Sometimes having the biggest, baddest race head isn't always the best thing in the world. If you're building a strictly A to B race car, then yeah, that's definitely what you want. Report and it supports 634 horsepower. And of course, those are raised intake ports. You know, it's a different deal than stack head, but you know that'll support over 600 with standard port with the right heads and the right build underneath of it and the right cam. You start putting max wedge ports and things, you can make a lot more power. But what you do with that is you're going to be then pushing that RPM band up higher, and you're going to need more cam to take advantage of that. And you're going to need a bunch of crap. I don't think max wedge ports. Oh, it's going to help. You say it's a race car.
It's very easy to get a port that's way too big on a street car.
Yeah.
Look at the Cleveland 4-barrel heads. Even the pro stock guys were filling those with epoxy for pro stock use.
Yeah. Ruben, that's a really nice Christmas tree, dude.
They must have finally listened to what Smokey Unic had to say, John.
Well, maybe. But I know even Glidden, who was notorious for running the biggest ports of the day, they were filling them. They were epoxying the bottom of the ports on the Clevelands.
Yeah.
I mean, the car can only use so much port cross section before you just kill the velocity.
Well, that just wiped out the bottom end. I had a friend of mine that ran a 4-barrel Cleveland in a '68 Cougar, 4-speed, and I raced him in my Dart. You know, and the Dart was 100% stock. You know, stock manifolds, 112,000 miles on it, and I beat him in the quarter. I run a 14 flat at 99 miles an hour, and he run a 1410 at 126 miles an hour. He stomped the shit out of me going across the line, but I got there first. And that car was the biggest boggin'. You know, it needed some big gear to run the quarter, and you can't. That didn't make it fun on the street. They didn't have overdrive trannies back then. It made no bottom end. It felt. Swear to God, it was so much like a 2-stroke motorcycle. It just.
Well, it's all a package. I mean, Vizard says that even on a race engine, it revolves around your intake valve. He says you can pretty much build everything outward from there. And people can get way more port than they can ever use.
Yeah. Raker, let me ask you this. Are you running Hillborn stack because you like the look of it or because you actually know what you're doing with it? And are you going to run real mechanical or are you going to run that EFI sissy shit? Because Hillborn stack injection is amazing when it's working right and it's doing what it's supposed to and you know what you're doing with it. If you don't know what you're doing with it, it'll be more detrimental than not having a running engine at all.
Yeah, run mechanical. Come on, man.
Well,
Run
I'm not saying
mechanical.
that all applies directly to the mechanical fuel injection. You got to have someone like Alky Digger or one of them guys in your corner to help you get everything just right, unless you know what you're doing with it.
Fake Hilburn mechanical with EFI. That's kind of like a clip-on tie and instant mashed potatoes. Just don't do it. If you're going to do Hilburn, go all the way.
Yep. Well, and I wouldn't go Hillborn anymore because Holly bought them out and it ain't the same. Literally, Holly, when they acquired Hillborn, they made Don Enrique move to Bowling Green. I know he ain't happy there, and they burned all the records. You used to be able to call Hillborn, and if you had your serial number, they would send you a copy of your original sales receipt. You could talk to Carol Hillborn, and she'd tell you about the intake. You could talk to Don Enrique from the Enrique and Adams race team, and they were a great place. And then Holly bought them just like anything else. And I'm not talking about Holly carburetors or how great they are, but I'm talking about Holly, the corporate giant that they are. And they just fuck everything up. And the only reason why they acquired Hillborn is so they could have that name to slap on their stuff. Oh, well, good. You're running mechanical.
Holly's trying to own the world.
They actually are. They already own it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Do some digging. They own just about everybody. They don't own Edelbrock. I was misspoken on that, but it won't be long. Edelbrock's about to go under because they can't find people to work their foundry. It won't be long. It won't be long before Holly puts their Super Shops name, because they acquired that name. They put that into effect, and then they try to put Jeg, Summit, and Speedway completely out of business.
So,
I
Jed,
did not realize that.
remember that conversation we were having, Jed, about why Edelbrock is coming out with that new Holly, and you were saying that, or I don't know if it was you, a bunch of people in the group were saying that Holly owns Edelbrock, and
That
that's
was
why they're coming out
misinformation.
with that.
Yeah, that was misinformation I was given. Holly
I mean, that
doesn't.
sounded really good, though, man. That was a good freaking hypothesis, because that gives Holly the opportunity to just stick with the EFI stuff, and they can dump their carburetor market onto their Edelbrock label, you know?
Well, like I said, it won't be long before Holly just scoops up Edelbrock too, or someone does, because they're in a financial crisis right now. In order for them to get an intake manifold out, they're having to send an intake out to get machined, and then it comes back, and then it gets sent out again, and literally, any part of theirs is getting sent out about 4 times before it makes it back home.
So if Holly doesn't own Edelbrock, what's the whole deal with the freaking Edelbrock Holly carb then? This lookalike. How are they getting away with that?
That's a damn good question.
Those patents are long expired.
On it.
Mm.
Those patents are at least 50 years old. So if you want to make a Rubin carburetor and call it the Rubin 4150, go knock yourself out.
Heck yeah, man.
Edelbrock probably
I know the guy that run the dyno when they tested that Edelbrock Holly carburetor. His name is Nick. And I asked him, I said, is it different? And he just said, nope. So it's there. I guess there are some things different. The owner of the dyno wasn't even allowed in the dyno room when they were doing the testing. Everybody was forced out, and they took their information from it. They went home, and then they came back, and they did some more testing, and then they went home, and they looked it over. And so I don't know if they're just building a better mousetrap or if there's physically something different inside them. I don't know.
It doesn't look like an improved version. It looks like a version that can be built a little bit cheaper, actually.
Yeah. You know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're trying to make a $10 Holly carburetor or something.
That's kind of what I'm leaning toward, but I haven't seen one in person.
I've seen
I don't
pictures.
think they'll make it out of. I don't think they'll make it to production.
I think they will, but I think it's going to be a niche market.
It's just,
I'm
I mean,
saying
what big
current
market
health
do you
of
see for that?
Edelbrock. I know the current health of Edelbrock. I know my last bit of information was false, but I know for a fact their current health status as far as a company isn't good. And none of the big aftermarket retailers who aren't owned by Holly, they're not doing any good either. If you're not under the Holly umbrella, you're not safe.
That's too bad.
Yeah. And you know, I kind of anybody who accepts freaking promotion from Holly, they're just as bad as anybody else because they're supporting that. I mean, I'll always love Holly carburetors, but the Holly corporate thing that they're a monopoly and they're out to destroy everything.
Hey, look, you had Mopar from the 60s and 70s. It's not the same thing as Mopar today.
That's true.
And Holly from the 60s and 70s is not the same thing as Holly today. And Edelbrock from the 60s and 70s is not the same thing as Edelbrock today.
Yeah.
And the Republican and the Democrat from the 60s and
No.
70s, not the same Republican and Democrat today.
Nope.
Yeah, they are. They're all politicians and they're all trying to fuck you over.
Yeah.
Some things never change.
Well, you know what the difference is between a politician and a catfish? One's a scum-sucking bottom dweller, and the other's a fish. The other one too. Why do they bury politicians 10 feet down? Because deep down they're really nice people.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't know. I think that Holly's made improvements on the carburetors. You know, I love the ability to tune the air bleed systems the way they allow us to do it now. Never had that ability before. I had to modify my own to get it that way, and that was okay because you did one or two a year. It didn't matter. But now you just buy them, and they're pretty close already. But if you need to work them, you have a cheap ability to do it that you can make changes and experiment now. And if it doesn't work, you just put it back, where we couldn't do that before without making a lot of modifications.
Raker, I have not taken them yet. That deal hasn't happened yet.
I'm still here, guys.
Hey, Brian.
Around in my shop, I'm going to be bringing in her car tomorrow to put a stereo in it.
Hey, Brian, that big storm never came in.
Really?
Yeah.
Moving around here or something, right?
Fellas, y'all take care. I'm going to split.
All right, Mr. Wilbur.
I'm here in
John,
Georgia.
Yeah, when are you going to be in town? That's what I was going to ask you.
I'll be there I'll get there late in the evening on the 29th. I'll be around the 30th and 31st. I'll probably be rebuilding a little Holly 1920 for my uncle on the 30th.
Ooh.
So,
I like
All
those
right.
carburetors.
Well, if I'm pretty sure I'll be around, so I'll try to get a hold of you. Maybe we can run into each other.
yeah, man. Sounds good. I'm planning to have a live stream with Frank Parks on Wednesday from his place.
Is that the name of his channel, Frank Parks?
That's Mopar Restos, Frank Parks. He's a Mopar hoarder. He's got all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I'll
that
be-
guy's cool.
I hope to be doing a live with him on Wednesday.
All right. Cool.
And I'll see you guys later.
All right,
Take
John.
care.
Hey, John.
Yeah,
Wrecker, as far as them MGs go, I think the deal with Brandon Herrera is probably going to fall through because they don't have a particular part that he's like super interested in. So none of them kits will be available.
Aaron's back. Champions. Hey, Tall John, if you wind up linking up with John Wilbur when he goes out there, you guys should do a live stream from Olive Garden.
I love it. That whole situation cracks me up. We got an Olive Garden around too.
There you go.
I'm gonna get him a gift card. I hope he's not.
You know what?
One
You
side.
know what? I forgot about that, man. And it was too late after I freaking realized. I was like, we should have all pitched in and got him a Olive Garden gift card.
We should.
You know what? Let's do it anyway, man. Let's all pay. John, you know what, John, you get the gift card, and then I'll PayPal you $10 or whatever.
No, I owe you money for a T-shirt that you had to send off from Johnny Mopar.
Don't. Nah, dude, it's not even okay. All right. Well, John, we just ruined his present.
John,
Oh,
He's still in here.
what are you doing, Hangin?
He always lurks.
Spying on us?
John, we're gonna get you a Christmas present. But I was telling Tall John, if you wind up hooking up with Tall John when you're out in Tennessee, you guys should do a live stream from Olive Garden.
or maybe we should get John Wilburn a gift card to like the seediest, crappiest, most run-down strip club.
That'd be cool.
I'm gonna give him something from Taco Bell so he can have some real good food.
There you go.
Yeah, get him some of that Taco Bell.
Holly is buying out Olive Garden. Oh no.
Oh, he's buying out Olive Garden. No.
I don't know if they have Jack in the Box out there. I should get him some for that.
John said he went to close his web browser and heard Olive Garden.
He's like a dog when you have like you're gonna drop food in front of him.
I had not. Yeah, I had not been to Olive Garden in probably 2 or 3 years, and that day that I went is just like a practical joke. Was probably the best hour and a half I've had in years, man. It was so relaxing. You're in a restaurant by yourself midday, eating some damn Olive Garden, dude. I was like, this John Wilburn guy, he's onto something, man. This guy knows how to treat himself.
Hey Jed, did you see John's comment there?
I was replying to a text message. That's funny.
Cracks me up.
Hey,
I
Tall
keep
John,
finding-
have you mailed out that converter yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No, it meant to go out a couple of days ago, and I threw it in the back of the car. It's all boxed. It's all ready to go.
Okay.
And I told the old lady, well, if you're going to go out, make sure you go to the post office. Okay, I'll do it. Well, something changed. I don't know. She had an excuse, and it's my fault. I should have sent it. So
Okay.
I'll get it out.
Yeah. I was going to. I was going to finish that trans this week.
Ship them.
I was going to finish that trans this week and probably throw it in the car whenever I get the converter.
Okay, so you're not going to go run it one time and see what it does since you got your ignition system fixed?
You know what? I can. While I'm waiting for the converter, I guess I could do that. Just throw the tail shaft on this transmission and throw some trans fluid in it. Then I got to waste
real quick.
Then I got to waste $100 worth of trans fluid though.
Just wait for the converter to get there, and then just put it all in and be done. That way you can go out, and that's going to give you a real measurement to start with,
Yeah, and I don't want to waste damn $100 worth of trans fluid again.
Yeah, it'll be out there. I don't know what it'll take, 3 or 4 days.
Okay, don't priority. Whatever the cheapest way to do it is.
Yeah, we'll just do regular. It'll probably take 3 or 4 days.
Okay. God, I can't fucking stop yawning. I'm like a fucking 42-year-old man.
Hey, Chad.
Yeah.
What do you think about? I've been thinking about this since I have on this run stand. I've got some mounts to mount the where the motor mounts would be Magnum style, where they're in the middle of the engine. Do you think that would be more stable on the run stand, being in the middle of the engine than on one end and then the other one on the other end? You know, 'cause I'm gonna have you know what I'm saying? I got the bell housing, that's gonna hang off of one end. Then I'd have the other mounts directly in the center of the engine, or pretty well centered in the engine.
I'm gonna say how our run stand mounts is we mount off factory motor mount ears in the front, and then we mount off the back bell housing area.
Yeah. I could come up with some mounts for that.
That's how we do it. That's how pretty much every dyno does it.
Yeah, I just come up with the other mounts. I'll figure something out.
I'm not quite understanding what you're meaning by
The Magnums don't mount off the front of the engine, off the ears. They've got bosses in the side of the block that are like right in almost in the center of the block. That the motor mounts bolt to. They
Why
have
don't you
3
just
bolts
bring
in
the
them.
block over
Right
here
in.
and show me what you're talking about?
All right, we could try this. Hold on.
A small block Chrysler block don't weigh that much. I carry those around all day.
Jesus.
They're not that bad.
They're pretty heavy, Jed.
I unloaded. I had a guy bring me a 273, gave it to me, and I didn't want to get the cherry picker out, so I just picked the block up, bear hugged it, brought it in the garage.
You are young, Jed.
Hey, I'm old and I pick them up.
Yeah. Well,
Damn.
John, you're also kind of tall too.
Oh, you're saying I ain't got to lift it as high?
Yeah.
I just
All
pick
right, Brian. Let's see you lift it. You got to lift it now, man.
right there. It's just a factory high stall, 1800 stall.
John Wilburn saying John Wilburn says he lifts them too.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, Mopar man, I saw the video where you got the truck running where you talked about the valve
Over
brake.
here and lift this for me then.
I just pick it up and bear hug it.
Yeah, just
How close can we get it?
Pretend it's just a very large woman.
I got away from those. We're going over here.
Oh, John clears the tailgate. I have to give it a knee. That would be funny to watch.
Okay. Okay. See what I'm looking at here. Okay, there's the block. I can bring it closer.
I could always Google Magnum motor mounts, but that's too easy.
yeah, let Brian suffer a little bit.
Yeah.
Embrace the suck. That's what he told me earlier when I broke one of those fucking snap ring fucking seals on the transmission.
Okay, I don't know if you can see it real good or not.
I see the LA mounting ears.
Yeah, your LA mounting gear's here.
Yeah.
Magnum's mount right here.
Oh well, either of those would be fine.
You got cylinders and main caps.
It's 3 bolts right there. That's, you know, the Magnums have both sets.
Yeah, just use either of those mounts. Whatever you got's easy.
I was just thinking it might be a little more stable being in the middle of the engine than hanging off the front. I don't know.
Well, if you're gonna have a mount in the back, I'd rather have the other mount as far forward as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
I mean,
see, I got my hardware for that.
anyway. As long as that run stand is built heavy enough.
I think it is. It's pretty stout.
What year's your?
They ain't got nothing on the one Dad and I made, but they're plenty good.
No, probably not. I've seen that one you guys made. That thing's a monster.
Yeah.
What year's your 440, Ruben?
The one that I have sitting on the side of the road runner, I think it's a 76. And then I've got a Virgin block sitting next to that I can't remember the year on.
Should be able to figure it out. Next time you're out there, or take some pictures.
Ruben looks like he needs to go for a walk.
Yeah.
He
I'm
looks
just thinking about the freaking metal snap ring that I have to replace on that piston or whatever on the transmission I broke today. So I break this metal snap ring today, and then I hear from John Wilburn, well, that's it, boys. I'll see you later, man.
That van.
He takes off, and I'm like, well, you can always tell who your real friends are when you start breaking shit, how many people stick around and how many people take off. They're like, well, that's all she wrote, boys.
I'll be right back. I gotta get
there to just start back up at home. Starting to get hungry.
Yeah.
There's food there.
We were gay.
You guys shutting her down?
Well, I can shut it down. I could shut mine off. I could shut all this off and the stream will stay up.
Oh, that's right.
I'll back in when I get home.
Hey, Brian, John wants you to show us a van that you're looking at buying.
No, I said he's looking at buying, but he sent it to me on my phone, and I can't connect my phone to this computer. I can do it at home. But yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to head home anyway, real quick, and then I guess whoever's left in here, I'll talk to you guys there.
Already, you got 9 people in here, man.
Hey, Ruben, could you relax?
Shut down. You guys will still be there.
Just relax, Ruben. Jeez.
Yeah, just relax. Fuck.
Watching my kids fly around on go-karts.
I was going to say,
I gotta hook up some GoPros to these go-karts, man, and make actual video. These things are fucking cool.
were they out there running around passing each other and beating up on each other and all that?
Yeah. Then I hopped on a couple times, raced. It was cool, man. Get them off those video games for a little bit, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Go get some real skills.
Yeah.
I got a little video, a little short that I might put on the channel where I'm holding a beer, driving a beat up old lawn tractor around the yard. And Jacob was probably 2 years old driving the lawnmower, and I'm holding the beer up as I go by the camera. So I thought about putting that on there. You know, even though
man.
you probably get in trouble from YouTube, you know, you can't. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay to teach them about homos, but it ain't okay to have a beer.
teach them skills, yeah. Or teach them man shit. My kids really want to start a YouTube channel. They're 6 and 4, and I give them my old phone, and they film videos with their toys and shit. And I was thinking about editing a couple videos for them and letting them start their own little channel or something, but I don't know. There's too many pervs out there, man.
Yeah.
And those kid channels blow up. You know, I bet you if I let my kids do a video a week for a year, they'd probably have 10, 20,000 subs.
Yeah, they do blow up.
Those kid channels are popular, man.
I don't know. You know, I guess you got to just be careful that they don't say where they live. They don't put, you know, information out there.
Yeah, I'd edit all that shit out. But
that's pretty cool, John. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, John's van. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Raker says you need to get some rubber tires for them go-karts.
Yeah, they have plastic ones right now. And I was talking to Brian about it. The rubber ones would be cool. It would give them some oomph off the line. But they like spinning around on them because they can drift around since it just slides. So I'd be taking away that aspect of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Fuck it. I don't want to start modifying more shit. I've got enough problems with these fucking cars.
I got to modify my hand. It's beerless. Hang on.
There you go.
So, Ruben, my computer took a dump today, or I guess yesterday, last night late.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. I haven't figured out exactly what's wrong, but I think it's the motherboard.
Really?
Yep. It
What are
started
what are we on right now? What are you using right now?
my laptop.
Oh, okay.
Just brought it out. It's a piece of crap too. And after I got done figuring out that I think the motherboard's bad, which, with the computer, they're not expensive enough that, you just can't throw parts at them, or you may as well just go get a new one.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, even though this seems like it's wrong, it could be this affecting that. There's just so many ways they connect. So anyway, it started beeping saying that the memory was no good. So I pulled the memory out of it, and it beeped and said, well, there's no memory in it. So that sort of told me that maybe the, things were working. But anyway.
Or is it you built it yourself, or it's a pre-made computer?
No, it's a Dell pre-made.
Pre-made, yeah. Getting a motherboard well, I mean, you don't have to get that exact motherboard. You can get any motherboard as long as it's compatible with the processor you got. You know what processor was in it, or?
Yeah, it's let's see, it's a Windows 7, so it's an old piece of crap. It's 10 years old. That van's awesome, John. Lots of windows in that thing. Long as can be.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the computer apart,
it's the processor is an i5.
oh yeah. I mean, you could probably get a new motherboard for an i5, dude, for like $60, $50.
Yeah, I saw one for I think $28.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole thing, is even if it ends up not being that, I wasted $28.
Mm-hmm.
It's not huge. So if it ends up being the CPU or something like that, and then to get just the same CPU replacement, the i5, you can get those for I think 100 or so.
Mm-hmm.
So to get the computer working again for 100, $150, that's not that bad, I don't think.
No, even if you buy the new motherboard for that price, and you might actually be able to pop the case open, get the serial number of that exact Dell motherboard, type that in eBay or Google, and there's people that sell those exact motherboards.
Yeah,
they'll go into schools and they'll buy like 50 of the school's old computers, and they'll sell them for parts.
Yeah,
and I mean, that's what happened with my old computer. Is I got the motherboard some guy was selling out of it. And you could buy those for $10, $20, so like what you're talking about. And you'll have the exact motherboard. And the nice part about that is your power supply will fit in the exact spot. Your RAM will be in the exact spot. Yeah. All the shit will be, fit in the case you have. Because you could buy a new motherboard, but the RAM might be in a different spot. And then it doesn't fit your case. And then you go down a rabbit hole and you got to buy a new case and all that bullshit.
Yeah, I think, for this computer, I just kind of need to have it for now to get through. We got to get just into next year's tour season. So I just need to get something so I can get by. I was working on a video, and it crashed right in the middle of doing it. And I lost everything. I'd say it was halfway to 2/3 finished with the video. And anyway, so, that's really the only reason I kind of need, other than hanging out like this,
mm-hmm.
And then I use it for watching YouTube or music or watching TV or whatever. So
John's asking a question, Ruben, if I swap a hard drive out of the Toshiba to another with the exact same part number, will it work or cause Windows problems? John, you can get the exact hard drive, but this is what you got to do. You have to buy Windows 10. You could buy it for like $10. Put Windows 10 on an external USB, one of those USB sticks, because what you're going to have to do, the new hard drive that you buy is going to be perfectly clean. So when you load the computer up, it's not going to have anything to boot off of. So when you start the computer, it'll ask you, do you want to boot off the hard drive or boot off the USB stick? You boot it off the USB stick to install Windows onto the hard drive. It's pretty self-explanatory, but yeah, it'll work. But your new hard drive will be perfectly clean. So the computer won't have anything to boot up. It won't know what the hell to do. So as long as you have, and then you'd need a secondary computer to load that Windows 10 onto the USB stick. So if you're like your mom has a computer or something, you can go to her house, load Windows 10 onto the USB stick, and then pop it into the computer. When you do that first boot up, it'll load off that. But yeah, it's possible. It's just a little bit of finagling. And there's YouTube videos out there that show you how to do all that.
I don't know. I'm one of them guys where I'm all about simpler is better as far as computers. So I got one of them computers with all the light up stuff and the liquid.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
all
yeah.
that. Yeah, my computer's about as simple as it gets.
Yeah, I like that. I like the a lot of my hardcore computer friends hate the RGB lights because when you're a hardcore computer guy, it's but I like it.
I figure if I'm gonna spend that kind of money on a damn computer, by God, it's gonna be pretty to look at. Just like you spend that money on a gun or anything else, it's gonna be something you can look at.
I'm the same way, Jed. I go, if I'm gonna spend all this money on a damn computer, I want to see my money.
Yeah,
I want to see my money dance around.
I don't know if this webcam has enough lead on it. Nope. That just knocked over everything on my desk. I didn't give my webcam enough lead to move around because I got all my cables routed.
John's asking if he can take his old hard drive and swap it into a new computer. Yeah, John, you can take that exact hard drive and swap it into the exact laptop if you got a new one. And it'll be like your old laptop came back to life. You won't have to do anything. It'll load Windows off of the hard drive. It'll boot up exactly like your old one did. All you're doing is giving it the hard drive. Think of it as the soul of your computer, and you're just putting it into a new body, basically.
Yep.
I'd like to do on mine, one of them, what do they call it, where you wipe it out, clean it up, and reload everything.
Yeah, that's what I did to my laptop, the one that I stream off of in the garage.
Yeah.
Because it's a really good gaming laptop that I bought 2 or 3 years ago, but for some reason, it's just gone to shit. And probably all the freaking gay porn I got on there. But or
80 gigs worth.
And I don't have anything important on there. And I did the restore, the system restore, where it wipes it to where it's fresh out of the box again.
Yeah.
Runs like a champ now.
That's what I think I want to do. Probably this one, but I got to save all the whatever pictures and videos and stuff that are on it.
Yeah.
And really all I have, when I did the videos for YouTube, I have those on there. I still have the original footage too, and that's all stored somewhere else. So I'm not so sure how much I need to keep the video itself. To me,
yeah,
I don't like watching them anyway, so why do I need to keep them? They're all stuck on YouTube if I wanted to watch them anyway.
Yep, that's kind of how I feel.
We'll be right back, guys.
So I got to do a clean reinstall. Guy I was talking to today, when I was talking to him about what I thought was wrong with my computer, he said that Windows stacks updates on top of the old ones. So, you might be to the 8th update and the computer's got to go through all that crap. And so it slows the hell out of it. So when you do a clean reinstall, you get the original and then you get the most up-to-date update on there. You don't have 15 updates stuck in your computer. And
you can also manually delete those too.
Yeah, but the problem is if you're ignorant like me, man, I ain't got time to figure that shit out, Well,
that's why I got my I got a total tech care plan through Best Buy, And they do my GoPros and my computer and all my stuff like that. And my TVs, anything we buy from Best Buy, it's covered by that plan. And if we have any issues, we just take it in and they fix it. We just pay for parts. We don't pay for any labor.
Yeah.
So when I did my computer was running hot, I took it in there and $500 and I upgraded my entire cooling system on my PC, and now it cools like a motherfucker, and I don't have any issues now.
No, that's where I went.
I speak too soon because it is running a little warm right now for some reason. That's probably because the live stream and there's videos running in the background and stuff.
Yeah. I went to Best Buy today to go take a look at some stuff. I always used to go to not for computer stuff, but always to Electronics Express. I ain't going back there anymore. Best Buy was not only cheaper, the people were better to deal with. You know, if I wanted to talk about TVs, there was somebody there that knew what the hell they were talking about. So,
Yep.
seems to me like there's more quality people working there. So, and I don't go to, you know, Electronics Express very often anyway. I think
Well, Best Buy's about the closest place I got that's got anybody who knows anything, and I know them guys at Geek Squad. They're not just Joe Schmoes like you get at the parts store. They're guys who actually like what they're doing.
Yeah.
The guy who did all the upgrades on my computer, he built gaming PCs on the side, so he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. I think if I can get this computer back up and working, and it's kind of glitchy when I'm using my editing program. I use that Shotcut.
Yeah.
And so we looked at the, you know, it has little graphs inside. You can look what the CPU's doing. You can look at what the RAM's doing. And the RAM's, I was using up maybe a quarter of it. And as soon as I hit play, the CPU just maxed out. It was at 100%, you know, 99, whatever percent. And so, anyway, I was talking to the guy over there at Best Buy, and he said, yeah, you can get a faster CPU and it'll help, but he said, you need to get a video card, and preferably one with memory on it.
Yep.
So because then all your video stuff is processed over there and the CPU just controls it. Okay, makes sense to me. So I bought a video card for it today when I was over there. So once
What'd you get, John?
Huh?
Which kind of video card did you get?
Here, let me get the box here. Here's the video card here itself.
That's a little guy.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
And then,
I was gonna say mine's got like 3 great big fans on it. It is I've got an i9 10900K CPU, 32 gigs of RAM. I think I got a 2070. Oh, a 1030. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
That'll do. How many gigs of RAM on that card, John?
you know, I don't know.
It'll say right there next to it. It'll say like 8, 10, 12.
2 gigs.
2 gigs?
Yeah.
How much did you pay for that? How much you pay for that?
84 bucks.
Okay.
So it, you know, and that's the thing too, is what I like about it is I told him what computer I had, and I said, look, I know there's a lot of stuff, you know, so
Mm-hmm.
you know, there's maybe some incompatibility issues or whatever. You know, I don't know the clock speed and the BIOS and all that. I don't know any of the information. I don't know. And the Geek Squad guy said, he says, let me just tell you, without, you know, I told him what my motherboard was, and he looked it up, you know, what the computer is, a piece of crap Dell Esperion or whatever the hell. And so he looked it all up, and he said, I'm going to tell you right now, no guarantees, 50-50 shot that it'll work for you. And I said, well, what, you know, how about bringing it back if it don't work? No problem. All right, shoot, what the hell? What am I going to lose? If I put it in and it works, all my problems are solved. If it don't, I get my money back and I go find the right stuff. Now, the one I looked up that said it worked was also 2 gig, and but nobody's got them. You can't find them. They're not, you know, they're unavailable. So Amazon shows it, but when I went to order it, it, you know, went from 3 available to out, you know, none available. So
Yeah, I mean most cards now. I mean, I don't know what version of i5 you have. They have built-in video cards onto the processors now,
yeah,
and I mean, two gigabytes of RAM is pretty low. I mean, on my laptop that I refreshed the other day, I was talking about, it has, I think it has 8 or 10 gigabyte of RAM just built into it.
yeah.
So
Most computers
two's
today have
pretty
enough.
low, man. That's like 10 or 15 years ago type RAM
Yeah, well,
on a video card.
no, I think that's maybe the reason why they recommended it, because that, according to the stuff we read, was saying that I can't, something Express 2.0, 2 gigs.
PCI Express,
PCI Express was 2 gigs. That was what was recommended.
and that might be the only card that fits into your computer too.
Yeah,
You know, because you've got a home built or you got a pre-built Dell computer.
yeah.
But
I'll never
yeah,
do
whenever
that.
you're ready for a next computer, John, we'll get together and you buy all the parts and we'll put it together on a live stream.
Hell yeah.
It's easy. It's easy. It's
Well,
all Legos. As long as you
since
get
we've
the
all
right shit,
been
if it
out,
plugs in.
I've been wanting to get back into gaming again. And one of the things I cannot do with this computer is do a good game. Like I can play
No.
Counter-Strike on it, but I got to knock
Yeah.
down the resolution a little bit. And
Yeah.
so, that was the first thing I thought about was, not only does a good gaming computer kind of allows you to go further into the life of the damn thing and still work.
Yeah.
But then,
I mean, if you wanted a good gaming computer, I mean, compared to what you're working with now, dude, I mean, like I said, the graphics cards are built into the chips now, and and compared to what you even just bought at Best Buy, you could go out and get a new CPU for your computer, and they come with graphics cards built into them that are probably 10 times better than that one you just paid 80 for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying
I mean,
to
that's
remember
how far
what
the technology's come.
I got the 2070 Super.
So
Yeah,
that
Jed's got a 2070. I've got a I've got a 1080, and I've got the same processor Jed has. I've got an i9 1099K or whatever, 32 gigabytes of RAM, DDR5, all that. Every drive I have is SSD. So you press the power button on my computer, and like 3 seconds later, you're in Windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Which is nice.
Geek Squad
That's
was sitting
nice
there
too for
trying to get
video
my
editing.
My BIOS, and my computer boots up so fast. As soon as we click the on button, we're sitting there clicking buttons trying to get it.
Yeah, to
you
get
can
into the
use
BIOS,
BIOS.
you gotta be a wizard on it. It's like playing a video game trying to get into the damn BIOS.
Yeah. Well,
But
it's definitely coming soon, so we'll get together. But that was some of the stuff that I researched. You're not allowed to mess with the BIOS on a Dell computer. It's proprietary or whatever. Now you can upgrade through Dell, but according to Dell, you could only do I could only do the i3 and the i5 on this computer, and it's got the i5 in it. So then I talked to the guy at the Geek Squad guy, and he said, well, you may be able to put an i7, but you won't be able to put an i9. Okay, well, I'm not sure I'm worried about even putting an i7 in it, because I just need the computer to work so it plays my TV and it shoots the movie on the screen behind me, and it's not needed anymore.
You know what's super cool, and a lot of people don't realize that this even exists. So check this out, John. If you really wanted to get Funky Town with it, this is the way the world's going. You can rent, okay? So at my old job, there was this old computer that I had to use, right? And I wanted to play games because I had an overnight shift. And so I was using a work computer. And now, about a year or two ago, they came out with you could basically rent a computer. It's a virtual computer. So check this out, John. So for like $20 a month or $10 a month or 30, like the higher tier you go, the better computer you can rent. On your laptop that you're on right now, you can go to a website, and for $10 a month, you can rent a computer, like Raker's saying, that's the equivalent of like a $4,000 or $5,000 computer that you could build at home. And check it out. The cool part is you log into their website, and it immediately, you're using a virtual machine. So it'll boot up in 3 seconds. You can play any video game in the world on it.
Yeah.
At the max graphics. And it comes with like 100 gigabytes of hard drive. So you can edit a video through your laptop off of a virtual machine and pay $10 a month. And whatever the latest graphics card that comes out tomorrow, that virtual computer you have gets upgraded. And that's the way the future is going to be, is people aren't going to have computers like me and Jed have sitting next to our desk taking up all this space, dude.
Oh hell no!
You're
I'll
gonna-
always have a computer.
But I'm saying I mean, I will too, because I like tinkering around and I like that kind of shit. But what people are going to have is they're going to have a little thing about the size of a USB stick that you can plug into anything, anywhere.
Yeah, like a TV.
And like these Xboxes and PlayStations,
Yeah.
that's why they're all going to cloud gaming. It's because they want you to be able to play Xbox and PlayStation right from your phone. So,
Yes.
and Xbox and PlayStation, they don't make money off the Xbox or PlayStation. They make money off the games, but they have to sell you one of these goddamn things to get you to play games.
Right.
Well, in the future, nobody's going to buy an Xbox or PlayStation. You're going to be able to game wherever you're at. You're going to be able to go on a computer wherever you're at. Everything's going to be virtual. Everything's off of, outer
Well,
space.
By the
I'll
way,
say this: the problem
Virtual
I got with the cloud gaming, it's like the Xbox One and the PlayStation 5. They got those services where you pay a certain fee and you can play whatever you want. It's awesome. The problem is with that if you ever run out of your subscription, you're screwed. You don't get to play those games anymore. Whereas back in the old days, you went out and you bought a game, you own that copy, and you can play it any day
Yeah.
you want.
yep.
Well, that's like, a lot of people said that about, like what Jed's saying about owning the copy of the game. And if you go to Steam, like I've got thousands of dollars of Steam games,
Yep.
that's all virtual.
That is true, but luckily,
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
but people got used to that too.
Well,
And then
understand,
like I
Steam-
played for my kids, I pay that $15 a month for the Xbox. It wasn't worth it years ago when they first started because it didn't have that many games on it. But dude, that new Halo game just came out 2 weeks ago. It's on there for free.
Well, I know I
I
got
mean,
it,
they're-
I played it, but I mean, like with Steam though, you own those games. That's in your personal
Yeah, yeah.
library, and you're not paying for a subscription to keep those going. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. You're right though, because my kids like a couple games that are on that subscription service. So I just keep paying the $10 or $15 a month because I want them to keep being able to play it. If I stop paying it, then I have to pay the $50 for the damn game.
Yeah.
So it's kind of,
That's what we got for Jacob too. Same thing.
it's kind of that same deal.
When I used to have Game Pass hooked up on my computer here, it was linked in, so I had access to every single Xbox title there was. And I actually had a problem, and Microsoft basically told me tough titties. I went to go download Outer Worlds on my PC because I never got to finish playing on the Xbox. Well, now I got a computer I can play it on, so I downloaded for free, and it got about 2/3 the way downloaded, 3/4, and it took up like 10 gigs or something, and I paused the download, shut my computer down for the night so I could go to bed. Woke up the next morning, and the game won't finish installing at all. And I called around, talked to Best Buy, talked to Geek Squad, talked to Microsoft, because the problem I got is that space is permanently took up on my computer now, and I can't get it back. And you can't access those files in the Microsoft app on your PC because they're locked behind a firewall. And if you get inside of there and start screwing with shit. You delete the wrong
Hmm.
thing, you delete the wrong file, your computer turns into a brick, and no one will do it. So I permanently lost like 10 gigs of memory I can't get back.
Hmm.
It sucks.
And you never got the game installed?
No, I said, fuck it. I deleted the Xbox stuff right off my computer. I don't want it
Mhm.
anywhere near me. I've never had a problem with Steam. As far as John Wilburn's comment goes about internal organs running on subscription service, check out a movie called Repo the Genetic Opera. It's all about that shit. People missing a payment on their organs when they need like an organ replaced. They send out a repo, man. You miss a payment, he cuts it right out of you and kills you.
Oh, what movie is this, Jed? This sounds cool.
It's Repo the Genetic Opera. It's like a heavy metal opera. It was a stage play for a long time, and they made a feature-length movie out of it. It's really fucking good. It came
Repo?
out when I was in high school, and I know every lyric to every single song in that movie. I love it. It's
All
freaking
right, I
awesome.
want to check that out. I love shit like that.
I do too.
Yeah, dude, that's how our whole lives are going to be. It's just everything's going to be a subscription service.
I have a subscription service to having an average sized penis.
Yeah.
American dream.
I mean, it's going to have to get that way because pretty soon you're not going to be able to walk out of the house unless you get a permit first. And they're going to tell you what job we want you to do. Oh, you're smart enough to work on cars? Well, you're over here then.
Yeah. Brian, are we going to play 7 Days Die tonight, or are we going to wait for another night?
I'll play tonight.
Cool. As long as we don't
I'll fire it up as soon as I show you guys this.
I just bought it.
Run terribly late. Tomorrow is Dad's last
Yeah, who
day.
wants to buy a lawsuit in progress? There's a carnival ride for $200,000. Doesn't that look safe?
Wow.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know if it's safe, but I want it.
If you were rich, you'd be like, God damn, I'd love to have that in my backyard.
Imagine the Will It Run video on that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, for about time, I'd watch one of those. I'm sick of them.
Yeah, I don't watch anything that says Will It Run. I just don't watch because I know it's going to fucking run, man.
Oh, you could start a whole series, Willie Puke.
Hey, Jed,
Well, Jed's Will It Run video I'll watch, even though it was a huge cock tease.
Hey.
Oh, Jed's new video? I haven't watched it yet.
Run. It is Quest for the First Start.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. Quest for the First Start.
Because in the video, we don't get it running. That's the next video, and I don't know if I'm going to title it, will it run, but it will be something along the lines of first run, first start on this 360. And I'll tell you what, that thing does run pretty damn good. It sounds pretty good.
When I was working on my video, doing the editing on it, there's a part of it where we're pressure washing some parts of the Roadrunner.
Oh, God.
The first thing I thought of was Jed loves this kind of stuff, so I put at the bottom, "This is for you, JS."
Richard.
God.
Richard's finally back. He said he was coming. He said he'd see you later, guys. And like 14 hours later.
Richard!
Ruben, I'm going to send you a link to this movie deal. You got to check
Yeah,
it
please.
If
I want to watch that. I'm going to watch that tonight, actually. I love movies like
on
that.
any of the streaming services. It's kind of an underground cult classic. It's got Alexa Vega in it. It's got
So you got boobs in it?
No, it's got Joan Jett's actually in it. Kind of scary looking Joan Jett. It's modern Joan Jett. Let's see who else in it. It's Alexa's in it. Anthony Head, he plays the modern day he's in Broadway. He plays Dr. Frankenfurter. It's got Paris Hilton, unfortunately. Paul Sorvino, he's a famous opera singer. Sarah Brightman, so on and so forth. I mean, it's a damn good movie if you like that dark horror metal opera shit.
Yes.
You said it's got Tim Curry in it?
Yes,
No,
I do.
Curry.
Richard said he's at Buffalo Wild Wings.
B triple W.
You know, Richard, you missed out. If you're at Buffalo Wild Wings, I guarantee if you look across the street or down the block, there's an Olive Garden, and you could have gone there.
Nope. Unlimited breadsticks.
Ruben,
if
you
you did
didn't
that,
add me on
John
Steam yet,
Wilburn would
did
have
you?
been proud of you.
Huh? No, I haven't added you. I haven't gone
I got
onto the.
there's a friend request.
Okay. I'll
Jed,
accept
make
it.
sure on your 7 days to die. How the fuck did I do this now?
I'm gonna go watch this movie instead of play 7 Days to Die with you guys.
It's a good movie.
I'm really jonesing for a good movie.
I do. I can hook you up with a lot of good shit like that.
Dude, hook it up.
Did you watch Duel yet?
I have not watched Duel yet. Shit, that's another one. We need to make a list, guys, of shit people can access. Like we got to start a list of good movies, good car movies, good horror movies, good action movies, and then good fucking dive bar country music playlist. I did say I wanted to start a playlist on my channel that people could fucking just access for shit like that.
We ought to
All these
find
ideas,
all
they
the
just take
decent
effort.
porn videos too and share those with people.
What's that, Jeff?
All the good porn videos.
Oh yeah, I know what it is.
None of the ones where they like right before you're getting too excited, they pan to a picture of the dude's butthole.
Oh no, I don't like those ones.
Yeah, no, they always ruin it for me. See, we're getting to that hour.
Yeah.
I like Doll John. He does.
But dude,
exactly
you know
what you're talking
it's so hard to watch pre-recorded stuff when everything you can just go live now.
about.
I mean, I don't go live.
Go live for porn? What? What are you
I mean,
going
I
live
don't
for a
go.
guy's
I don't go.
butthole? What?
I don't go live for it. I watch it, live.
Okay, Jed, do you have Steam
Everything's live
open?
now.
Do I have Steam open?
Yeah,
No.
open
It is
Steam.
now.
Hold on.
I want you to fix there's something you got to fix.
Open Steam.
Yeah. And then you're
Yeah,
live.
Ruben. John Wilburn says you must watch Duel to be a Mopar guy.
Oh, there they
even
are.
A real car guy. There's Richard.
Oh shit!
What happened to Hey? I'll see you guys in a little bit. 14
Hey
hours
man,
later.
I'm fucked up. I fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm. You asked too many questions, man.
Let down the rube.
What?
You looked up at him too. Look at it. You let down
Hey, I
the
like that
rube.
flat bill hat. Flat bill hats unite.
We're here eating Buffalo Wild Wings. We're done. We finished. We've got the head brazier here, the chief fabricator right here. That kid's
Nice.
24 years old. He can fabricate fucking anything. How old are you? 29. Fuck, I'm sorry. And then see, here's the thing you can tell. Never trust Buffalo Wild Wings with the cheese sauce. Look at this concrete here. Look. That's full. Now tip it upside down. That's not coming out. You want to talk about constipation? Holy shit. Literally.
Yeah, and like I said, you probably could have looked across the street or down the block, and there would have been an Olive Garden, and you totally.
Hey,
Yeah,
Richard.
I know.
Richard, we got some solid flat bill representation going on your table, dude.
Yes, we do.
Flat billers unite. Jed's a
Yeah.
flat biller. He just doesn't know it. Jed's a flat biller
No.
too. Look at Jed's hat.
Flat billers
You know,
are
secretly, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna say this publicly. Jed is secretly a Gen 3 Hemi guy.
Ooh, oh man. Oh man.
He used to like you, Richard.
Richard, I know some very mean people.
Now,
there's all kinds of Ooh, God, I'm drooling on myself.
he used to like you. Now he's going to reach down your throat, grab you by your asshole, and yank you inside out.
I'm
Thank you,
just
Brian.
We know that.
Well-
Yeah, we know that's like Marty McFly. How you call him a chicken? That's Jed's trigger button.
He's sacrilegious. He does not like Gen 3 Hemis.
No.
Not a real engine.
He hates them. He hates them. He wants to see the world burn. Down with the Gen 3 Hemi.
That's
Bad
fucking
Hemi.
gross. Brian, what do you want me to change in 7 Days to Die?
Okay, you see where it is over in your list where you have your favorites and uncategorized?
Yeah.
Okay, click on it, go to properties. Right click on it, go to properties.
Yes.
Then you go to betas.
Yep.
And then
Richard.
click on the little arrow.
Aaron from Australia
to,
says, "Where the fuck you is?"
Latest experimental, unstable.
Oh, hold on. There's
You want me to
TJ.
click on that one?
Yeah. You have to be on the latest experimental to play.
I don't
love
see
when
no
it says
comment.
on this.
Hold on.
All right.
Or else you'll be playing back where the graphics are poopy. That's
Oh,
what
I like
Ruben was playing.
Oh.
What'd you get to eat, Richard? Did you get like some Parmesan wings? What kind of wings you get, dude?
Fucking Aaron. Where the fuck you at? Oh, God.
Look at that.
Well, I'm at Buffalo Wild Wings in a little town called Brentwood, California, just outside the San Francisco Bay Area.
Fucking rich bitch.
No, we're not. We're three poor dudes at a fucking table. Are you serious?
All wearing
Hey,
tight
what?
guy pants with a flat bill.
I'm over here in Brentwood, California, eating wings out of this.
Actually, I had a hamburger. I'm chickened out. I've had a hamburger.
Eating wings on a
Sorry, it's
stripper's
kind of
butt
easy.
crack. Where you at?
We're
I love how Richard told us he was at a gay bar, and yet he's also got a flat bill hat on. That just seems a little too appropriate to me. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm voted out of the circle of friends here.
Mr. Gen 3.
There, is that better? Is that now you can see my gray?
We got a cure for that.
Hey, you can
Yeah,
wash
Ruben, where's your
right
gray?
out of your hair.
I'm
It's okay,
sorry.
Richard. It's okay. We're flat billers.
Flat billers that dye their hair.
Flat billers unite.
I'll dye it eventually.
Brian,
Just
what do I
not
gotta
right
do,
now.
just Click play.
No, just wait.
Okay.
And you'll see me on the. You should check your friends list. It should say I'm playing 7 Days to Die.
No.
What was that?
Oh,
Last
it's good.
online
On
5
7 Days
ago.
to Die, it says like friends playing.
Yeah, it says you were
Right?
last online.
Oh,
5 days
Jed
ago.
and
Okay, it's
Jed
not.
and
My
Brian
game's
are
not loaded yet. It takes a minute.
gonna do some
Oh.
shit.
To get ready to do some gaming.
I turned.
How was the burger?
It was good. I mean, obviously I'm wearing it on my shirt. I made a mess. Can't go anywhere without making a fucking piggery of myself. That's why I weigh a million goddamn pounds.
Doing a little
If I'm gonna
grazing.
play games, I gotta turn that shit off. Oh, it's
So-
so much better.
Uh-oh. Hang on.
God, I fucking hate
Hang on.
the light.
Time out for a minute.
Show us.
I think we might have a fight going.
Show
Oh,
us.
what? Show us. Show us.
Hold
I
on.
need fucking views. What's the timestamp?
Oh, they're getting serious there for a minute.
There, show us.
Hold on. I can't flip my camera around.
Why?
I thought they were getting ready to go at it. Them three over there. They're getting ready to start fucking fighting. Start. Just hang on. False alarm. God damn it. I thought
Yeah,
they were.
you should have showed us because then I could have timestamped it and made a video.
Oh, it's
out of
there. It's no. They were talking. They were all fucking.
This game takes forever for me to load, Jed. Just to
No.
be
False
fair.
alarm. Now the one started getting quiet. And they're all fucking looking, and talking.
Richard,
So,
will
anyway.
you do the one chip challenge live on my feed so I can get views?
You want me to do it? I'll do it.
I want Richard to do the two chip challenge where one he eats through his mouth, the other one he shoves directly up his butt.
I'll do it. I'll do whatever. It's fine. 2-chip challenge. Back to back. You're gonna kill me, Jed.
I'm serious. I just want to see you shove a chip little like. I don't want to actually see you shove it up there, but I want you to actually insert said chip into your anus.
No, no.
Like you spread your sphincter.
What
you
the
start
hell? Where did
flipping
Ruben go?
Ruben
I
went
don't
to go
know.
touch
We lost
himself.
it.
Oh,
Why are you holding the phone up to your head?
I got a tip though.
Probably
When
so
you
we
go
can
to shove
hear.
it in there, don't make it a hot wing.
no, there will be no swallowing hot wings with my anus. That's not happening. Brother Bach is a witness. There will be no swallowing hot wings with the anus.
Or how
No,
about,
he called.
I have an idea.
If I could strip the meat off of it and eat it that way, I would.
I'm thinking, you ever seen American Pie where the dude fucks the pie? You get like the blazing hot wing
No.
challenge, and you see how long you can last.
It ain't gonna last long.
We make a Frito pie. We make a Frito pie out of the one chip challenge chips.
Yeah.
And
no.
then you see how long he'll last.
You'd kill me. I'd be dead in 5 minutes.
I think your pecker would fall off.
No,
Well,
I would. My
your
taste buds
comments
would never
earlier,
come back.
Richard, I wouldn't feel that bad.
Yeah, because you said he was a Gen 3 Hemi guy.
Yeah.
Shit.
Lost dead forever.
Lost.
Where the hell did Ruben go?
I don't know.
He went to wash that gray right
Yeah.
out of his hair.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. But what do you now? What? What
Nothing.
shit? What? You motherfuckers, really? I already know.
No, Richard. We're talking about Ruben.
Yeah, we're talking about Ruben dyeing his hair.
Oh, yeah.
His wife today. His wife said she's going to get him a pedicure.
Oh shit. Wow. Well, my hair needs to be dyed. I know that's for sure.
You should dye it bright green.
I'm gonna dye a sassafras green.
With a mohawk? With a mohawk?
Yeah, I'll do a mohawk. I was getting ready to cut it into a mullet.
I kind of want to show Richard those T-shirt designs I came up with.
Which one? Oh, not the.
Oh no!
One.
I want to show him the tank top because I think he needs a tank top.
My buddy got me a T-shirt. Let's see.
Does it have a penis on it?
Actually, how much is it?
Drawn penis.
Oh yeah, these guys got gift cards and I don't. Okay, Kidgy, thank you. For the concrete. For the
How often is the phrase crudely drawn penis searched that it came up that fast? That many results?
I don't know.
You weren't here last night. There was this crudely drawn
Well, I
penis.
didn't see what you guys were doing last night.
Rob told me I should put sunglasses on that T-shirt, right on the head of the crudely drawn penis. And I told him, only if it can have a fancy curly mustache and a cigar.
All right, you should be able to join my game now, Jed.
I should.
Oh, this isn't a good fucking time.
No, you're still offline.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Go into 7 Days to Die.
463 hours, Brian.
Yeah, I played this game a little bit. Go ahead and open 7 Days to Die.
Okay. No. Open on this monitor, damn it.
So, Richard.
You guys are something else.
What are you talking about? Oh, you son of a bitch.
I need to make you AK. Shit.
What are you talking about?
Here I was wanting to play this on.
It won't let you pick the monitor?
Where are you going?
The
number one fabricator says he needs to stand up.
Yeah, I did.
All righty. Thank you, sir. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to put the game on the.
This is the cheapest dinner I've eaten so far. Man. Yeah. It's cheap, man. Lunch was $75.
Option.
Goddamn, eating like a celebrity around here. I'm eating. Yeah, forget it. I'm having a brain fart on camera.
Don't fart on camera.
Jeb's like, it's nothing new. Richard always has a brain fart on camera.
I didn't say that.
Oh
no.
no. See this? You see this guy? See this guy? This is number one bullshit guy. He wants me to eat wings through my anus. He's number one bullshit guy.
No, a one-chip challenge chip would be better than wings.
Oh, there we go.
What's that?
Now I'm gonna get going, but I got a joke to tell before I leave.
You guys taking off? All right. Well, listen, guys. I'll let you guys go. Sorry, it's too noisy in here, and I really can't hear you guys. So, till we do the next live, I guess we'll see you guys later.
Yeah, come back when you can hang out with us.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, man. Jesus. So,
hey, come back when you can show me my Valiant.
Oh, you know what? I just moved your car today.
You did? Sweet.
So, yeah.
It's safer.
I moved it, and I got to move the satellite or the GTX, the Duster, and I got to move the wagon tomorrow or throughout the week. Ryan? I got to get out of that house.
Old man weep. Look for it on friends. I'm talking to Jed.
Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. Have one. We'll catch you a little later. Bye, Jed.
See you later, Richard.
Bye, Brian. Bye, TJ. We'll see you.
Build Gen 3 Hemi lover.
All right, so I got a joke for you real quick before I go.
All right.
This elephant's walking along and he sees a squirrel down in a pit. The squirrel yells up, "I'll do anything if you can help me." So the elephant takes his big old dick and he sets it down there, and the squirrel climbs up the dick and gets out of the hole. A couple months goes by and the elephant falls in a pit. The squirrel comes by and he says, "What's up with you?" He says, "Hey, you know how I helped you? Well, you can pay me back by helping me get me out of this hole." So the squirrel takes off, comes back with a blown big block Chevrolet, rigs up a deal, fires it off, and pulls that elephant out of the hole. And so you know what the moral of the story is?
Huh.
If you got a big dick, you don't need a blown Chevy.
That's funny.
That was a car joke. It's not that good, but, hey.
Oh, it's pretty good.
I liked it.
I got one more then. This guy goes hunting. He sees over in the clearing a big old bear, and he takes his rifle and he shoots at this bear. He thinks he's got this thing for sure, so he runs out there. He's looking and you don't see it. Pretty soon he feels this tap on his shoulder. He turns around, this big old 8-foot bear standing there, goes, "You know the rule of the jungle. If you don't kill us, we get to get you." So the fucking bear rapes this dude, just fucking up the ass, everything. He goes home, he's pissed off, so he gets himself some sort of automatic rifle. He gets out there, he sees that bear in the clearing and just fucking blows the trees up and knocks them all down, mows everything down. He knows he's got him. He goes out there and looks around, can't find him, feels that tap on his shoulder, looks around, oh no, and the bear says, "You know the rule." So he goes home. He's fucking pissed. He goes to some, store where he can get himself a bazooka. He gets back out there. He sees the bear in the clearing. He lights that bazooka off. Boom! Blows a fucking 6-foot crater in the ground. Goes over there, looks at that crater, says, yeah, you know the rules. And he feels the tap. He turns around to the bear, and the bear says, "You don't come out here for the hunting, do you?" All right. Enough jokes. You guys have fun gaming. I wish I was. I'm going to get the game, but I got to come up with a fucking computer that works now.
Well, we got to get it to you while it's on sale too.
Is it on sale right now
Yeah, it was like $7.
on Steam?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have my Steam account on this computer. Let me look.
If not, I'm sure one of us could buy it and gift it to you. For that price.
I have the account here. Let me get it loaded up. Of course, it needs updates. I ain't turned it on in fucking forever.
I couldn't find Brian in my friend dealie.
There should be a list of, like, you got the big list of servers.
Yeah.
Up at the top, there should be one that you should be able to pick that says friends.
Yeah, it says 0.
Are we friends on? Yeah, we're friends on Steam. How the hell is this not working?
Well, it says you're offline on Steam.
Yeah, I'm in the game right now.
You may have to change your Steam thing.
All right, I'm going to stop this. You're under that latest experimental, right?
Yep. Alpha 20?
Yeah. Actually, it might be better. Let's do that. You start a game, and I'll join yours.
How the fuck do I do that?
It's real easy. Go back, and it says new game, and click new game.
Oh. Is there like a game world you prefer?
It doesn't matter. I don't care. This will be to get you to help you learn to play first. My game's a little bit advanced. I'm on like day 30 something or.
Okay.
Okay, well, first now. Oh, it says I'm not signed in. How am I not fucking signed into Steam? Sign in to see friend activity. What is going on? I'm going to shut Steam down and restart it.
I was gonna say if Tall John's leaving, we ought to just chat in Discord or something.
Yeah, we'll probably just go to Discord. We'll probably end this. This is a fucking 5.5 hour live anyway.
Oh damn.
Yeah, let's shut this down and we'll just go to Discord. You got Discord on that computer, John?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just do that.
All right.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming out. We
Everybody have a
appreciate
good night.
all of you. I'll see you guys on the next one.
Yep. Bye bye.
See ya.